The start of a new year always means one thing, and if you think you've been missing something since January the 1st, don't worry any longer, because the Dakar has arrived. Hello and welcome to the first of Eurosport's nightly reports from me, Ben Edwards, as the two-week adventure gets underway from Dakar itself to start the first ever event to be held totally on African soil. News for you already. One sad news that Jackie Ickx has had to withdraw from the event even before it gets underway, and we'll be hearing a little bit more from Jackie Ickx as to the reasons he had to withdraw. But today has seen the first adventure with the fastest time on the bikes for Stefan Peter-Hansel and the fastest time amongst the cars for Jean-Pierre Fontenay and the Mitsubishi team. But there have been some dramas already, and we'll look at those as well. First of all, let's set the scene, though, for this two-week adventure that sees the competitors going due east from Dakar to complete a total distance of 8,500 kilometres. That's some 5,000 miles, and 6,500 kilometres of that is special stage. Let's take a look at some of the scenery and some of the places they'll be visiting as they go through the course of the event, which finishes on the 19th of January. Let's start by looking back, and in fact we're not looking back to yesterday, we're looking a little further back than that to just before Christmas, when the crews assembled in the northern part of France at Le Havre for the scrutineering. This year the event would not start in Europe for the first time in the 19 runnings of the Dakar. A combination of problems, one of those being that the situation in Morocco a little less stable nowadays, and that makes it a little more difficult to make the link through North Africa and down towards Africa through Morocco, and as a result partly of the landmine that exploded on the Morocco-Mauritania border at the rally last year. So although the rally itself would start in Africa, the technical scrutineering taking place here in Le Havre in France. And some of the top teams along, Bruno Sabi there with Ulrich Bremer of the Mitsubishi team, the favourites for the event. Toyota are back this year, and there's some big names. Patrick Tombe, one of the ex-Formula 1 drivers. There are several of them around, though. Henri Pescarolo is there as well, the 4-times winner of Le Mans. But let's hear about the event this year.
What we want to have more drivers who are able to win, and more manufacturers. This year we have Toyota, Nissan, Mitsubishi, SsangYong, who come all with new cars. And there's about 15 drivers who are able to win. That's for have overall class, and in a marathon, which are series cars from production, there's about 10 drivers also who want really to win. So I think it's going to be a big fight, and we made the race also with that. It's not so hard. It's quite long. It's all in Africa, but I think it's going to be very nice.
Organiser Hubert Auriol speaking, the man who's won the event both on motorcycles and in a car. But he's not a favourite for victory himself this year as the organiser. One of those who is, though, is Jean-Louis Schlesser, driving his Seat-powered buggy. And with the change of rules that Hubert Auriol has brought around this year, Schlesser has a real chance.
Maybe we have a chance of 50-50. Let's say 50 because we have a good car, good team, and 50 against the desert. This is the biggest problem, the desert.
Schlesser perhaps being a little cautious in his reckoning. In the motorbike class, the big battle will be between Yamaha, going for their 8th win on the Dakar, and Peter Hansel going to try and match Cyril Neveu's record of 5 victories, but they'll be up against the massed ranks of the Austrian KTM team, particularly of Heinz Kinnigadner. But there are some Irishmen competing in the event this year as well.
The machine is built in England. It's based on the CCM enduro bike. This is the first time they've also competed in the Dakar Rally. There's never been a motorcycle from Great Britain that's finished the Dakar Rally before, so we're hoping, that everything goes well. There's 3 riders from Ireland competing in the bikes. We hope to get the 3 bikes to the end of the rally.
Adrian Lapin speaking there about the CCM, the motorbike built in Blackburn, and as he mentioned, 3 of them competing on this year's rally. Now let's hope they do make it through to the finish in Dakar. But at least this year all the competitors get a chance to see Dakar because the event actually starts here, and this was the arrival of all of the teams in the most westerly point of Africa, the port of Dakar on the Atlantic coast of Africa, and the capital of Senegal, the starting point this year for the rally as well as the finishing point. A little bit cloudy weather, temperatures in the high 20 degrees C for the start of the event. And the trucks, cars and motorbikes that are starting the event making their way into the centre of Dakar before the start of the event. Some 281 starters this year in terms of overall entries. That doesn't include all the different drivers that will be completing the event and all the sometimes 3 drivers that we see in the trucks themselves. Numbers just a fraction down on last year, but basically around the same. And at the beginning of the event, the all-important briefing by the organiser Hubert Auriol to get everybody on the right track to start off with.
Bonjour à tous. Bienvenue
And everybody ready
pour cette nouvelle
to get the event
année et ce
underway.
départ du 19e Total Dakar.
News, however, of an important withdrawal, and sadness to see that Jackie Ickx will not be able to compete on this year's event.
J'ai donc décidé de faire forfait pour ce
Says
Dakar-ci.
I don't want to give too many details.
Sans m'étendre beaucoup
You
dans
have to
les
know
détails,
that when I did the Dakar some 2 years ago, when I did it on my own solo,
fait le Dakar,
I came back absolutely
sans assistance,
exhausted.
j'étais déjà revenu très fatigué. J'avais l'impression d'être guéri.
I had
donc
the
j'avais
idea
décidé de
that
faire
I would
ceci,
be able to
et
recover and do another Dakar.
Depuis 3 jours,
But in the last
je
few
sens les
days
mêmes symptômes
here
que
in
j'avais
Dakar,
ressentis dans le passé.
I've had the same symptoms as I had then, and that shows me that I'm not really in good shape for making such an adventure like this.
À 100% de son physique pour le faire.
Not up to the physical shape I need to be in. Well, it's a shame because Jackie Ickx, one of the main names of the Dakar over the years. His first Dakar was in 1981. In 1982, he went well with Mercedes, but not as well as 1983, because in that year, he took his one and only victory on the event. It wasn't the only time he competed, though. He came back with Porsche in 1986, but unfortunately, was a retirement that year. But a 2nd place for Porsche one of the years, and a 7th place for Lada somewhat later on in 1990. And then, as he mentioned just now, a solo attempt in a Toyota in 1995 when he won the diesel class, finishing in 18th place overall.
C'était une décision extrêmement difficile.
It was a very difficult decision, he says. I'm very sad for all the people who support me, but I had to take the decision, and that's it. So Jackie Hicks returning back to Belgium last night with his daughter, who was due to be his co-driver for the event, and sadly Hicks not able to take part in the event this year. After the break, we'll be back with some of today's action.
Back to the Dakar Rally with Mitsubishi Motors Corporation.
And so on to the first stage of the total Dakar Rally of 1997. 275 kilometres of special stage itself as the rally went from Dakar to Tambacounda, still in Senegal. This is the Place de l'Indépendance in Dakar, the very centre of the city. And this morning, at around 6:30 a.m., the first of the motorbikes got underway. Some of the front runners: Fabrizio Mioni from Italy, Jimmy Lewis from the United States, and Stefan Peter-Hansel, the favourite with the Yamaha. But Heinz Kinnigadner with KTM there to do battle with him. Stefan Peter-Hansel led them away, riding number 1, followed up by Jordi Arcarons, Thierry Magnaldi, Fabrizio Mioni, and Jimmy Lewis. The KTMs certainly outnumbering the Yamahas in a big way, but could anybody stay with the master of the African tracks, Stefan Peter-Hansel? It was a bad day for Heinz Kinnigadner. Kinnigadner's been suffering a little bit over the last few days while they've been waiting for the event to get underway in Dakar. He's got a problem with his right eye, and he was really struggling to see anything out of it today, so he was effectively driving or riding with just one eye operating. So the leader of the KTM team, the competition manager of KTM themselves, is not having a good day at all today, and he would end up some 20 minutes down on the fastest time on the stage. Many African villages to pass throughout the course of the day. Strict enforcement of speed limits through these villages, 50 kilometers per hour maximum allowed through them, and often they're checked by radar. We caught up with Kinnigadner during one of the fuel stops for the bikes. Well, the stage is not over yet, he says. It's proving to be very, very dusty and very difficult. I'm not really in a position to carry on like this in the dust. The problem I have with my eye. Before I was okay, but now I just don't know whether I'm going to be able to continue. Thierry Magnaldi. Well, it's not gone too bad for me. The engine got a little bit too warm earlier on, maybe not enough water in the cooling system, so I was slow for around 10 kilometers. I managed to get some more water in the next village. That cost me a bit of time, and I've ended up losing around 10 minutes. So Thierry Magnaldi in a little bit of bother, but not as much as Kinnigadner. Kinnigadner still suffering as well, the results of the accident he had on the Australian rally towards the end of last year, and still in quite a lot of back pain as a result of that. Some 126 bikes actually started off the event this morning, and it wasn't long before one or two were getting into trouble. We're looking at some of the slower riders, the sort of riders that would end up in the midfield and towards the back of the classification at the end of today. Some of them proving to be around about an hour to an hour and a half slower than the fastest time set by Stefan Peter-Hansel. And a bit of an accident early on for Patrizio Fiorini on the KTM. He would end up 83rd today Out of the 105 who made it through to the finish quite easily, there were still some more to make it through to the end, hopefully at the end of the day. André de Azevedo from Brazil and Paulo Manuel Marquez from Portugal rode together on their KTMs today and would end up 23rd and 33rd. As for some of the others today, well, Britain's got two bike riders in there. John Deacon was 40th today. Ian Graham was 68th. And as for that Irish team we were looking at earlier, Richard Fair was 92nd. Nicholas Craigie was 93rd, then Adrian Lappin, the man we were speaking to earlier on, he was 96th, and Winnie Fitzsimmons 97th. But very little experience between those Irish team members. Only one of them has ever competed on the Dakar before, and the rest of them having to acclimatise themselves pretty quickly. Well, one of the front runners, Stefan Peter Hansel, was indeed fastest again today. Remember, going for that 5th Dakar win, and he put in a tremendous performance. He was nearly matched by Richard Sankt. He was some 2 minutes 23 seconds slower. Jordi Arkerons ended up with the 4th fastest time today, and Arkerons, who's been the runner-up in the last 3 Dakars, really would love to win the event this time around. Danny Laporte, the American, also going well today. He was 5th fastest, some 13 minutes slower than Stefan Peter Hansel. No major dramas on the motorbikes then throughout the course of the day, but it wasn't a particularly good one for Kenny Gardner, who ended down in 7th. So let's hear what Stefan Peter Hansel thought of today's stage. He said, I think it was a very technical, twisty stage. Through village after village, it's very easy to lose your way and get the wrong route out of each village, but it was a good beginning for me, and I feel in pretty good shape. So Peter Hansel the fastest today, the opening stage of the event. Richard Sankt some 2 minutes 23 seconds behind. Then Fabrizio Mioni and Jordi Arkerons next up, with Danny Laporte 5th fastest for KTM. Position 6 through to 10, and you can see Kenny Gardner down there in 7th place. That's a bit of a surprise, but with all the problems he's got with his back problems and his eye problems, he's done pretty well to get through to the end of today. And let's hope that he feels a bit better for tomorrow. He's often led the event, but he's yet to get back to the end in Dakar. Welcome back to the coverage of today's stage on the Dakar. And we're taking a look now at the car section, starting off with some of the favourites for Mitsubishi. Bruno Sabi, for example, saying, well, you prepare all year long, and now at last, I really feel a part of the event again. I'm just itching to get going. And Jean-Pierre Fontenay, another member of the Mitsubishi team, says, I think I'd like to be a little bit further on down the road. There's a lot of pressure from the others, but so far, it's going all right. So away at the start then, and Jean-Pierre Fontenay leading them away with the number 200 Mitsubishi Pajero. The buggy of Jean-Louis Schlesser next up, number 201, and Bruno Sabi, number 202. The car event really quite different this year, with the change of regulations that has seen the likes of Citroën banned from the event. Remember how dominant Citroën have been in the last few years of the Dakar with their amazing ZX Evolution vehicles? Well, this year they're not allowed. Hubert Auriol, the rally organizer who was speaking earlier on the program, he decided at the end of the rally last year to ban those sort of cars from this event. What he wanted to do was to return to the more standard off-road vehicles that the event was originally created for by Thierry Sabine. So Citroën are out, the first time that the PSA Peugeot Citroën Group haven't competed on the Dakar for 10 years. And what we've got are the works teams like Mitsubishi, Toyota, Nissan and SsangYong, who all build off-road vehicles for sale all around the world. Now they're the ones that are battling for the overall positions on the Dakar. And Mitsubishi, as I mentioned earlier, really are the favourites because they've built this new Pajero in the T2 class, that's the modified off-road class, especially to go rally raiding. They started with a clean sheet of paper in February last year when Hubert Auriol made the new announcement, and their first car was running in August, and since then they've done some 12,000 kilometers of testing. But they've got to beat this man this year on the Dakar because the buggies are still allowed. This is a two-wheel drive Seat-powered buggy of Jean-Louis Schlesser, and he's got two buggies this year, one for him and one for Jutta Kleinschmidt. the lady racer, who will be reporting for us on Eurosport. So the buggies should be in good shape, and Schlesser's got a very big support crew. He's got some 5 support vehicles to try and help them get through to the finish in Dakar safely. Nissan are here as well this year. They've got a strong team themselves, with the likes of Thierry Delaverne competing in the number 203, the 41-year-old who's taken many T2 victories, that is in this same class and rally raids over the last few years, and a former winner of the T1 class on the Dakar, in fact back in 1995. He had a few problems today. He actually hit a tree and bent a brake pipe, but nonetheless put in a pretty respectable time. Well, Jean-Louis Schlesser passing some of the motorbikes that made life a bit tricky today on the rather narrow tracks. Overtaking slightly difficult, but Schlesser managed it, and he would set the 4th fastest time today, 6 minutes behind the Mitsubishis, or the lead Mitsubishi, but nonetheless a good performance, and Schlesser obviously playing himself in a little bit carefully. That's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to go charging away at the start of the event, only to create problems for himself. So 4th fastest today for Schlesser. The man who was fastest was this man, Jean-Pierre Fontenay. We saw him speak to us just before the start of the stage, and he set the fastest time today. He's probably the most experienced Mitsubishi driver there is in the world. He's driven just about every version of off-road Mitsubishi that there's been over the last 10 years or so, and he's had some good results on the Dakar. He was 3rd last year, and he was 3rd back in 1991. But he's not going to have it all his own way, because the Mitsubishi team has some formidable driver strength, particularly with the number 202 car, and that's being driven by another Frenchman, Bruno Sarbi. Sarbi has had a lot of experience of World Championship rallying in his career as well, and a winner of the Tour de Corse and the Monte Carlo rally quite some years ago. A former French rally champion, he's also won the Dakar event. That was in 1993, and he ended up 2nd fastest today, just a couple of minutes behind Fontenay, and that was in spite of clipping a tree and removing his GPS antenna. And it was a good day all around for Mitsubishi, because Shinazuka took 3rd fastest time, a 1-2-3 then for the Mitsubishi Pajeros. Jean-Louis Schlesser 4th fastest in the Seat buggy, and Salvador Servia was next up, the fastest of the Nissan team. The positions 6 through to 10, and just to tell you that Patrick Tombe was 12th today, Philippe Alliot 17th, Henri Pescarolo 26th, and Jutta Kleinschmidt had a bad day. She was down in 42nd position at the end of this 1st stage. Drivers, the 1997 Total Dakar here on Eurosport. This is Ben Edwards bringing you up to date with the action from Northwest Africa as the competitors took on the first long stage of the event, leading through Savannah to the edge of the Sahara Desert in Mali. Today the stage victories went to Stefan Pederhansel and Jean-Louis Schlesser. But overshadowing all the performances was the death of a novice on the Dakar. 45-year-old motorcycle rider Jean-Pierre Leduc. Leduc had dreamt of competing on the Dakar, but today the dream ended with a fatal fall 247 kilometers into the stage. And in spite of the medical helicopter being on the scene within 20 minutes, the Frenchman died, becoming the 34th fatality in the 19 years of the Dakar. Let's first of all return our thoughts to yesterday, the very opening stage of the 1997 Total Dakar, and a fairly easy stage to get the competitors into the swing of things. Some 180 miles long, the special section between Dakar and Tambacounda. A fast-flowing stage, some pretty difficult navigation to cope with though, and that certainly caught out a few of the competitors throughout the event. Fastest on the motorbikes, though, by a small margin of some 2.5 minutes, was Stefan Pederhansel, the 4 times winner of the Dakar, going to try and match that record of Cyril Neveu and make it 5 victories. In fact, he was faster than the cars as well yesterday. He ended up with the overall fastest time. The fastest of the cars was the Mitsubishi Pajero of Jean-Pierre Fontenay. He also had about 2.5 minutes advantage over his nearest competitor, but it was another Mitsubishi, because Mitsubishi had an excellent day with all 3 of their works cars finishing in the top 3 places. Well, there were a few celebrations to enjoy as well throughout the course of yesterday, particularly birthday boy Serge Enino, part of the team in the number 250 Suzuki. And all of the teams enjoying the chance to actually get underway on the event, something that they've been building up to and waiting for many years. Including Rostislav Bilek here, the Czech who lives in New York and decided to go out and buy this V8 10-litre Dodge. Surprised the dealership somewhat when he told them he was going to take it on the Dakar, but there he is. On with the event yesterday, and even though it was a relatively short stage, there were a few people that got into trouble. This is Michel Sommet with the Scania truck, and he was one of the early casualties. They went off the track and damaged the steering. So he reckons they could repair it though and get the machine back underway again. But we saw a few problems in the end of yesterday's report also for Jérôme Rivière. Gearbox problems, an oil leak, but they did manage to make it back to the finish yesterday and to restart today. And of course, we'd seen already the retirement of Jackie Ickx, a mystery virus afflicting the experienced Belgian, and unfortunately he was unable to take the start of yesterday's stage. By the way, British entrant, we have one British entrant in the car section this time around, and that's Dick Partridge with his Isuzu Trooper. Dick from Ipswich, along with co-driver Keith Parker. They ended up the first stage in 85th position. But that's what they want to do, they just want to make it to the end. Dick hasn't managed to complete the Dakar in his 5 previous attempts, but perhaps 1997 will be his year. So apart from the odd minor problem, most competitors made it through the day safely to get on with the second stage. The other British competitors involved, John Deacon in the motorbike section ended up 40th, and Ian Graham, who was one of the 2 British riders to make it to the finish last year, becoming the first British riders ever to do so, he was 68th at the end of yesterday's stage. But we also had problems for Jutta Kleinschmidt, and we wanted to know what had happened to her.
My first special was not so good like I hope it will be, because yesterday we started quite good, and then after about 100 kilometers we lost the way, and we lost it so much that we even don't find back the piste. So we had only one solution to go back to the right piste with the GPS, but it was about 16 kilometers off-road with the GPS, and how you can imagine there's a lot of forest and things like this, so it was not easy to come back. We made it, but we made on blues, we make about 25 kilometers more than we should, and we lose about 45 minutes. And when we was back to the right piste, we had on top of it a puncture, so we repaired this. Then the slow cars was in front of us for sure, and it was impossible to pass until the finish. So altogether I lose about 1 hour, which is very hard in the first special, because I'm now 52, and today will be hard to pass, because there's a lot of dust and the piste is very narrow, so to come close to a car to pass is very difficult. I will try to do my best, but I will not risk the race, because I think maybe tomorrow or the day after will be easier to pass. So maybe if I'm very unlucky, I have to stay just behind the car in front of me, but I will try to do my best too.
So Jutta Kleinschmidt teamed up with Jean-Louis Schlesser. She's driving the second of the Schlesser buggies in the event this year, and disappointing first day for her, dropping down to 52nd position as she told us, but she's made of stern stuff. She's competed on the Dakar on motorbikes, remember, in the past, and she's competed on it several times in cars with a good 7th place finish a few years ago in the more standard category of cars. So she's back out again in the buggy for the second day of competition to try and back up her teammate Jean-Louis Schlesser. And we'll come back in a moment after the break to see exactly what was in store for the competitors on this second stage.
Back to the Dakar Rally with Mitsubishi Motors Corporation.
So a more difficult stage for this second day, 505 kilometers of special stage, around 300 miles for the competitors to cover as they moved from Senegal to Mali. And let's start off with a look at the motorbikes and a little look at the sort of terrain that they were having to cover today. A fair bit of wildlife around, and that was always a hazard for quite a few of the motorbikers throughout the course of the day. But the other major hazard is what you can see being thrown up behind this bike, and that was dust. There was dust all over the place as they went through the course of the stage today. As I mentioned, some 300 miles, and some parts of it very dusty indeed, so whoever was up front and ahead of the dust obviously had a very clear advantage. And that was exactly what Stefan Petter-Hansel had. He was the first on the tracks, unsurprisingly after his performance yesterday, and he didn't have to follow in the dust storm that everybody else was forced to eat. Nonetheless, the opposition were bearing down on Petter-Hansel as best they could, the likes of Jordi Arcarons. David Castera there, the man who backs up Stefan Petter-Hansel for the Yamaha Motor France team, determined to take victory, and David Castera knows his role only too well. It is to look after Petter-Hansel as best he could. Jimmy Lewis also competing, the American, on his second Dakar. But those animals were getting in the way, even of the rally leader, Stefan Petter-Hansel. Damage done to the front of his bike, and he says, well, there are a lot of birds around, and one of them actually hit my crash helmet. My head was obviously thrown back. That surprised me somewhat. But there again, I suppose you have to say it's one of the smallest animals you can hit on these tracks, so I have to be happy. Well, looking at some of the other wildlife around, he's certainly not wrong there, and Stefan Petter-Hansel seemed to recover from the bird in the helmet without too many problems. And indeed, Petter-Hansel went on to set the fastest time of the day throughout the entire stage. But there were some other challenges to come, apart from dust, because there was a river to cross, the Falemi River, and Stefan Petter-Hansel even got a bit of assistance from the rally organizer, Hubert Auriol. Not an easy river to cross, though. Some 200 meters wide in some points. And as you can see, around half a meter deep, a bit deeper than this in some of the other bits and pieces. Heinz Kinnigadner there, the Austrian, experienced Austrian, going for victory on the Dakar this year. He's never made it to the finish, although he's led it on several occasions. And if you remember, yesterday we mentioned he had a problem with his right eye, which meant that he could barely see out of it. Well, it's a little bit better apparently today, and he felt a bit more confident, but even so, lost time to Petter-Hansel. Some of the other competitors struggling their way through. Patrick Siriol there just going through. Finished 6th on the Dakar a couple of years ago and was 15th overall at the end of yesterday's stage. Guido Maletti on one of the fewer Kawasaki's in the event. But Jordi Arcarons, well, he seemed to get some water in somewhere. He'd also had problems with a broken fuel pipe connector earlier on today, so Jordi Arcarons lost a bit of time. The Spaniard, who's had so many good results on the Dakar in recent years, not having a particularly good start to the event this year. And Hubert Auriol wasn't the only rally winner to be lent a helping hand. Eddie Orioli was also on hand. He's working for Italian TV this year, the 4 times winner on a motorbike himself, and he was still getting down to some hard work of getting the motorbikes across the river, and no reward at the end of it for him this year because he's not likely to win it working for the TV. Anyway, back to the competitors. Fabrizio Mioni, the Italian. Now, he had a bit of a tumble on the stage today, along with Richard Sankt, one of the Frenchmen. They both hit a series of big bumps and came off, and Mioni injured his right wrist. Richard Sankt actually lost an hour due to his injuries. Petter-Hansel, though, he won the stage by 15 minutes, and that's opened him up now a 30-minute advantage over everybody else, largely due to that clear run in without the dust, but you have to say also down to Petter-Hansel's sheer skill and bravado in Africa. And that Yamaha 850 twin-cylinder is really working well on these sort of tracks. Perhaps in the sand it'll be a little different. Perhaps that's where KTM, with the likes of Heinz Kinnigadner here with their lighter motorbike, will have the advantage, and that's certainly what they'll be hoping, because in terms of straight line speed, these KTMs lose about 30 kilometers per hour to the big Yamaha. Jordi Arkeron's another member of the KTM team, and KTM must have been pretty happy to have 7 of their bikes in the top 10 places at the end of the first day yesterday. Arkeron's, though, losing time today, and 9th fastest on the stage, would finish 5th overall. But those problems for Richard Sankt we mentioned when he came off his bike, Peter Hansel told us a bit more. He said Sankt was riding very, very quickly, but perhaps he was a little bit over the limit of what he was capable of doing. I'm not quite surprised that he had a fall. So Richard Sankt, the man who suffered today. Britain's John Deacon was 42nd on the stage and lies in 40th place overall, hoping to make it to the finish this year. No news as yet on the other Briton, Ian Graham. We haven't got all of the results through as yet, but we do know the front runners. And there you see Peter Hansel, who set the fastest time once again by 13 minutes and 48 seconds over Thierry Magnaldi. Magnaldi himself putting in a pretty good performance, but nobody could match Peter Hansel today. Danny Laporte, the American, 3rd fastest, and in fact that's moved him up to 2nd place overall. Heinz Kinnigadner, 4th fastest in spite of his various problems, and Fabrizio Mioni, 5th fastest in spite of his tumble and his wrist, which is now in plaster as a result. We don't have the overall result for you yet on the bikes, except to tell you that Peter Hansel has a comfortable lead over Laporte. Time to catch up with what's been happening in the car section on the Total Dakar now. And after the performance yesterday of Mitsubishi, very much favourites for the event, Bruno Sabi was in fairly confident mood this morning before the rally set off once again on this somewhat longer stage. The stage today saw a bivouac overnight in Keys, where no mechanics are allowed to be flown in. In fact, there's nowhere to land an aeroplane, so it's fairly obvious that they're not going to be able to fly the mechanics in. And that makes it a little bit more demanding for both the bike and car teams in case of any problems at the end of the stage. The tracks are a little bit wider than we saw on the first day of the event, and that was something that Jean-Louis Schlesser was a little happier about in his buggy. Although it might be a buggy, it is a huge machine. If only you could stand by it and see just how big these things are. It really is quite a surprise. And Schlesser was struggling a little bit for space with that buggy of his yesterday, and that cost him a little bit of time. This is Maurizio Traglio in the Nissan. He was 11th after the first stage yesterday, and he's had an 11th place finish on the Dakar before. This is Jean-Jacques Ratet in the Toyota, 14th yesterday, with Toyota returning to the Dakar for the first time since 1992 as a works team. The voices you can hear at the moment are those of Thierry Delaverne and his co-driver Luis Arguel. They're talking about the dust and saying how at the moment, in fact, it's not too bad for them in terms of dust, because there's more dust around when there are other cars near them, and thankfully they're not too close to other cars. Well, Delaverne lying in 6th place overall after today, and one of the top drivers for Nissan. He drives this vehicle which is supported by the Nissan factory, but it's actually run by André Dessoude, the Frenchman who puts together a team of cars. And in fact, they're running a total of 15 cars on the event this year. So 41-year-old Thierry Delaverne with the Dessoude team since 1990 and looking for a good result for Nissan on the event this year. And in fact, team manager André Dessoude had a lot of consideration for the African kids that they're going past the villages of throughout the course of the event, and he actually made a collection in his local town of pens, because African kids just love to get their hands on some pens. So he managed to bring 3,000 pens over with him from France to Africa, and his mechanics and people are going to be handing them out to school kids throughout the course of the event. Problems today, there were 1 or 2 offs, and this was an off for the Frenchman Bernard Anquetil, who rather badly damaged his Nissan. Well, I was going too quickly. It's my fault. On a track like this, it's very, very slippery, and unfortunately just over the edge of the track there was a big hole, as you can see. I thought I'd be able to regain control, but I failed. It's my fault. It's unforgivable, and it costs us in many, many different ways. But we have to be happy we're not injured. Now the car began to roll over. We could have rolled over completely, says Jean-Pierre Maurice, the co-driver to Bernard Anquetil. Well, the wildlife certainly varied in this part of northwest Africa. The monkeys dashing out of the way of the cars, bikes and the helicopters. Jean-Louis Schlesser, though, did indeed take advantage of the slightly wider tracks today by setting the fastest time, and indeed it was enough for him now to take overall lead from the Mitsubishi Pajeros. A superb performance from Schlesser on his 9th Dakar this year, but a really serious effort from the Frenchman.
Today was very hard because we had a lot of dust and we had to pass many bikes. And of course we was behind Shinozuka for nearly 3/3 of the stage. Then he had a puncture, then we catch Bruno and we stay with him till the end of the stage.
So the former sports car world champion, twice for Mercedes, going well on the Dakar so far. Also going well today was Hiroshi Masuoka, the man here in the Mitsubishi Challenger, who set the 2nd fastest time on the stage. He's another one very experienced on the Dakar, has been competing on it for many years. Also good performance today from Kenjiro Shinozuka, who set the 3rd fastest time, again for Mitsubishi, and keeping him up there well in the overall rankings.
It's a very, very dangerous. We must pass more than 30, 40 motorbike. It's a very, very dangerous for us and also for motorbike. But maybe from tomorrow, I think, okay, we don't have any dust. Because from tomorrow, I think more wide piste and also sand. So it should be okay from tomorrow.
So Shinozuka struggling with those motorbikes, but nonetheless going well. Teammate Bruno Sabi, 2nd place overall tonight. Problems for Jean-Pierre Fontenay. He suffered 2 punctures on the course of today's stage, so the leader from the event yesterday already in a little bit of trouble. Not the only one. Patrick Tambay, ex-Grand Prix driver, in trouble with the Sanyong.
Broke the front wishbone, as you can see, just here. It's a stress rupture. Everything went fine, 50 Ks in the holes, pretty standard, and it just broke. It's probably, the bottom part has been reinforced and is quite strong. The top part probably needs to be stronger.
So disappointment there for Patrick Tambay and the relatively young Sanyong team. You could see Ben Odoselli just alongside him, his co-driver, and the man who's managing the team as well. Otherwise, though, most of the other guys were still making it through, although when we put the program together, there were still quite a few cars and bikes to make it through to the finish of what has been a pretty long stage today. So the results today, Schlesser fastest on this stage, 13 seconds his advantage over Masuoka, with Shinozuka for Mitsubishi and Sabi for Mitsubishi and Fontenay for Mitsubishi all well up there as well. But it does mean that Schlesser has been able to take over the overall lead of the event. There we are with the overall positions at the moment. It's very close gap between Schlesser and Bruno Sabi, but with those punctures you can see that the overnight leader Jean-Pierre Fontenay has now dropped down to 4th position. Of the 3rd day of the total Dakar Rally 1997, and Kenjiro Shinozuka was fastest on the longest stage so far and has taken the total Dakar Rally 1997, and Kenjiro Shinozuka was fastest on the longest stage so far and has taken the overall lead of the event from Jean-Louis Schlesser. Schlesser just a little bit slower than the Mitsubishi Pajero and has lost the overall lead that he gained yesterday. Peter Hansel fastest again on the motorbikes. That's a 100% record for him so far in the event. Fastest by just 1 second though from the Spaniard Jordi Arcarons, who had a much better today than he has in recent days. A sad retirement, though, of the Italian, the experienced biker Fabrizio Mioni, who broke his arm yesterday and unfortunately unable to complete the event. And no aeroplane mechanics allowed at the rest halt again tonight. The end of the marathon stage doesn't come until tomorrow in Timbuktu. There was, of course, sadness yesterday when we learnt of the loss of Jean-Pierre Leduc, the 36th death, in fact, on the Dakar Rally. And there was a minute's silence held last night in the briefing. The French motorcycle rider who was suffering from fatigue, it was thought, but very sadly, the First death on this year's Dakar. Let's just hope it's the only one. Stefan Peter-Hansel, if we go back to yesterday's stage, remember he was fastest on that stage by very nearly quarter of an hour, and it gained him a 30-minute lead, a massive advantage. Norbert Schilscher here, the German who's leading in the marathon class on the bikes. As for Jean-Louis Schlesser, well, he took over the overall lead of the car section yesterday by a narrow margin of 48 seconds, but he became the first ever buggy driver to lead the Dakar. Bruno Sabi moved up into second place overall in his Mitsubishi Pajero. But there were problems for a former Formula One driver. Patrick Tambay had a broken front suspension on his Sanyong, and in fact there were problems of a similar nature for his teammate Jerome Riviere. In the truck section, there's a good battle going on. Johan Peter Reif was fastest in his Hino, but Edmond Pilochet continues to lead the truck section in his Mercedes. Jean-Pierre Fontenay had a couple of punctures on his way, so he lost the lead that he'd gained on the opening day of the event. Generally, yesterday was a stage that saw an awful lot of dust, as well as the river crossing, which caused one or two little problems for some of the competitors. Problems here also for Gilberto Sandretto, who rolled his T2 Nissan. We've lost something like 20 competitors from the event already, and we're only on the third day. He was lying in 28th position before he suffered this accident, but the locals were on hand, thankfully, to try and get him back onto all four wheels once again. And the Africans really being very keen on helping the competitors whenever there's any trouble. And Gilberto Sandretto soon had a willing army of hands to his rescue. So the second day of the rally proved not to be too easy, but good news for the British competitors in the event. They're all still there at the moment. Let me just tell you that Dick Partridge from Ipswich in his Isuzu Trooper, he's lying in 88th position overall after the second day. And the motorcycle riders are all still there as well. John Deacon lying in 40th place, Ian Graham in 61st after the second day, with the top Irish rider on the CCM motorbike, Nick Craigie, lying in 73rd. And there's a husband and wife team on the bikes as well. This is Rika Yamamura being helped by husband Masayusu Yamamura, and husband and wife competing together on the Dakar. These two, though, finding it a bit of a struggle to get across the Finami River, as did quite a few of the other competitors. A tough day then, and there were reports of heroism all around. One Dutch rider actually rode 100 kilometers with a broken shoulder to make it back to the final checkpoint. An important withdrawal, though, and a sad one as well, for Fabrizio Mioni, who broke his hand yesterday as a result of an accident. At around about 90 miles an hour, he was traveling and he hit a very bumpy section of the course, and that unfortunately was the end of it for him. He says, well, I was very unlucky, really. There wasn't an awful lot I could do. I was just riding along one of the faster sections, hit the bumps, and there wasn't a lot I could do. I fell, and my hand fell badly, broken a couple of bones in it, but it's very disappointing, obviously, and very disappointing not to be able to continue. He's been the top privateer in recent years, in fact, Fabrizio Mioni. He's won the privateer section 3 years. And in all 4 Dakars that he's done, he's never actually had to retire completely. This was last year when he had a fairly bad accident, and he was showing some of the other riders to be careful. But in fact, he dropped down to about 117th position as a result of that accident, but worked his way back up to finish 32nd and got 3 stage victories on his way to doing it. It really was a heroic performance by Mioni on that occasion, and a great sadness to see him have to withdraw from the event this time. Richard Sankt, who fell in the same place yesterday, he dropped down from 2nd place to 12th, and in fact there is a little bit of doubt as to whether Richard Sankt is going to be able to continue as well. So the two riders, two experienced riders as well, both being caught out by the same tricky section of the Dakar track. So no more of the number 4 bike this year. Fabrizio Mioni has withdrawn from the Dakar.
Back to the Dakar Rally with Mitsubishi Motors Corporation.
And so on to today's stage, 552 kilometres, the longest so far. And to start with a look at the motorcycle section, with 112 bikes starting off this morning. And a good performance today from one of the two Americans competing on the event in his KTM. This is Jimmy Lewis, and you can hear from his on-board microphone a little bit about what he's saying of what's going on here.
Riding is pretty much riding, but it's just a matter of surviving all the things that make the car. It's important. You've got to use your head. It's not just a one-day race. You're on the bike for 5 or 6 hours. You got to be careful you don't run in ditches like that, you know. I can see where some of the other riders have gone off into the ditches. You know coming into it how dangerous it is, and you have to ride accordingly. You can't go 100%. You just have to you know, you have to be safe and, you know, think about everything. They can't mark all the danger on the route book, and you have to just use terrain reading and just common sense when you're riding, because, you know, anything like this is dangerous.
There were problems there also for Thanasis Chandras from Greece today, another one of the victims of the fairly tricky tracks. And unfortunately, he had to be rescued by one of the medical helicopters. Of course, the medical assistance and support on the Dakar is second to none. And thankfully, the Greek rider of the KTM was able to be recovered fairly quickly. And we even got the chance to speak to him.
So far for me it was perfect. I feel fit 100%. No tires, no nothing. Because, you know, the wrong situation and the wrong everything was combined to happen this. I think it gets difficult after a week, but up to now it's not difficult.
So bad luck there for the Greek competitor Thanasis Chandras. Meanwhile, Stefan Peter-Hatzor was on fine form once again here today, with the third stage fastest time out of the 3 stages so far. He wasn't feeling too well though earlier on, and in fact the temperatures today somewhere around 35 degrees C. That was really proving to be a problem for quite a few of the riders, and the professional riders found it a problem. They couldn't quite imagine how some of the amateurs must have been feeling it. They were really getting through a lot of water, and in fact Stefan Peter-Hansel had to stop off for extra water along the way, and if somebody of his experience was finding it tough, then just imagine how it was for some of the less experienced. Also good today was Gerard Jimmink of Holland.
At the beginning it was very hard and stony, but I think for 400 kilometers it was sand and a lot of corners. Only the weather was a little bit hot, but the sand was a little bit like Holland.
Jimmink has moved himself up into 6th place overall now. He finished 4th in 1996, so that was an excellent effort. We're now with Danny Laporte with another onboard piece of commentary from another American. Laporte, only 5th fastest today. He'd moved up to 2nd place yesterday. Let's just listen to what he has to say.
Be careful too when you cross these lines. Sometimes you got rocks in them.
and the trees that like that one right there. So we got a big berm. Back on the straightaway. You also be careful, because you never know when an animal's going to run out in front of you. Because you can't see them coming because they're in the grass. I almost hit a fox or a coyote, like a coyote. Oh, got it? Just perfect. You gotta ride fast the whole day. This thing's wide open the whole time. The pace that Stefan's setting is too fast, so everyone else has got to follow if they want to stay in the game. This is about the fastest Dakar I've ever raced, I think, in the pace the first 3 days. It's really, really fast. There we go. Got a little time to tack. Long straightaway. Oh, here's the village. We're coming to the village. I got to slow down now. We don't want to hit any kids or anything. I got to slow down right here. Oh, I missed a turn almost.
So Danny Laporte absolutely flat out in his attempts to stay with Stefan Peter-Hansel. And now with Heinz Kinney-Gagner, who was 8th fastest today, lies in 5th place overall. But the experienced Austrian is a full 1 hour and 1 minute behind Peter-Hansel.
Even with the speed, it's quite not easy because you are not so concentrated. And of course, you get more tired if you go slower. This means I'm not standing up so much on the bike, and sometimes I miss the hole, and this is of course quite painful for my back.
But Stefan Peter-Hansel, as we mentioned, fastest today, and a really superb ride that he's putting in. He's put his overall lead now up to just over 35 minutes. And you have to say that it looks very, very comfortable indeed. It might be early days in the rally so far, but nonetheless, very comfortable for Peter-Hansel. Problems today, though, for another French rider. This is Francis Clément. And he says, well, I kicked and kicked again. Suddenly, I don't know what happened. I just had time to jump off the bike. The people stopped and gave me an extinguisher, but it's only 100 kilometers since we filled up with fuel. And it's just been burning ever since, the whole thing. Such a pity, but well, what can you do? So disappointment there indeed, as the bike went up in flames. But Stefan Peter-Hansel maintained his advantage today. The positions on the stage saw Peter-Hansel a second faster than Jordi Arcarons. Thierry Magnaldi was third today. Gerard Jimink, his best performance so far in the event, with Danny Laporte 5th fastest. And that 5th fastest time from Laporte, he had a few problems. In fact, he lost his the ability for the automatic roadbook to roll in front of him. They have a roller on the handlebars, and that broke down, so he had to do it by hand. So that dropped him down, and you can see he's now in 4th place overall, as opposed to 2nd yesterday. So Magnaldi's now 2nd, but the gap between himself and Peter-Hansel is a huge one. And so to today's stage for the cars. Again, those high temperatures affecting the cars just as much as it did the bike riders, but still some very beautiful terrain to pass through. Jean-Louis Schlesser, not fastest today, and in fact losing the overall lead of the rally, which he'd established yesterday. His buggy weighing some 1,200 kilograms, powered by a V6 Seat engine, but it couldn't quite match the performance of the Mitsubishi Pajero here today. Kenjiro Shinazuka, the Japanese driver who's twice won the Ivory Coast Rally for Mitsubishi in the World Rally Championship, set the fastest time today, really enjoyed himself, said there were several sections of the piece today that were just absolutely flat out, and he really enjoyed that. Said it got a bit tortuous and a bit twisty towards the end of the stage. Rather hard work in the cockpit, lots of steering going on, and in these temperatures that wasn't too easy. But generally Shinazuka having a good day. This is Bruno Sabi, who didn't have quite such a good day. He had a couple of punctures which lost him a fair bit of time. Well, these cars, all three of the Mitsubishi Pajeros of Sabi, Shinezuka and Fontenay, remember, basically brand new cars, certainly from last year's Dakar. They've all been built to the T2 regulations, which means modified versions of the car that Mitsubishi sell on the road. What we would, in England, would know as the Mitsubishi Shogun, and known everywhere else in the world as the Mitsubishi Pajero. And these vehicles are sort of modified versions of that, rather than the outright prototypes that were on the event last year. Schlesser coming to a checkpoint and being greeted by Hubert Auriol, the rally organizer. And Schlesser was first on the road this morning, but not far behind him was Shinezuka, as he was catching up, making up some of the lost ground. And Bruno Sabi running third on the road, and he would drop down the order a little bit from second place yesterday with his various punctures. He would drop down to fourth place overall today. Problems also for one of the Nissans, Dominique Cousio, who was lying in 12th place overall before this.
Dominique Couvio, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé exactement?
We asked her what happened exactly.
Sur cette saignée qui est là à 200 mètres.
Well, on this trench, which is exactly 200 meters from here, we broke the steering, and we really didn't think we were going that fast. We stripped it down, and we're now waiting for the assistance truck to change it. It's a shame that we don't have one in the back of the car, because it's 10 minutes, it's done, and we have to wait at least 1 hour for the truck. So the hard work went on while they waited for the assistance truck, but of course that's very much part of the Dakar. These front-running teams have a backup team of trucks that are actually on the rally itself. So those trucks are carrying vital spares for the cars, and if they come along the track and see their car in trouble, then obviously they stop off, get the bits out the back, and therefore maintain the vehicles, and then they can all carry on again. So the truck section really in two different bits. Those guys that are going for the outright victory in the trucks, and there are one or two of those, but most of the trucks out there are carrying spare parts for members of their team. Back with Jean-Louis Schlesser again, and some onboard commentary from Schlesser, talking to his co-driver, Philippe Monet. And Monet's an interesting man. He's a world-renowned navigator in terms of sailing. He's been around the world. He's very competitive as well. He's been on a couple of the African rallies and has teamed up now with Jean-Louis Schlesser as his co-driver. Back with Dominique Cousio, and a bit of work going on to try and get this Nissan sorted out. We broke the steering stub, and some of the people around here went to the village to try and straighten it up. And we're now putting it back together as it is. If it breaks again, well, the trucks are behind us, so we'll just have to wait for them again. So a bit of intuition being brought to bear there, with some of the locals helping out once again, as we mentioned, very keen to help out as much as possible. So Schlesser second today, Shinezuka fastest, and the new leader, Kenjiro Shinezuka, takes over the lead of the rally. Excellent performance from him today. Bruno Sabi dropping down to fourth place overall after picking up that pair of punctures. But it's still very close between the top four competitors. Jean-Pierre Fontenay had an electrical problem, and so he lost a little bit of time today. They actually had the danger of a fire in the dashboard, but thankfully they managed to sort out the electrical problem, and Jean-Pierre Fontenay, third fastest on the stage, and holds on to third place overall. This was Schlesser coming out of one of the villages, being passed by Kenjiro Shinezuka. Not a lot he could do about it. But what Schlesser was finding was that in the ruts that had been created, the buggy just a little bit too wide. It really is a big machine. And as you can see there a little bit, as he goes down the ruts, it's almost too wide for them. He gets one pair of wheels on one side in the ruts and the other pair of wheels up over the ruts, and it makes the car very unstable in a straight line. Bruno Sabi taking advantage of that by going past him, and Schlesser certainly wasn't very happy about the situation later on. But he knows that there are some different stages to come, more sandy stages, where rutting is not such a great problem, and then perhaps he'll have his chance to get back at the Mitsubishis. But it's proving to be a tremendous battle between Schlesser and the 3 or even 4 Mitsubishis, with Masuoka not far behind as well. But if we take the top 4, they're within 4.5 minutes of each other at the moment. It really is proving to be very, very even. Stage of the event between Nara and Timbuktu. It proved to be a black day for the Austrian KTM team, with 3 of its top riders retiring injured. the American Danny Laporte, team boss Heinz Kinnigadner, and the Frenchman who lay second after the first day, Richard Sankt. All out today, Stefan Peter-Hansel still taking all before him. In the car category, Kenjiro Shinazuka dropped to second place overall. He was only third fastest on today's stage, and it was his teammate Bruno Sabi who set the fastest time and became the fourth stage winner in 4 days, and also the new leader of the event. The Mitsubishi team in fine form, though, with Fontenay moving up to third place overall. All three Mitsubishis now moving ahead of Jean-Louis Schlesser. And this evening they arrived in Timbuktu, and thankfully for them, they arrived with their mechanics as well for any necessary work to be done. Yesterday was very, very hot. Temperatures over 35 degrees Celsius at times. Somewhat different to what we're experiencing in a rather Arctic winter here in Europe. But in Africa, it was very hot indeed. Peter-Hansel was fastest, but only by 1 second. He'd been rather ill overnight. They reckon he'd eaten some fairly dodgy chicken and chips the night before in the bivouac, and he was not feeling at all well. And can you imagine riding several hundred miles on a motorcycle when your stomach's giving you a bit of jip? Well, Peter-Hansel managed it, and he was fastest on the stage, as he has been, in fact, every single day so far, and established even more of a lead over the rest of his opposition. Some quite good performances, notably from Jordi Arkerons. He was second fastest and moved up into second place overall. And the British riders still in the event as well. John Deacon moved himself up into 32nd place overall, Ian Graham in 48th, and the four-man Irish team all still in the event, with their top member Adrian Lappin in 60th place on the CCM bike, the bike built at Blackburn in England. So all of the Irish team still in there. Nick Craigie was in 62nd, Richard Fair in 98th, and Willie Fitzsimmons in 99th. But there were problems for one or two of the riders, always a tale to tell. Javier Riba and Alvaro Bulto here stopped off with a few little problems with their bikes. Teammates working together on their KTMs to try and get things sorted out, and we spoke to Alvaro Bulto, the Spaniard, to find out what the problem was. We've had lots of mechanical problems all day long. We've twice broken the fuel pipes, and then with the other bike, the carburetor broke, and we spent all the stage repairing the bike, but that's the Dakar. I fell down twice, we fell down together as well. It was impossible because our truck in front of us was making so much dust. Today is black day, but we hope it will change. The problem is that we were late. We have to arrive before night, but hopefully we will make it. That's racing. Well, the two Spaniards managed to pick themselves up and carry on and get through to the finish. Another rider who was in trouble, though, was Miran Stanovnik, the number 106 biker, and he had yet another puncture to deal with.
Explain me what's happened.
It's the second time. Then when I crossed one bigger stone, I broke my rear tire, and the second time today. Before I broken my Moosgumi, now I broken this tube, and I tried to find somebody if he rent me, or I don't know what can we do now.
So poor old Miran Stanovic having to wait around to see if somebody would turn up, and thankfully a good Samaritan came along, and it was the Dutchman Jaap van der Kooi lying in 86th position, Miran himself lying in 52nd position, and Jaap van der Kooi happy to donate his spare inner tube. If only he could get it out of the pouch on the top of the fuel tank. But it gave Stavnovic the chance to continue.
So you find one?
Yes, it's very good now. I have to work now. But it's better than without tube. I hope that I will repair, and I will take the finish today.
So one problem solved due to the cooperation of another competitor, all part of the spirit of the Dakar. There are always some remarkable stories about the Dakar, and yesterday there was an interesting story about the German rider Jens Fritz, who had a fall, decided to take the opportunity to stop and have a pee while the bike was just slightly off the side of the road. But unfortunately for him, a Toyota came herring round the corner, the car of Gilles Serinet, and actually hit poor old Jens Fritz's bike. The bike caught fire, so did the tyre of the Toyota, whereupon Gilles Serinet put out the fire of his tyre, changed his wheel, and carried on without looking back at the bike, which was still burning away quite merrily. So perhaps the competitor cooperation system went a little bit wrong there, with poor old Jens Fritz left with a flaming motorcycle at the end of the day. Back to the car section, and it was a good performance from Mitsubishi once again, as we've come to expect, with Shinozuka taking the overall lead of the event. But there again were problems for the cars. This is the Land Rover Discovery of Antonio Mutino in trouble. On the way out of the village, it just stopped. We checked everything in the electronics, but it just doesn't work, and now we're trying to understand why. For an hour, we've seen all the people behind us, who were behind us in the classification, going ahead. I hope we'll be able to go back before the night. I hope we won't have to sleep here. Well, another Land Rover on the course. This is the Land Rover Jean-Marc Crespin, the Frenchman. And Mutino asking if there was a chance to help them out, asking for bits and pieces, but Crespin not really able to help much, unfortunately. And Mutino was left to try and sort something out. So not a great time for Mutino, losing a great deal of time, but he still came in 108th place, if only he could get the people out of his way. Well, just to let you know, well, some of the other competitors, Philippe Alliot, the ex-Formula 1 driver, still running. He's in 21st position. Henri Pescarolo was 36th at the end of this third day. Jutta Kleinschmidt had moved up to 17th place in her buggy from 52nd, and Britain's Dick Partridge was still there in 102nd position out of 120. So a good performance, and still going, Dick Partridge, and that's his main objective, of course. The beautiful countryside of Mali, where the next stage would wind its way from Nara to Timbuktu. They were about to start the longest stage of the entire event, and after the break we'll see how all the competitors got on.
Back to the Dakar Rally with Mitsubishi Motors Corporation.
Today's stage, 658 kilometres, that's virtually 400 miles for them to try and negotiate between Nara and Timbuktu, historically one of the most famous centres of scholarship and commerce in the Islamic world. And so to the motorbike, starting as ever bright and early this morning, around 7 o'clock this morning, the bike still in the event got underway. It's been a tough couple of days for all of the competitors, because the airborne mechanics who come in to help fix up the machinery haven't been allowed at the last two bivouacs. So all the mechanical work has basically been done by the riders and any support crew they may have in some of the trucks that come along behind. Well, that certainly makes life easier for the top works bikes, but as you can see, there was a little bit of confusion today on which way was actually the best way to go. Some of the front-running riders finding all sorts of troubles, but none more so than Thierry Magnaldi, who was lying in second place yesterday to Stefan Peter-Hansel. He was the leading KTM, but today he had big troubles. Well, everything was okay this morning. I was riding in the dust that had been kicked up by Jacarons and Stefan, and all of a sudden the engine just stopped. So the first analysis is the clutch is broken, and that's stopped the engine. It's a shame, because I was in a good position. But once more, fate is perhaps against me. Well, poor old Thierry Meunier, he's failed to finish the last 3 Dakars. That makes it 4 now with his retirement today. It's his 8th Dakar, so a 50% record. And having finished 3rd in 1991, it just doesn't seem to be going right for him ever since then. Stefan Peter Hansel, number 1, has won every single stage so far this year, and he matched that much the same today. The leader by 35 minutes going into today's stage, dominating the event on the Yamaha. Jordi Arcarons, the Spaniard, who now is seeming to have a little bit of a change of fortune. He started off rather slowly, had a few troubles, but he's now moved up to 3rd overall. This is Jose Luis Sturri on the Cagiva, up to 10th place. And a chance to watch through these fairly narrow tracks, this fairly early on the stage. But as you can see, the terrain becoming a little bit different now. We're getting out of the savannah, more into desert country, and yet the speeds are still very, very high. Everybody chasing Stefan Peter Hansel, but the pace that he's setting on the 850cc Yamaha really is proving to be virtually unmatchable by anybody else, and surely that's why we're seeing quite a few accidents further down the field as everybody tries their best to keep up with him. Peter Hansel, reckoned by Jean-Claude Olivier, the man who runs the Yamaha Motor France team, to be perhaps the best ever rider of African rallies, and he's certainly showing his skill again here in this year's event. Back to the action and to one of the first checkpoints of today. In fact, this was the 2nd checkpoint that they had to arrive at.
We decided to stop the race here.
And news from Hubert Oriol.
4 hours to go to checkpoint 3.
What they decided to do was to neutralize a section of the rally today. In fact, almost 180 kilometers were neutralized because of the number of people that were on the stage, a number of local villagers that were invading the stage.
The problem is there's too many people on the road because there's a big event in the town here at checkpoint 2, and it's really dangerous to leave the race like that, so we prefer to stop it.
So slight problems for the competitors. Although they still had to ride the distance, they weren't actually being timed, and that of course made it a lot safer as they went through the towns and villages on the route.
Today it's a really bad day for me because I was trying to put some other drops into my eye yesterday, and it's much more bad now. So with this eye, I have to slow down, otherwise it's much too dangerous. So, but I try.
Kenny Gardner just talking about the fact that he still can't see out of his right eye. Explanations continuing through the competitors. And poor old Kenny Gardner really struggling with that right eye. Has been giving him a lot of pain since the start of the event. 2 American riders deciding to ride together a lot of today. That's Danny Laporte and Jimmy Lewis, both of them from California, and both of them on the Dakar once again. It's Jimmy Lewis' 2nd event on the Dakar. Danny Laporte's done it a few times, finished 2nd for Cagiva back in 1992, but it wasn't going to be a particularly good day for Danny Laporte today. These were some pictures a little later on after Danny Laporte had dramatically crashed out of the event, and he was not in good shape.
Danny, what's happened? My shoulder came out. I dislocated my shoulder. I don't know what else.
So the end of the rally for Danny Laporte, but also today dramatic news that Heinz Kenny Gardner is out.
I was prepared for such problems because I was 5 months not on a bike. I mean, it's quite normal.
Kenny Gardner twisting his knee today after a fall, and that's really put him out of the event. So 2 of the top KTM riders out, and also Richard Sankt went out today. He'd already hurt himself a couple of days ago when he'd been 2nd place after the first stage. He then had a fall, and that obviously damaged himself. He also broke his water carrier today and discovered that he had a broken fuel line. His hand was hurting like mad after the damage he did to it the other day, and in the end he just cried enough. So Richard Sankt out of it today. Also Chris Attiger, the Swiss rider, he suffered a broken rib after a fall today. So it really has been a day of attrition in many ways, and it's the KTM team that seem to have suffered more than most. Oscar Gallardo, we're just seeing now, who was third on today's stage and has moved up to third place overall. So we've got two Spaniards going well up there at the moment, second and third places, but nobody can quite match Stefan Pederhansel. 100% record so far. He's won every single stage. But remember, he did retire last year on the 6th day of the event, down to bad fuel, so you never know what can happen. The results of today's stage then, Pederhansel fastest again by some 23 minutes from Arcaron's Gallardo there in third, ahead of the Austrian Dirk von Zeitzwitz, who's come up well in the overall ranking, and Guido Meletti. So in the overall order, Pederhansel has maintained a huge lead. In fact, he's got an advantage of just over an hour over his nearest opposition now. And just to let you know the latest results that we have through, which are very provisional at the moment, they may change. John Deacon has moved up to 23rd overall, Ian Graham 42nd, and Nick Craigie up to 46th. So the British and Irish team still going well, but those positions may change slightly when we get all of the results in later on. Back to day 4 of the 1997 Total Dakar, and looking at the car section now, the overnight bivouac in Nara, as everybody struggled to wake up this morning and get ready for another day's hard competition on the longest stage. But the British entry is still involved in the event, which is good news with Dick Partridge and Keith Parker, the two men from Ipswich, who've put everything together to compete on the rally this time. It's Partridge's 5th attempt. They managed to break the windscreen yesterday, as you can see here, but let's hear from Dick Partridge himself.
Well, we were just running along a long piece of track that was sunken into the surrounding ground in fairly soft sand. It's fairly quick. I suppose we were doing 60 or 70. The car just crossed up and got some grip, bit, and that was it. Over she went. But it was fairly docile, really. You know, no damage, no harm done to us, and the car is just a bit scratched and dented, as you see.
So he did seem fairly relaxed about the damage done to the vehicle, and as I mentioned, he was 102nd out of 126 yesterday.
We are very happy. We are now first position, but only we have done 3 days. Still we have 13 days, so quite a long rally. So we keep going.
Shinazuka, a real star in Japan. He's really a folk hero almost from his results in rallying over the years, top man on the Dakar over the last 10 years as well, one of the top men anyway. But a lot of opposition from his own teammates in the Mitsubishi team, Bruno Sabi and Jean-Pierre Fontenay. At the start of the stage this morning, but there were no Sangyongs to take the start of the stage this morning. Remember, a work Sangyong team entered this year for Patrick Tombe, ex-Grand Prix driver, and for Jérôme Rivière, a long-time off-road driver who competed in a buggy a few years ago. Well, the Sanyongs have had all sorts of problems right from scrutineering. Even on the first day of scrutineering, they had to weld up part of the axle on Tombe's car, and they both went out with suspension problems, etc. yesterday. So they're out of the event. To today's stage, though, and Kenjiro Shinazuka, the leader after yesterday's stage, still in some pretty good form. Jean-Louis Schlesser had lost the lead to Shinazuka the previous day with his buggy, the two-wheel drive buggy, remember, up against the four-wheel drive Mitsubishi Pajeros, and the two-wheel drive sometimes perhaps having a possibility of an advantage. Bruno Sabi getting himself a little bit out of shape, coming up to underneath the barrier. But the battle between Schlesser and the Mitsubishis continued today, but I have to say that the Mitsubishis got the better of Schlesser. He did not have quite such a good day. He lost around 15 minutes to the fastest of the Mitsubishis, and so he's lost touch just a little bit. Let's just hope that he can get this thing back onto the pace, because he's providing a real battle with the Mitsubishis. No one else is really in the hunt at the moment. The next nearest is well over half an hour down, and that's another Mitsubishi anyway, of Hiroshi Masuoka. So it's Schlesser who really is making the event at the moment, the challenge that he's giving to the Rally Art Mitsubishis, the Works team. But Schlesser is a very determined Frenchman, a very successful driver in all forms of racing as well. Former sports car champion, very fired up to do well this year. He's put this whole project together the cars, the buggies built in France. They've got American chassis. They've got the Seat badged engine, the V6 engine, and he's really out for victory, there's no doubt. More problems, though, today. As ever, we would expect to see more problems, this time for Duarte Guedes.
Well, I don't have any battery, so we must wait for the truck.
And you are here since how many time?
Oh, we arrived here at 9:45, so 1 hour. I think the truck will arrive around 11:30.
So a long wait for the man who finished 6th in the 1995 Dakar and is lying 11th overall at the end of yesterday's stage. Jean-Jacques Bertruy in his Mitsubishi. And Salvador Servia in the Nissan, not having a terribly good run. He was a bit unhappy about the way the car was running in the early stages. He's moved up to 7th place overall now. Running alongside the Niger River for part of today's stage. And the stage becoming more and more sandy. They really are getting more into desert country now as they approached Timbuktu. Up to that same checkpoint that we saw the motorbikes being told that part of the stage was being neutralized.
Yes. We give you 4 hours to go to checkpoint 3, and we'll give you a new start.
And the explanation from Oriol once again to Hiroshi Masuoka on this occasion. It's the Mitsubishi of Ponsawan Siri Watanakan from Thailand, who's had some good performances on the Dakar in the past.
You have 4 hours, and we give you a new start.
And the explanation made again. So they had 4 hours between the 2 checkpoints, not timed, remember, but the first part of the stage was timed, the second part of the stage was timed, the times added together to give us an overall result for today. But they still had to complete the distance. It just was the middle bit wasn't timed, so it still made it a very tough stage, even if perhaps they weren't going flat out in the middle bit. Schlesser was 4th fastest today, as I mentioned. That's dropped him down to 4th place overall. Jean-Pierre Fontenay is moved up to 3rd place overall. Just caught a glimpse there of Nicholas Craigie, the Irishman, on the number 61 CCM, as I mentioned, still going well at the moment. Bruno Sabi, though, he took his first stage victory and has become the new rally leader. So we have seen 4 different winners in the 4 days of the rally so far. Remarkable achievement, and it keeps changing around, and the lead really quite a narrow one. There's not much advantage. Sabi's got just over a minute over Shinazuka, who in turn's got about a minute and a half over Fontenay. Into Timbuktu this evening, this sprawling city of much legend, and a chance for them to take a little break and get some service done on the cars. They're the positions, the performances from today's stage. Sabi fastest, but the main news there really is the 4th place, because Jean-Louis Schlesser lost over 15 minutes, and let's just hope that he can make that up again to continue the battle with the Mitsubishis that we've seen in the past few days. In the overall ranking, it has changed the leader. Sabi is at the top of the list now. As you can see, Schlesser's dropped to 4th because of that less impressive performance today. But look at the gap behind him. 51 minutes. Hiroshi Masuoka is behind the overall rally leader. So the top 4 are battling it out for the honours so far. A struggle indeed it was yesterday for Dominique Huzio, who actually did manage to finish in 18th place, but it just goes to prove that the Dakar is not all about sand and desert. Dominique Huzio explaining that he'd been stuck in the mud for some 15 minutes. And he was waiting for the truck to help him to get out. Well, of course, the truck competing in the event itself, this is the truck number 414 of Milan Coroni in his Tatra. But of course, Coroni, while he might be willing to lend a little bit of a hand, doesn't want to lose too much time, because he's actually in the event itself, competing for overall position in the truck class. and in fact reasonably well up on in the list as well, lying in third place yesterday.
In day 5, stage 5 from Timbuktu to Gao, still in Mali. This is Mark Cole looking at today's events and a flashback at yesterday as well. Today, the rally follows the Niger River along the camel route from the holy city of Timbuktu to Gao, the 15th century Sahel trading city. Anyway, the news today that Fontenay wins the car stage, keeps third place overall, and just 58 seconds are covering leader Brunesabi, Kenjiro Shinazuka and Fontenay, with Schlesser still in touch 15 minutes back. Stefan Petterhansel fails to make it 5 out of 5. Terry Magnaldi, an impressive stage win after a new engine overnight. Yesterday first, so stage 4 and problems for all the top bikers. 10 bikers crashed and retired, 5 of them in the top 10. Richard Saint and Heinz Kindergardner both out. Saint with a broken wrist, Kindergard with knee and eye injuries. Out on the stage, Danny Laporte out. He's got a broken collarbone, he's out of the rally. Well, Stefan Petterhansel extends his lead to over 1 hour, telling all the other competitors, cross me, who dares? Kenjiro Shinazuka second on the stage, second overall, and this man, Brunesabi, won yesterday and keeps the lead of the Dakar Rally. Problems though for Belgian Jackie Lomans. His Toyota crashes when a wheel folds underneath it. He was 96 World FIA T1 champion diesel in this car. And Jackie Loadsman says, well, we're in the dust of another competitor from the beginning of the stage. I don't know if he heard us or not, but we tried everything to pass him, but it didn't work out. So here he was, driving quite slowly. That was the chance I needed to pass. And of course, with the dust, I saw nothing. We hit a bank, broke the front axle, and the wheel folded under the car. We're out of the rally. We're also out Dutchman Henk Verkulen on the KTM. He breaks a collarbone after the 45-year-old crashed. Man from South Holland be going back to Paris tonight to be repatriated. So a day of attrition, especially for the bikers, on what was one of the longest stages of the rally. 666 kilometers in all, from Nara to Timbuktu. Problems for the trucks as well. Raphael Thibault in the Mercedes trucks, good and truly stuck. Helmut Kruffel also in his DAF, and they help out the Nissan assistance truck of Yves Ferry. It's a Mercedes truck. Part of the camaraderie, the Dakar. Assistance trucks and racing trucks helping each other out here in the wilds of Mali. Well, Ferry's truck is pulled out backwards and gets going again, but still problems for Helmut Kruffel in that DAF. Massive 8-wheeler. Who'd expect it to be so damp in this part of the desert? Pierre Galgani in the Mitsubishi support truck, being helped out by the Nissan people. As we said, this is the spirit of the Dakar. Yves Ferry is pulled clear, and Helmut Kruffel is pulled clear. They'll continue heading for Gao. Not the only ones in trouble though. We heard last night one of the Hercules of the air fleet went off the runway into the sand, and that is being pulled out tonight. Welcome back to Eurosport and our coverage of the Dakar Rally. Today's stage, today Wednesday, 5th stage, Timbuktu to Gao, and it's a distance of 415 kilometers with just 9 kilometers of non-racing liaison. Well, the rally follows the Niger River towards Gao, and the route today passes Gourma-Rarous, where Terry Sabine, the organizer, was killed in a helicopter crash in January 1986. People are thinking of that today. Here's Hubert Oriol, the organizer of the rally now, talking.
Je suis très content parce que hier je lui ai dit, écoute, attends ton camion et roule, alors qu'il avait
Stage winner Terry Magnaldi.
Je suis très content de le voir là aujourd'hui, c'est vraiment bien.
We're telling about the route ahead today as we see Stefan Peter-Hansel going off on his twin-cylinder Yamaha. It's followed by Jordi Arcarons and Oscar Gallardo. Minaldi lost 6 hours yesterday with a broken engine, and today he's angry, which he says has motivated him. But for the moment, it's Peter-Hansel racing alongside the Niger. This twin Yamaha 30 to 40 kilometers faster than the single-cylinder KTMs. Peter-Hansel 4 times winner of the Dakar, not last year when bad fuel ended his race. Here's Gallardo, 7th on the Dakar last year, man from Barcelona riding Cagiva. Fourth on the special stage today, but there's a problem here for Swiss rider Isabelle Jomini. She has crashed and she has broken her leg. I don't know what happened, she told us. My bike slid wide in a curve, I fell, and I'm sure I've broken my leg. I don't think I can move my leg anymore. Later in the bivouac, she says, I'm so disappointed to stop, but it seems I must go back to Paris. It's all over.
Bah, il paraît que je suis obligée de rentrer.
Well, despite starting so far back, Minaldi passes bikes all day and goes on to win the stage. The first time Peter-Hansel has not won a stage on this event. Streaking through the desert, passing people in the Sahel, the savannah, as they head from Timbuktu to Gao. Gerard Jimink, second on the special stage today, moving up to 4th overall on the rally. Yesterday he rode 700 kilometers with bent handlebars. David Casterer, backup teammate to Stefan Peter-Hansel. We talked though to Oscar Gallardo later on after he finished 4th on the stage. It was a very difficult stage, he said, at the beginning because the road was hard to find because of bad signing. Also, the GPS satellite positioning is not so accurate because we're so close to the equator. Well, it became easier as we went on because we're running alongside the Niger River. And we had to leave the river on our right-hand side all the time, but we did need that GPS. So the racing down towards Gao. News on John Deacon, the Plymouth rider, 24th overall tonight. He was 34th on today's stage. He's a KTM dealer from Plymouth, British Enduro champion from 1986 onwards, sponsored by Nick Ashley and Beam. So John Deacon, won't see him in the picture tonight, but everyone can rest assured he is very much in the top 25. Picking up on Jean de Azevedo from Brazil in the KTM, and he is commentating as he goes along the route.
São 415 quilômetros especial. Está sendo duríssima essa etapa, muito cansativa.
Well, he said it's not like touring, I can assure you. We're going very fast here, more than 90 kilometers an hour on this soft sand.
Agora a gente está com o quilômetro 480, estamos chegando no final. Eu estou seguindo esse italiano.
Road's hard to find and the bike's sliding all the time, but we can make it. Well, he makes it, but not this man at the moment. Nick Craigie from Ireland, one of the Irish CCM riders. He's got problems with a head gasket, having crashed end over end. But can he make Gao tonight? He was 53rd this morning. Helping him, Vinny Fitzsimmons and Adrian Lapin.
I took a big roll here somewhere, don't know why. Just come down there and just let's take it. Back on her. Are you on G?
So the CCM Rotax riders, 600cc, 51 horsepower. And Craigie actually ran the prototype Dakar bike on the 96 Dubai Challenge, finishing 17th. He was Vinny Fitzsimmons 75th this morning, Adrian Lapin also with them 49th this morning. So the Irish still running well. Nick Craigie, we believe, has made it to Gao tonight, where he'll get extra repairs, as it's the first service allowed. Stefan Peter-Hansel still on his way to what many people are suggesting could be his 5th Dakar win. But it's early days. Today's only 5 days out of the 14. So racing down to Gao at the centre of the Tuareg uprising of the 1990s, and it was under siege for some weeks. It's been relatively calm since then, although bandits still frequent this part of northern Mali, and the bikers have to be very much alert. Well, we took the chance to talk to stage winner Manuel. He said it's a good special, very beautiful. We can enjoy riding with a good rhythm, and that's what really suits me. So 90-kilometer plus speeds today, but not for Carlos Sotelo, the Cagiva rider, who last night was in 8th place. He is out of the event. We caught up with him later on, parked by the side of the piste. There is Sotelo at speed, seen from the helicopter, but minutes later, he was out. Well, for me today it was the first stage in the desert, because the first 4 stages were like eliminators. I was in a good position to try and improve, but now I think I don't have any chance. Everything's gone, the bike is broken. It's over. So a quick look at today's bike results on the event. Stage won by Magnaldi from Jimmick, Peter Hansel, Gallardo, Castera, and Jordi Arcron's in 6th place, which means the overall standings on the rally at the moment keep Peter Hansel in the lead by 1 hour and 10 minutes from Jordi Arcron's, from Oscar Gallardo, from Gerard Jimmick, from Jimmy Lewis of America, and David Castera in 6th place. Well, we've seen 3 of the Irish.
To the other guys, Stefan, and it looks very well. And after that, I was going full speed, and I think I can make it. But I was on the finish, and I thought I was the first. But Bernaldi was starting very late, and then he was the winner. It surprised me.
That was the Dutch, Gerard Jimmick. But Terry Magnaldi said, of course, it's not the special, but I wanted a high-level fight with Stefan Pethansel because it was a distant fight. Stefan's a clever guy. He knows he's an hour ahead from Jordi Arcron, so he's dealing with that. And I know he's not going to take useless risks. So from now on, if I'm winning specials, I won't say I'm going to give Stefan presents, but it certainly will help him. What does Pethansel think? Well, the only important thing for me is victory in the Dakar. He said nothing else is more important. Stage victories are good, but they don't make an overall result. In the back last night, here is Irishman Ian Graham, the man from Ulster, 32 years old. He's a Carrickfergus restaurateur. He's been riding since 1980. Let's hear what Ian has to say. 42nd place at the moment on his KTM.
That's the last thing you want to be doing, is spending 3 or 4 hours working on the bike and then another 2 hours in the road book, you know, on your GPS and your road book, when you could be really sleeping. That's not difficult, and that's just tiring, you know, because you're up every morning. I was up this morning before 6 and didn't go to bed after 12 last night. It's the same the night before, you know. And you have no tent or anything, you're just lying with the creepy crawlies.
I'm sure Ian Graham's family there in Carrickfergus delighted to see those pictures of him from last night. 42nd today and still going like a train. British Enduro Championship rider since 1987 and well used to this type of racing. Now the other side of the coin is the professionals. The first service for 3 days, and this is the Yamaha crew. One of the Yamaha mechanics explains the Yamaha team's organised like this. We have 2 trucks, one's got 4 wheels and one's got 6 wheels, and inside each is one of the bike mechanics. When the 4-wheeler arrives, the mechanics go to eat, and after that they start working on Stefan's bike. And then the mechanics on the other trucks arrive, and the mechanic spends all night on the bike. The problem is if the trucks don't arrive, we'd have to wait to drive the rider up for him to go and work on the bike himself at a minimum. Well, this was yesterday morning before Danny Laporte crashed out, and we had a chance to talk to him. He said usually
we can figure it out. It's difficult because you want to do other things. You know, you want to prepare for tomorrow. You want to do the things normal. You know, find out where the course is going, clean your clothes, take a shower. But today we have to work, so it's a little different, you know. But that's part of the sport, I guess.
Well, Danny now out with a broken collarbone. We won't be seeing him again. Well, we're back with the Dakar. We're still in Mali on the road between Timbuktu and... Well, we're back with the Dakar. We're still in Mali on the road between Timbuktu and Gao. Well, the special, as we said earlier, 415 kilometers, average speed of 90 kilometers an hour for the cars. Route goes from valley to valley on sandy tracks, and there's many jumps to catch out the cars. And for the bikers, there's cacti. As I said earlier, very nostalgic, this part of the route where it crosses past Gourmet-Rousse, where Sabine, the Dakar originator, was killed in 1986, along with French pop star Daniel Balavoine and 3 others, whilst he was shepherding his bikers in late at night on the rally. Well, this is the man running the rally now, Hubert Auriol, himself a winner, and this is the local village poet. So if your French is up to it, he's actually made a poem out of numbers. Typical of the people of Mali here. Very much an Islamic country. Timbuktu, of course, the Mecca for Muslims of Africa. But Timbuktu being left behind for the moment, they will be going back there on January 15th. Back to the city that once was banned to Europeans until the mid-1800s, who risked being put to death if an infidel was caught in this holy city. Well, Salvador, Serbia, Hiroshi Matsuoka, Brunislav Sabi and Jean-Louis Schlesser all in action today. Schlesser 4th on the special stage, 4th overall, and his partner Jutta Kleinschmidt 5th on the stage and 9th overall. Well, this is Salvador, Serbia for Nissan. We're listening to his commentary as he races down the special stage. Well over 75 miles an hour. He says we're driving between the dunes, the sand's very soft. Better keep in the tracks, because if you go off the track, you lose speed. It's even more important in the curves. We have to be intelligent and as regular as possible. And he makes a message to his wife just there. He said, I want to send this message to my wife because 24 years ago today, she made the mistake of her life in marrying me. Well, problems for Thierry Delaverne. Also of Nissan, it's all over for Delaverne, the man who's won the T2 and T1 categories on the Dakar in the past. We're a bit worried because of noise in the engine, he said. I fear the worst. We're now waiting for assistance truck to have the final diagnosis. I'm afraid it's over. And indeed, tonight it's confirmed the engine's broken after overheating problems yesterday. This is Toyota France in action. Francis Bouni in his Toyota, fighting with teammate Jean-Pierre Cottret. They're fighting for 51st place in the car section. Well, Bouni saying, I can't see anything, but I'm going to try and pass him. But would you believe it? He's speeding up. Well, this is a road rage in the middle of the Sahara. Well, Bruno Sabi in fighting form, still overall leader of the rally. In comes Jean-Pierre Fontenay. First on the special stage, it's his second win on the rally, and in fact he's the only man to take 2 special stages. He's in 3rd overall as he races alongside the Niger. We talked to Fontenay at the end of the day. Well, it's my son Ulysses' birthday today. I wanted to offer him a special present. I won the special. I couldn't give him anything else, so that's his birthday present, and it was hard to get. Shinazuka second on the stage, staying in 2nd overall to Bruno Sabi, so it's still Mitsubishi 1-2-3 with Schlesser in his Seat powered buggy in 4th place. Another look at leader Sabi in the PIA car. Sabi, of course, winner of the Dakar in the past. Well, this gentleman said that Mitsubishi is the best car and he'd buy one if he only had the money. The scenes of the River Niger. They'll be following it all the way along from Gao to Tau tomorrow as they cross into the country of Niger. Well, here's the results of the cars today. Fontenay winning from Shino, from Sabi, Schless and Jutta Kleinschmidt 5th on the stage. Which leaves the overall rally situation tonight after 5 days as Bruno Sabi still leading from Shinazuka, Fontenay, the Mitsubishi 1-2-3, then Schlesser, and in 5th place Hiroshi Masuoka in the long wheelbase Challenger Mitsubishi. So great performance by that man, with Salvador Servia, who we heard commentating from his Nissan earlier, in 6th place. So 3 Mitsubishis, a Schlesser, another Mitsubishi, and Nissan filling the top 6. Well, there's a lot of behind-the-scenes activity. We've been following various aspects of this on the Dakar. This is one of the main event sponsors, Total Fuel.
Well, the
man from Total tells us that we have to keep the rally on the move, supplying them not just with car and bike fuel, but also, of course, the aircraft. We bring our pump with us, so you could be in your village at home. But here we are in the middle of Mali. And here behind me, he said, is 60,000 litres of fuel. We have that at every bivouac. Blue and white barrels for the cars and the red and white barrels for the bikes. We mustn't get them mixed up. And he said, honestly, we worked out we use as much fuel on the Dakar as a motorway service station in France will use in a whole week. Well, in come the racers to fill up.
Mais le full, parce que comme on roule dans le mou...
Nous allons commencer à servir depuis hier à 16h l'assistance, les véhicules de l'assistance ainsi que les camions. Les premiers véhicules sont arrivés à 16h.
Telling us about the way they carry the fuel, it comes in on the trucks and they have to stay ahead of the rally all the time, at least 2 days ahead to set up, get everything ready, and of course they have to fill up the bikes midway through stages. The cars have enough fuel usually to last the whole day. So in the afternoon we can pack up after the bikes are gone and we have to race on to the next meeting point for refueling.
Well,
it's not just daytime, it goes on all night, says the Total man. He said, of course, people are coming in late, up to midnight, and they need fuel, so we don't get much sleep. Coverage of the Dakar Agadez Dakar Rally of 1997. You'll join me, Mark Cole, as we see pictures of disaster today for Jean-Louis Schlesser. He has rolled out of the Dakar. Overnight, leader Sabi had a puncture, dropped to 3rd, and that man, Shinazuka, takes the lead from Fontenay. In the bikes, Peter Hansel makes it 5 out of 6, but 4th placed Gerard Jimink here is out of the event, injured. Well, let's look back at yesterday. First, a flashback to stage 5 on Wednesday, January the 8th. Terry Magnaldi won the stage despite having to change an engine on the piste the day before. He's still, though, outside the top 20 after losing a lot of time. Well, this man, Gerard Jimmink, in second place yesterday on the KTM. The Dutch rider really putting on a fine show. And Stefan Petterhansel on the #1 Yamaha, still keeping the lead of the rally here, racing along the side of the River Niger, the third largest river of Africa. Well, Bruno Sabi, third on the stage for Mitsubishi, but he keeps his lead of the 97 Dakar. Nissan's Terry de Laverne, though, out with engine failure. The man everyone expected would take the top Nissan honours on the event. And Jean-Pierre Fontenay wins the stage and keeps his place in third overall. Well, the rally is still in Mali yesterday and today, leaving the Niger River and heading east across the desert. After changes to the route, you'll hear more about that in a moment. A combination of camel grass desert and rocky tracks where punches can happen. And would you believe a weekly bus service going 400 kilometers from Gao to Niamey, which is near today's destination, takes nearly 30 hours. The trucks will be using a different tarmac route and there'll be no plane mechanics. This is a local branch of Toys R Us in Mali. Jean-Paul Bossonet there in a Mercedes-Mitsubishi support truck. And a man we thought had retired yesterday, Belgium's Jackie Lomans, maybe still in the rally despite his front axle collapsing on the Toyota. It's been a hard event, it's been a tough event, and we're not even halfway through it yet. Hubertorial last night modifying the route to avoid taking risks in the Aya Massif in the north of Niger, where there's still bandit problems. Today the Dakar should have run another 400-kilometer liaison to Tahua in Niger, but this has been changed to a special tomorrow. He tells us why.
I think it was important to go back to Niger, and everybody's waiting for that, you know. Same thing here in Gao. They were waiting for the race because it's very important. Now business is starting again, and it's important to show that life is again okay, and they need business, they need to see people, and it's the same today in Niger. So we have to, they want us to come, that's sure, and we work very hard. We start working about 6 months from this problem of Niger. But unfortunately today, I mean, I'm the organizer and I have to take the decision, and my decision is no risk for the people who come with us, so I modify the race.
It's the first time the event has been back to Niger since 1992. That's how important it is. Well, changes to the route. There's the new route going today from Gao. To Menaka, and then changing on Friday and Saturday. A bit more about that in the next 2 nights' programs. But Saturday's Ali Agadez stage has been cancelled. So you're back with Eurosport, you're back on the Dakar. And let's have a look at today's events on this stage 6, Thursday, January the 9th. 80 bikers starting this morning out of the 127 who originally left Dakar 5 days ago. And number 3, Terry Magnaldi, starting this morning as a special stage 5 winner, but 29th overall after losing his engine on Tuesday. Scenes around this very low mud town of Gao here in the real Sahel of Mali as they're gradually moving into the larger wastelands of the Sahara, heading towards the forbidding Tenere Desert, which they will reach after the weekend. Stefan Petterhansel, leader by 1 hour and 10 minutes at this morning start, hoping to make up more today. He has won 4 of the 5 stages on the rally so far. Well, Serge Del Palacios of Honda suddenly realises he's nearly forgotten his GPS. Has to go back for it. Well, he's sorting that out. He has a chat with Isabelle Jomini at the start, but let's quickly look at the Brits. See what's happened. There's Isabelle with her broken leg. She's out of the event. But news today, John Deacon tonight, 24th on the event on his Plymouth Run KTM. 2 places ahead of Terry Magnaldi, who's gone up to 26th today. Ian Graham from Carrickfergus, the fish and chip shop owner. He is 42nd overall on his KTM. But sadly, Irishman Nick Craigie out after his engine failed yesterday, leaving his CCM teammates Vinny Fitzsimon in 65th place, Richard Fair in 67th, and Adrian Lappin in 49th place.
I sleep in the street, and I put the
Well, a sort out going on there, just explaining how the GPS fits on, and Isabelle Jomini, we saw on the programme yesterday, about to be repatriated back to France with that fairly broken leg. Well, it's Kamashi Yoshi on his Honda there, 20th overall this morning, getting lost, as Stefan Petter-Hansel really lays down the dust and shows no fear on this event. He is the winner of the stage today, and he maintains his lead of the rally. 1 hour, 15 minutes ahead of closest challengers, Jordi Acarons and Oscar Gallardo, the 2 Spains riding for KTM and Cagiva. So Yamaha, KTM and Cagiva, 3 manufacturers in the top 3 places in the bikes, which is more than you can say for the cars, as you'll find out in a moment. Jimmy Lewis starting 5th overall, the American KTM rider. We see some of the camel grass, the cactuses, and the Sahel vegetation they're riding through. Here is Jimmy Lewis, the distinctive orange of his factory KTM. But this is 4th place, Gerard Jimink. He crashes only 5 kilometers after the start of the stage. Jimink, incidentally, one of only 2 riders to have beaten Petter-Hansel on a stage this year.
It was not good concentration, I think, in the beginning of the start. That was the mistake. And I was my shoulder out, I think. Many years ago, it happened 2 times. It's not the strongest one. It's okay with me, but...
So if you pick that up, he's dislocated his shoulder. He damaged some years ago. It's the wrong shoulder, and it's out again. So he's out of the event. Stefan Petter-Hansel increasing his lead with this stage win, just powering his way through on the twin Yamaha. Meanwhile, Terry Magnaldi on the KTM, which is only a single, remember, trying to pick up places today.
Got to do a little navigation here. The course is turning
on board with Lewis.
And watch out for some of these ditches. Here we go, we got some silt here. Not so bad though, it's not coming up over my front fender like it was the other day. That was deep. Camera crew or something out there, it just confirms that you're going the right way. I bet you it's a hell of a view from up there though. They ought to put a helmet on my head.
Well, the 2 Spaniards, Jordi Acarons and Oscar Gallardo, 2nd and 3rd, riding together. Number 2 there, Acarons, and 17, Gallardo. KTM and Cagiva. They eventually reach the bivouac tonight at Menaca, and these thorns in the thorn trees and cactuses are part of the problem. Acaron's getting medical treatment for these spikes. He's got them in his hands, in his legs. A little bit poisonous, these spikes. You don't want to leave them in there. Petter-Hansel hurts as well. Even the bikes get it. So Stefan Petter-Hansel leading the rally quite impressively after 6 days.
La primera parte era una pista rápida.
Well, Oscar Gallardo Fifth on the special stage today, saying it was very hard going. My front end kept washing out. So I had a little bit of control problem, but at least I'm still in third place. Haven't lost too much time.
Today's stage was the first time we got off and ran completely off the course, so you're relying solely on the GPS, and it was pretty easy to follow. It wasn't so long, and the dunes weren't so sharp. They were more of the rolling dunes, so it was pretty easy. It wasn't as difficult as I had suspected.
This is Stefan Peter Hansel saying Terry Magnaldi started very fast out in front, and it was hard for me to catch him back. He was ahead of me, but as soon as we started off the piste, I found a better way. I caught him up, and then we ran together. Well, there's the results then today of the special stage. Peter Hansel back in control, winning 5 out of 6 stages. Terry Magnaldi, Jordi Acarons, Jimmy Lewis and Oscar Gallardo, with David Castera on the Yamaha supporting Peter Hansel just outside the top 5 in 6th place. Just a reminder of the overall positions. Peter Hansel from Acarons Gallardo, but look at the gap. He has 2 hours and 8 minutes over the third place man, Gallardo. And is anyone going to be able to catch the flying Professor Peter Hansel? Watch this space and we'll find out. Well, a quick look now at the roadbook side of the rally. Now, they use GPS systems, which is global positioning satellites. Here's Kenjiro Shinizuka and his co-driver, Henri Magna.
Quite good, okay, no big problems. Only sometimes you have been surprised to see that a lot of people didn't follow the waypoint given by organizers, but for us it was perfect. We did.
Now, the GPS works by taking positioning from 2 or even 3 satellites and giving you pretty precise details of where you are to within about 10 meters. But being so close to the equator can lead to slight variations.
I'm checking the road book to get some information to put on the GPS. I'm trying to get the GPS waypoints and some information about the village or the information we can put on the map to make a route.
So what happens, you put all the waypoints onto a computer, then you put the floppy into the car's GPS system, and here's how it works. Computer wizard Baptiste loading the info into Shino's system.
So now the route is finished,
so I have to plug the cable.
This is how sophisticated the Dakar has come. Henri Magna again.
What I am doing now is to put some color on all the dangers, to be sure to not forget. For example, this one is a big danger. I must not forget to announce to the pilot, because if I forget, it will be the crash. We have a little bit more than other entrants, because on our screen we have a map, a 200,000 scale map, and we have an arrow, which is a car moving on the map. So we can see all the pistes. The maps are old, but we can see the piste and we can move on the map.
We'll take a break, afterwards come back and see the cars. We're back on the Dakar on Eurosport as 115 cars and trucks out of the original 135 starters prepare for the off on stage 6. Schlesser we saw preparing for the stage start as Fontenay goes off first as yesterday's winner. Jutta Kleinschmidt driving the Eurosport-backed Schlesser original Seat V6 powered buggy. She goes off now, although she's still some way down the order after her problems. But then disaster for Jean-Louis Schlesser. He rolls over only 10 kilometers into the stage. Same problem Jimink had, a very early accident. And his co-driver Philippe Monet has hurt his hand. He's in some pain. Hubert Oriol's there very quickly. with his helicopter, but Monet, who should have been celebrating the fact that Britain's Tony Bullimore and France's Thierry Dubois were found in the Pacific today after their yachts capsized, because he himself is a round-the-world yachtsman, but he's in too much pain to care about that at the moment. Passing Toyota crew help. That's what's happened. The wheel has come out, the center of the wheel, and the buggy has rolled several times. Tire has gone off completely. Well, Monet getting some treatment as a local inhabitant brings that tire back. Well, the tire came off the rim. We're doing 160 kilometers. I think it's over. Yeah, Philip's in some pain. Chassis looks okay, but there's a lot of damage to repair. Philip's a bit pale, but he's saying he can go on. It's just he can't stand blood that he nearly fainted. So anyway, Schlesser has decided to stop. Well, they eventually put the screen back in as Monet's airlifted out to have treatment to his hand, and Schlesser drives on to Gao. He'll concentrate on helping his teammate Jutta Kleinschmidt. This is Philippe Alliot in the Nissan T1 Patrol GR. He's second at the moment in T1 to Sauser.
C'est pas indiqué. Et il faut faire attention.
Well, Fontenay, second on the special, moves up to second overall because of the problems Sabi will have later on. Shinazuka. He's worried about his gearbox, but he's pushing hard today, and he's looking to take the lead of the rally. Well, Bruno Sabi, in fact, had a puncher and finishes third on the special stage. Drops to third overall after losing 4 minutes 16 seconds. Let's go on board with Sabi as he makes up time after that puncher. He says the route's fairly winding. He's having to brake with the left foot to slow down in all of the corners to be in order to be in a good position before each curb. I rather like to get the car lined up and sideways before we go into the curb. I don't want to risk going off the track because that loses us time. It slows us down. The driver has to really concentrate, hold the steering wheel very lightly, listen to the co-pilot, and of course all the time watch out for the bikers.
Là, je place au pied gauche de façon à pivoter, à faire pivoter la voiture avant plutôt qu'elle pivote à la sortie parce que attention dans 200 à la sortie ça me fait perdre ondulation. T'as compris? À la sortie.
You can hear Dominic Serious telling him to leave the piece there, telling him there is a biker in front, watch out.
Là, vous voyez la moto, elle m'entend pas, voilà c'est bon.
Gives him the horn. And that poor biker now lost in the dust cloud from the Mitsubishi Pajero. Of Bruno Sabi. Well, Shinazuka wins the stage and takes the lead of the rally. It's his second stage win on this event, and Japan leads the 1997 Dakar. He was a delighted driver.
It was quite short distance, only 340 or something, but middle of the stage. We don't have piste, off-road, completely off-road. It was very, very difficult, very, very dangerous because sometimes big hole, we cannot see. We had 2 times bad jump, but fortunately we finished.
So Shinazuka, the man who twice won the Ivory Coast Rally, still the only Japanese to win a World Rally Championship event. Can he win the Dakar? Let's see over the next few days. Well, Jean-Pierre Fontenay still on a charge, second overall, after finishing second on the stage with Bruno Musmara. Well, Jutta Kleinschmidt avoids Schlesser's problems, finishing fourth on the special. She moves to seventh overall. Let's listen to her commentary on the road.
They can repair the car. It was not looking too bad.
Nonetheless, she is 3 hours 38 minutes down on the leader, although she's now in 7th overall. Carla Souza driving Portuguese Toyota, leading T1, 11th overall, just ahead of Filipe Alliot. As the cars scare off the local wildlife, we're looking for Duarte Guedes in the Desud Nissan Terrano. There he is indeed, 17th overall. Guedes, the man who finished 8th on last year's Dakar. Giacomo Vismara, his Vismara Mercedes moves up from 12th to 12th from 15th of yesterday. So good showing there. Well, let's have a quick look at what the Brits are doing. Just the two Brits, Dick Partridge and Keith Parker from Ipswich. Well, they were 98th this morning in their Isuzu Trooper, or 98th of the 115 survivors. No news yet tonight because a lot of people still have to come in yet. But this morning they were 19 hours, 51 minutes down on the rally leaders. Looking at some of the other crews, Joanne Lemos and Karine Douay, we just saw there, the only all-girl crew, 65th tonight. And in the trucks, Joseph Petit, 4th overall for Hino. His teammate Peter Johan Reif leading the trucks in 37th overall. Let's have a look at the car results of today. Dakar, Agadez Dakar Rally. And here's today's events. Carlos Sotelo wins at the special stage. Stefan Peter Hansel, though, although 5th on the stage, still leading by 1 hour, 20 minutes tonight. A big fight for the lead, though, today. Kenjiro Shinazuka of Japan and Jean-Pierre Fontenay of France. Tonight, Shino still leads by 21 seconds. Let's have a look back at yesterday, Thursday, January the 9th, stage 6, where Jean-Louis Schlesser rolled out of the rally. It was a big accident. 7 times he rolled and injured the hand of co-driver Philippe Monet, the round-the-world yachtsman. Shinazuka won the stage and took the rally lead after teammate Bruno Sabi punctured, and for Dutchman Gerard Jimink out after his Flying Dutchman act came to grief. Dislocated shoulder, and he's flying home tonight. But Stefan Peter Hansel wins the stage, his 5th of the 6 stages, and extends his lead of the 1997 event. Well, a few retirements, but plenty of people got stuck. Toyota teammates Akada Yukata and Jean-Pierre Lasser help each other as they go through this part of Mali. Temperatures close to 40 degrees here, and it shows in the sweat on the strain. Eventually they get going again and make the overnight bivouac at Menaka, an unscheduled bivouac as the route was changed yesterday to avoid bandit problems in the north of Niger. So they're still in Mali yesterday, they're going into Niger today. Big problem here for Bernard Malfario. Toyota support Mercedes. Tires exploded, as you can see, but they get it changed fairly quickly in the middle of the desert and get on their way without losing too much time. Big battle for the trucks. Carol Lepre looking to win for Tatra again, but he's got a lot of opposition, and it's Hino who are leading him at the moment, with Johan Peter Reif keeping that lead for Hino, and Joseph Petit 4th behind his teammate. Well, this is the sort of countryside they've been going through. The rally leaving Mali today, Friday, and heading southeast, crossing the border into Niger for the first time since 1992. It's a combination of camel grass, desert, and rocky tracks where punctures are frequent. Well, the locals preparing the maize for the family's evening meals. Largely French-speaking in this part of the world, and largely Muslim, as they cross into Niger, the second largest country of West Africa, with 8.8 million population. It's a former French colony, but it's been independent since 1916. In the north are the 2,000-meter-high Ayer Mountains, and then the formidable dunes of the Tenere Desert to the east, where the rally will be heading after a Sunday rest day. So in Menaka last night, these are the scenes as the raiders arrive late at night. No outside assistant, no air mechanics, and most of the trucks having to take a tarmac route, bypassing this part of Mali as they head on for Tahua. for tonight's bivouac at the end of day 7. Stefan Peter Hansel, rally leader, looking for his 5th win on the Dakar. Now behind the 276 competitors who started this event from Dakar is a fairly formidable air fleet. 22 planes carrying food, mechanics, journalists, television equipment, medical equipment, etc. Well, there's 13 organisation planes, and this is the Nahua airport manager.
33 on the blue point Mike 08. In use, we have in a week 1 or 2 planes, that's all. But today you can see our airport is plenty with plane and people, so we are very, very proud. We are very proud. We are very proud of Rally.
As you heard, 2 flights a day, but 22 on this Friday afternoon.
Consiste à partir une journée en avance sur le rallye.
We're part of the air reconnaissance crew saying, well, our work here is one day earlier in the rally than the rally competitors. We find out where the planes are going to be parked. We've got 22 planes and 7 helicopters to place, so we'd rather not have problems at the start of the next stage and setting up the bivouac. We like to get everything ordered and in place. And how about the air coordinator for Terry Sabine organisation?
A parking area that was supposed to be strong enough for an aircraft then appears to be self-sand because the top was quite hard, but I had only 50 centimeters, about hard top and then soft sand. And when a heavy aircraft comes, it breaks this hard top and then sink in the soft sand.
Well, I mentioned about this Hercules C-130 a couple of nights ago getting stuck, and here is the story. They were at Timbuktu, and this SAF, South African Airways Hercules, became wedged solidly in the Sahara sand. Well, the pilot is one of the most experienced of all the South African bushflyers, Clive Davis, and it was up to him, once the television crews had finished their work for the evening, to get the plane out after dark, and just watch how he did it. 4 engines and full power. That is the spirit of the Dakar. We'll be back in a moment to look at today's Stage 7 Friday with the bikes. Welcome back to Eurosport, our coverage of the 1997 Dakar Dakar Rally with me, Mark Cole, looking at today's Stage 7. A new route, 396-kilometre special between Menaka and Tahua. Cancelled because of those bandit problems in the north of Niger. Well, today they will cross into Niger, and the news tonight, as in England and France, snow sweeps the countries. It might be 40 degrees in this picture looking at the moment, but they are forecasting snow in Niger, in the mountains. Well, 79 starters amongst the bikes of the original 127. Quick look at how the Brits and the Irish are doing this morning. John Deacon and Ian Graham started this morning, no problem, and the 3 Irishmen, Vinnie Fitzsimmons, Richard Fair and Adrian Lapin, all still running. Ian Craigie, they're out on Wednesday with engine problems, as you might have seen. We're on board one of the Terry Sabine organisation helicopters, Hubert Oriel's copter, in fact, chasing the bikes as Stefan Peter Hansel, 5th on the special today, keeps his 1 hour 20-minute lead. Number 8 here, David Castera, Stefan Peter Hansel's backup, 2nd on the special and 5th overall. This is Carlos Sotelo there on the number 19, Kajiva. He wins the stage as he crosses the border, but he's 21st overall after problems earlier in the event. He had a loose tyre on the Timbuktu to Gower stage, had to use a belt to strap the tyre onto the bike, and consequently lost 4 hours waiting for help. Fernando Gil of Spain, KTM, 21st on the special and 10th overall. In comes Petter Hansel to the border crossing, keeping ahead of Arcarons on the stage, which is his aim on the rally. Arcarons 9th on the stage after 2 falls today, but still in 2nd place overall behind Petter Hansel. Gubertorial marshalling the locals. So happy to see the Dakar back in Niger after a 5-year gap. In comes stage winner Carlos Sotelo. He hasn't won the stage at this point, but he's going to in another hour's time. Collecting the stamps which show they've been through the checkpoint. As Jean de Azevedo of Brazil on the KTM comes through the checkpoint and leads at high speed. But just 2 kilometers later, the bike breaks. Fortunately, Jean de Azevedo is riding with his brother Andrea, who catches up a few minutes later. Jean told us the motor broke. It was difficult to finish the special because nobody came near me, and I wanted to have a good result to take home to Brazil. So brother Andrea arrives, tows him into Nahua, and Jean loses more than 2 hours. Andrea, by the way, 19th overall and 5th in the marathon class for standard bikes. Let's have a look at some of the other action today. Guido Miletti on the Kawasaki there, one of the few in the event, 10th on the special and 7th overall. Here he is on the number 20. And these guys are pushing. Rally leader Petter Hansel, the Professor. This man, Slovenian ski instructor Miran Stavnonik on his KTM, 30th on the special. And Dirk von Zwitzwitz, German Dakar rookie, 8th on the special and 6th overall. He's an endurance expert normally. Paulo Marques from Portugal on the KTM, going past Norbert Schilker, KTM, who's riding with 3 broken ribs.
Nothing.
Dirk von Zwitzitz on board with him, listening to his commentary, saying in German, it was an easy day for us today. We could race quickly because conditions are good, almost like an Autobahn. Not really dangerous. So we had a funny sort of day and we could enjoy the racing. I'm very happy. Certainly more than 100 kilometers an hour today.
They're 8 minutes faster today. How they do it? I think they have to risk a lot. Woo! Nice corner. These squeeze are very dangerous. You try to catch your arm and then it's off the handlebar and you're off the bike.
Ja, war eigentlich ganz gut zu fahren heute, die schnellen Streckenstücke.
Yeah, von Zwitzwitz again saying, yeah, well, it's
gut zu fahren und
good conditions. Yeah, nice corners today. I really did enjoy it and had a chance to look around much better than it was for the last 2 or 3 days.
Aber war gut, ich bin zufrieden.
But behind him, Carlos Sotelo arrives. It's down in 21st place overall, but he wins that stage. He was 3rd, incidentally, last year on the Dakar, and in 1995 finished 11th. So Sotelo wins the stage, it's Kajiva's first. We talked to the Spaniard after he arrived.
O que é que fazia aquilo? Cá de experiência vou testar bem aqui. É pena que mais pilotos portugueses não venham cá.
Well, it was impossible to have a good position for me, he said, because 2 days ago I had a very big problem with my bike.
A maior parte, mesmo a mim, mas eu tenho tentado realmente vir cá para ganhar bocado de experiência.
So in comes Sotelo at the end. 2 days ago, he said, I had a big problem with the bike and I've been fighting hard after this tyre problem because I decided that even if I'm not going to win the rally and I'm in 21st, at least I'm going to win stages. Well, I've done it today. Well, this victory is for Alexandra and for Anthony Boluda, who worked very hard every night after being 6 hours in the trucks as my support. Well, the Brazilian brothers arrived. News on our British and Irish riders. John Deacon, 26th tonight. Ian Graham, 42nd. Adrian Lappin, 50th. Fitzsimmons, 64th. And Dick Fair, 66th.
Donc on va changer le moteur parce qu'il a le droit de continuer.
So a little bit of news from those gentlemen. As you see the results coming out, John Deacon saying it's been a bit difficult. I had problems with my trip meter and rolling road book. He said, but I'm only riding at 50% because my sponsor Nick Ashley has made it clear I've got to finish this year. Richard Fair, please the organisers changed the route for the last 2 days, says I've been feeling really rough for the last couple of days. Heat doesn't help, there's no way I could do it if yesterday's stage had been a stage and a road section, so it would have been just too long. He's 65th. Just a reminder, Northern Ireland's Ian Graham, the Carrickfergus fish and chip shop owner, 42nd place, while CCM riders Adrian Lappin and Vinnie Fitzsimmons are 50th and 64th, respectively. Well, Peter Hansel leading by 1 hour 20 minutes, as you can see. Can anyone stop him? Doesn't look like it. We're going to take a short break and we'll have a look at the cars. We're back on Eurosport on the Dakar. This is Salvador Servia, top Nissan driver at the moment. He told us how the rally's going. The problem in the beginning of the rally was because of the transition part of the stage, and now it's a special stage, and obviously the map's not very good now, so we're relying on GPS. We've had to be careful because we reckoned the road was going to be dangerous, and it was, as you've seen by the number of people who've gone out over the last couple of days. The scenes now in Niger, this beautiful, happy country, very happy country. I was there in 85 and 86 on the Dakar, and it was a relief after the harshness of Mali and Algeria to meet the Niger people. This is the type of villages they're going through now, Islamic country basically. But problems for Jutta Kleinschmidt today. Had to have a wheel change. She started off in 8th place this morning. She's now got Jean-Louis Schlesser and his team giving their full backing to her as she races her Schlesser original buggy with the Seat V6 power behind it across the desert. Hitoshi Matsuoka, the Mitsubishi Challenger long wheelbase car, passing Jutta. He debuted that car in 1996 in Dubai, finishing 4th, so he's expecting to do great things with this 3.5 litre diesel. Well, Jutta, who's backed by Eurosport incidentally, continues on her way. Let's listen to a commentary on board in English.
Tower, exactly. Normally this special today would be the liaison of yesterday, but you can see it's a real special. So it's not so easy to drive, there's a lot of sand and it's very broken. Only the first 100 kilometers was very fast. I think we make an average for more than 150, 160 around. But now it's not at all fast anymore. Very sandy.
Well, you try doing that with a cup of coffee in your hand. Well, Jutta 4th on the stage despite the punches, and she moves up to a very credible 6th tonight. But look at this. This is the battle for the rally of the 1997 Dakar. Kenjiro Shinazuka and Jean-Pierre Fontenay, 1st and 2nd, fighting it out at full speed, sometimes even in different directions. ...170 kilometers per hour they were timed at, and the rev limiters on these Mitsubishis cuts in at 172 kilometers an hour. The 200 car Fontenay, the 205 car of Japanese Shinazuka. Well, it's Fontenay who makes it in first to the checkpoint, and he wins the stage today. by just 4 seconds from Chino. Fontenay telling us, I was behind Chino for a while and I wanted to pass and it was good. Then we had a good race and we didn't see each other for a while. We were on parallel tracks, 200 or 300 meters apart. And I came back and we crossed each other's paths without realizing it was. Anyway, then we started racing. Well, I won't say that. We went very quickly and I crossed the trail 20 or 30 meters in front.
I don't know how many different, but still I think 10 or 15 seconds different general position.
Mr. Bremer, I mean, you've got a wonderful situation as far as you're concerned at the moment, with 3 cars fighting for first place. Is it a little too close?
The only word I don't like is fighting. The situation is good. We are leading. It's exactly what we want to do. But we should not fight. And I think they are intelligent enough not to fight. I mean, it is too early to say something about who could win, who should win. It's much too early.
Ulrich Bremer, the man who managed the brilliant Paris-Le-Cap wins for Mitsubishi and Sabi's last wins anyway. Here's the action. Bruno Giacomo Vismara, Mercedes prototype, stopped in these 40-degree temperatures. He was 13th yesterday. He's lost 2 hours and he's dropped to 19th, as he tells us. The problem was the truck came in, got into difficulties. It's a pity because we're in the neighborhood of Village, but the mirrors outside, the truck couldn't be used, so we couldn't see anything behind us. It was a big problem. We had to pass the truck in the sandstorm. Well, everything went wrong today. I'd rather not talk about it. Maurizio Traglio, Nissan, 7th yesterday, but he drops 2 places. Jutta Kleinschmidt splitting him and Vismara. Masuoka going past as well. And this is Denmark's Ivan Riedsthot, his Peugeot P4 being pushed into the Village. The only Peugeot on the event having started 68th this morning. Well, how about our British friends? Dick Partridge and Keith Parker in the Isuzu Trooper. Well, the men from Ipswich are still strong in the running. They had to fit a new windscreen after rolling the car out in the week, and yesterday they lost time after breaking a track rod. And Dick told us with no spare they had to cut a piece of metal off their jack handle and weld that on to use that. So anyway, this morning they were 101st of the 110 starters. They've never before made it past halfway in the 4 Dakars they've run in, so maybe this is going to be their lucky one. Halfway is Sunday coming. Bruno Sabi, 3rd today on the stage and still 3rd overall. So no change in the top there. Mitsubishi 1, 2, 3, 4 with Nissan, Schlesser and Nissan trying to knock them off their perch. Here are the results of the stage 7. Fontenay Shinezuka, Sabi, Jutta Kleinschmidt there in the Schlesser, and Hiroshi Masuoka in the long wheelbase Mitsubishi Challenger Diesel. Great performance in 5th place, just 26 minutes back, bearing in mind that this stage was 370 kilometers long. Well, there's the overall positions. Shinezuka still leading, first Japanese to have led an event this long. Fontenay, Sabi, Masuoka and Serbia, and just outside that top 6 is Jutta Kleinschmidt in 6th place. Good evening, welcome to day 9, Sunday, January 12 of the Dakar Rally, rest day in Agadez in Niger, as the president of Niger, Ibrahim Barry, visits the bivouac after 4,428 kilometers of rallying by the intrepid Dakar. Stefan Peter Hansel for Yamaha, leading by 1 hour 23 minutes after winning 6 of 8 stages, and Japan's Kenjiro Shinezuka, leading for Mitsubishi in the cars by 1 minute 42 seconds after 3 stage wins. Johan Peter Reif for Hino leading the trucks by 39 minutes, and Henri Pescarolo, T1 Toyota, on board. We're going to be looking at that later in the show. Well, this is the halfway point of the Dakar. Agadez is the beautiful mud city in the north of Niger, along the jumping off point for expeditions into the Tenere Desert and the rest of the Real Sahara. But Tuareg problems in the Ayer Mountains to the north and problems in southern Algeria have kept the road between Algeria and Niger restricted for some 5 years now. The first time the rally's been back to Niger, in fact, since 1992. Well, after starting from Dakar on Saturday, January 4th, it wasn't until yesterday, Saturday, Jan 11, that the Raiders reached the first dunes of the 1997 event. Now they have several days in the sand after today's Sunday rest day, and the dunes caught out many, as you can see. Belgian François Boucher, a touring car driver, survived this one and continued to arrive in Agadez 55th overall. Third place, Bruno Sabi digging himself out, having become stuck just 10 kilometers from the finish of the stage. But for others, as dark fell last night, they were still short of reaching home. Well, there's nothing that Isabel Robalo would like to do more than get to Agadez. Well, we've got a problem with our car, she said. We've been stuck in the sand now for 45 minutes. We hope a truck will be coming along soon to help us. The Portuguese lady with her co-driver Chur Lima eventually do make it. Others meanwhile passing. This biker has been on the road since 8 in the morning. It's now 8 in the evening. Well, Jordi Giovanantoni in the Mercedes truck arrives, gives the girls a hug and pulls them out. Chur Lima and Isabel Robalo get going, and last night they were 65th into Agadez. Well, after 8 seconds, Gerard Sarazan wins the T1 stage for Toyota, but it's Carlos Souza for Mitsubishi who is still leading the T1 marathon category overall here in 11th. Gerard Sarazan wins the T1 stage for Toyota, but it's Carlos Souza for Mitsubishi who is still leading the T1 marathon category overall here in 11th. In the truck race, Johan Peter Reif for Hino leading the truck battle, in which one of the Tatras has gone out today. And a second stage win in the bikes for Terry Magnaldi of KTM. But he stays in 17th overall after earlier problems. And it's Stefan Petterhansel of Yamaha who wins his. Takes third on the special, but stays ahead of Jordi Arcarons, who loses more time. And during the programme, we join Britain's John Deacon on board. Well, leaving Agadez, the stage goes back west through the Sahara, through the Anu Mekren Wadi to Oklan, a bivouac in the middle of nowhere. It's all off-piste, there's no plane mechanics, and it's going to be GPS satellite navigation all the way. Well, let's have a look to see what happened today, Monday, in the bikes. 45 out of the 127 bikers already out of the rally, as Stefan Petterhansel meets up with one of the locals. Now here in Niger, silver crosses are used as local money, but they also put a lot of store by good luck charms. And this gentleman hands Peter Hansel a good luck charm to help him on his way in the remaining 7 days of the Dakar Rally.
Donner les gris-gris contre les accidents. Oui, j'aime ça.
C'est un porte-bonheur?
C'est important. C'est les gris-gris, c'est très important.
Ah bon?
Oui.
Faut que je porte avec moi tout le temps?
Very important for you, says our friend. Stefan takes it with thanks.
Merci. Merci. Au revoir.
Man who's led the rally since its start, and just look what he gets in return. Very proud man, as Stefan Peter Hansel, 4 wins behind him, a 5th perhaps coming up this week, starts the stage. He won Saturday's 8th stage, so he starts today's 9th stage out front. Peter Hansel at speed on the Yamaha France entry, the Yamaha twin KTM opposition, of course. Only singles and a little bit slower. This is Carlos Sotelo on his Cagiva, another stage winner so far in the event, 5th on the special today and 16th overall as he kicks up the Fesh across this part of the Tenere Desert. Well, we then picked up Jimmy Lewis on board his KTM. He's American, and just listen to this.
Today GPS is pretty important because when you get around some of those villages, the trail wanders around. You gotta use your GPS heading to get yourself out of town.
Well, Jimmy Lewis, 6th on the special, 4th overall. Just ahead of this man, David Castor on his Yamaha, 2nd on the special and 5th overall, as Oscar Gallardo on the Cagiva gives chase in 3rd position overall. With Terry Magnaldi sweeping through on the stage to win the stage, 4 minutes 57 seconds ahead of Castera, but still 7 hours 25 minutes back from Peter Hansel. Well, some of today's images as they pick their way through the scrub and the tundra in between the dunes. Well, Terry Magnaldi coming in to win the stage today, but no chance of making up time after those engine and clutch problems there in the rally. Peter Hansel finishes the stage, so does Geordie Archerons, but a big bonus now for British fans. John Deacon, the Plymouth KTM rider, we picked him up on board. He's 23rd overall at the moment, and we listen to his commentary as he races across the desert.
Can you hear me? I'll put on a bit of a show then, eh? Yeah, it's really important for me to keep my concentration at the moment and not let my mind... Whoa, here we go, here we go. Not let my mind think of other things because go. See anything Stefan can do, so can I. Except he doesn't get lost with the navigation shit.
Anything Stefan can do, so can I. Well, wonderful pictures. I hope John's family's watching tonight in Plymouth, and so is sponsor Nick Ashley and Beams. A great job by Britain's leading runner on this year's Dakar. Here are the two Yamaha riders together, Stefan Peterhansel and David Castera, side by side across the desert. Terry Magnaldi, Jordi Akerons, and then finally they reach a bivouac in Auckland, a chance to take a bit of a rest. Believe me, all you want to do after 283 kilometers of racing at speeds in excess of 100 kilometers an hour is get down off the bike. Well, confirmation of today's bike rankings. There we are, Terry Magnaldi, David Castera, Stefan Peterhansel, Oscar Gallardo and Carlos Sotelo on the stage. Quick news on our other British entries. Ian Graham, KTM 41st, Adrian Lappin, CCM 49th, Vinnie Fitzsimon 61st and Nick Fair in 65th place. Those are the Irish and British riders still going strong. We've only lost 1 out of our 6 entries on the Dakar. Keep it up, boys. Well, a chance to look at one of the somewhat different entries on the Dakar. This is the Polaris Quad of Belgium's Roland Hubacker. Well, Sunday was his 37th birthday, and he's been putting GPS waypoints in the names of his daughter Laura and Morgan. Well, this is the most difficult part, he said, because with the engine we've already done half the rally. We've got 500 or 600 kilometers a day to go on it. And we have to always go to the left or to the right, up and down, never, never, ever straight. And here's one of the problems for him. Well, it's 5 times on the Dakar on a motorbike, 5 times in a car and twice in a truck. Well, this is my first quad entry. He said in '93 he had a bad accident when a Citroen came over a dune and almost lost his arm when the Citroen wheel caught him, as well as face and chest injuries. The driver didn't stop. He was repatriated for surgery and now has restricted movement of his arm, so that's why he's riding a quad. Well, when I get to the finish of each stage, it was the middle of the night, there were dunes to pass, using a lot of navigation, I was tired, I couldn't go on. This was last night he was talking about as they came into the rest day. I couldn't see anything, I was only thinking of my daughters, and I went on thinking about them, and it helped me to continue.
Mes filles étaient devant moi là, et en fait on dit toujours c'est un papa qui doit aider ses filles et tout ça. Et là, je dois dire franchement que c'est eux qui m'ont aidé parce que, excusez-moi, c'est un peu là.
So happy to still be running.
C'est grâce à eux, je les voyais toujours devant moi. Et ils me disaient, allez, il faut y arriver, quoi, c'est ça.
Getting very, very emotional about his daughters. Well, a quad has never finished in the 19 years of the Dakar, and Roland wants to be the first. Hubacker started this morning 72nd of the 73 runners, but he's still going, and he's determined to set a new record. It's not only him, but France's Daniel Giroud is also running a Yamaha quad, and he at the moment is slightly ahead of him in 63rd overall, as we see Hubacker setting out on this morning's stage, well equipped for anything that comes. Well, here is Daniel Giroud, in fact, on the Yamaha. We salute these magnificent men on their flying machines. As the quads race off into the distance, we'll take a short break. Make sure you stay on Eurosport as we look at what happened to the cars after the break. Welcome back to Eurosport, welcome back to the Dakar, and this is, as we said earlier, day 10, special stage 9 of the Dakar Rally. Jean-Pierre Fontenay asked, was it good to have the rest day yesterday? He said, well, no, I don't really like it. It's good for the bikers, of course, but for the maybe the guys are at the back of the field, but not for the leaders like us. It's not good for concentration to stop for a day. I personally would prefer to do the whole 18 days non-stop. Kenjiro Shinazuka.
It's easy to concentrate this morning?
Yes. After the last day, it's, I think, better for concentration.
The men who at the moment first and second in the rally, differing views on the rest day. Shino starting as leader this morning, having led for the last 3 days. In the Mitsubishi entry, the first Japanese man perhaps to win the Dakar coming up. Who knows over the next few days. It wasn't going to be today, though. As we see pictures of Hiroshi Masuoka in the Mitsubishi Challenger, just ploughing through the landscape. Well, it was a mixed day for everybody today. Fontenay third on the special. Unbeknown to him at this moment, he was about to move into the lead of the Dakar Rally. Duarte Geddes in the Nissan, 10th on the special and 12th overall. And this is Maurizio Traglio on board his Nissan, 9th today and 7th overall. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Abbiamo continue variazioni di terreno. Questo per esempio è un terreno poco consistente, sembra molto duro, in realtà appena la superficie viene.
A lot of track variations, he's told us. It seems very soft, but in fact it's very hard.
La visibilità è nulla se è davanti un veicolo.
When we jump and the wheels hit the ground again, it gives me a very exciting feeling.
Bene, meno male. Cambiamo di cap.
Visibility, they say, is nil in front of the car in 7 kilometers. The very fast tracks will start. Well, they are very, very fast. We'll just keep going. Carlos Souza, Mitsubishi T1 leader for Mitsubishi in 11th overall. And behind him, Gerard Salazan, the T1 winner today. He's 16th overall, but of course ahead on the stage. And again, Shinazuka and Fontenay fighting out the lead of the rally, perhaps against the wishes of team manager Ulrich Bremer, but not at the moment against team orders. Now, these cars have been rebuilt during the rest day, new suspensions, chassis modifications, everything checked over, and they are now obviously in peak form. But of course the big news was all happening behind them. And here it was, Jutta Kleinschmidt becomes the first lady ever to win a stage on the Dakar Rally. Still in 6th overall, 34-year-old Munich lady Jutta Kleinschmidt lives in Monaco now in her Schlesser original Seat V6 Power. Does the job. She arrives at the final checkpoint and confirmation that she has won the stage. Won it by 4 minutes, 36 seconds.
Bonjour. Comment s'est passée la course?
Oh, we make a fantastic race today. I think it was very fast and we are very happy because I think we make a very good time. So
You're very happy?
Yes, very, very happy. Just, if we really make the scratch today, I'm not sure, but if it's like that, it's fantastic.
A big day for you.
Yes, very big. First time I make a scratch and then into Dakar. Woo!
So well done, Jutta Kleinschmidt and Bouter. They take that stage 9 win. Well, Dick Partridge and Keith Parker of Ipswich in their Isuzu Trooper starting 92nd this morning of the 102, still running. Have no news at this stage yet because people are still arriving, but hopefully tomorrow we will tell you where he is. Brunesabi, Fontenay, Shinazuka and Masaoka all lining up behind Kleinschmidt, but Fontenay, the other big news, takes the lead back from Shinazuka, but look, by just 17 seconds after 9 days of racing. Brunesabi still 8 minutes back, but anything could happen to those two in front in his Mitsubishi teammate members.
The race was good. We didn't go too fast because we didn't need, and so we take care about all the big dangers of the off-road, and we are very happy now to know that Utah is in front, and it's a scratch today. We are very happy for that.
Pour notre part, eh bien, on a fait
Henry Mania, Shinazuka's co-drivers, and we now talk to Brunesabi. So we had a problem with the rear of the car. We've had to go carefully and reduce the speed a little. So we've arrived safely together, but just wanted to check everything was all right.
Donc on termine assez groupé. Je le reprends un petit peu. Jean-Pierre aussi en reprend sur Shinazuka. Je pense que ça resserre encore donc les trois voitures de tête.
Salvador Serbia, Spanish Nissan driver, said, well, it's very good today. It was a very easy stage. All the time we were going straight. All the time it was very fast.
È stata una speciale, direi che nel complesso molto
rapida. Was very soft.
Il problema nostro era che forse avevamo un eccessivo gonfiaggio pneumatici e dunque nella
Italian driver telling us
era molto molle, abbiamo sofferto un po'.
Well, speed was limited, the car wasn't at 100%, but it was a transition stage and no problems for us. Well, look at some of the logistics behind the Dakar. There's always accidents, always mishaps, always people needing attention. And the Terry Sabine organisation, now run by Hubert Oriol, since the death of Terry Sabine himself in a helicopter crash on the event in 1986, is well equipped to deal with any incident on the route. There are 35 doctors, there's a mobile hospital set up every day in the bivouac, there's 2 medical helicopters, there are 4 medical quick intervention vehicles, and a Fokker Friendship hospital aeroplane. Doesn't help the pain, but it makes it just that much easier to bear. Well, one of the French doctors tells us our team's in charge of many different problems. We have to reduce pain and swelling and then get the drivers transferred to a centre for better equipment.
Porque de alguna manera ellos quieren tener la primera.
Well, this gentleman telling us there's 2 types of illness here. Mainly there's gastroenteritis, headaches, non-injurious pains, and then you have numerous falls with knocks, bangs everywhere, people with bruises, people with cuts. Women doctors as well. As the lady doctor tells us, well, certainly a lot of people just come to talk. They need to talk. They come with another pretext at first, but they start to talk, and maybe their interest is not bad enough really to need medical attention, but they just want to talk to someone, get some reassurance, because the rally is a long, long rally. Well, that's some of the stories behind the medical side of the rally, but here's another story. The child in Niger fell into a campfire. She's been burned, and Terry Sabine reassuring her parents they're going to take her, Hubertorial rather, not Terry Sabine, reassuring her they're going to take her to a local hospital and get her transported back for medical attention in Agadez, all part of the spirit of the Terry Sabine organisation. Well, what's happening on the trucks? Well, let's have a look. Just 9 trucks of the 55 have fallen out so far. Many of them, of course, running on tarmac roads, so it's not such a problem for them. Well, we're on board with truck leader Johann Peter Reif, the Austrian, in his Japanese entered Hino. But what we don't see today is that Milanovic Koreni is out, the man who was running second for Tatra. He is out of the rally, which means that Carol Leprez, 3 times winner, is now moved up into second place for Tatra. Here is the Hino of Rif at speed across this long, long section today from Agadez up to Oklan. But here comes Karol Leprez, the man from Czechoslovakia, or the Czech Republic as it now is, a man who has won this 3 times, and he's looking for another victory. Can he doing about those people in front of him? Well, Joseph Pettit running third for Hino, man we've seen quite a lot of over the last few days, so he also hoping to improve on his position. Well, what happens tomorrow? Well, we're leaving Niger and we go back into Mali as they head back toward our rally. And today, front-running KTM rider Terry Magnaldi out of the rally as the second engine blows. Stefan Peterhansel still leading for Yamaha by 1 hour 27 minutes. Portugal's Duarte Guedes, the special stage winner for Nissan. It's Nissan's, Portugal's and his first ever on the Dakar. But Gerard Sarrazin rolls his factory Toyota and it burns out. Fortunately, they're unharmed. With Jean-Pierre Fontenay still leading the event for Mitsubishi, and his teammate Kenjiro Shinizuka second by 6 minutes and 5 seconds. It's that close after 10 stages. Johan Peter Reif, Hino Ranger, still leading the trucks, but Carol Leprez for Tatra may be out tonight. Let's have a look back at what happened yesterday on Special Stage 9. 315 kilometers from Agadez going west to Oklan. Still inside Niger, the 3rd day in Niger, and the shortened stage was won historically by Jutta Kleinschmidt in the Schlesser buggy. Seat V6 power, and it really was a red letter day for the Munich lady. Jutta supported by Eurosport, of course, and meanwhile behind her, Kenjiro Shinizuka and Jean-Pierre Fontenay fighting out the lead of this 19th Dakar Rally. No Mitsubishi team orders at the moment, but I'm sure they're going to be coming in the next couple of days. Maurizio Strugo in his Mitsubishi, 7th on the special and 8th overall. Well, also Mitsubishi mounted, Carlos Souza continues to lead the T1 marathon class. Peter Reif in the Hino, 20th on the special yesterday, an amazing 20th out of all those entries, and in 34th place overall leading the truck race. Stefan Peterhansel, can nothing stop him, he's just increasing his lead further and further to 1 hour 27 minutes over Jordi Arcarons. Arcarons, of course, KTM, which is a single, and the Yamaha a twin. This is Jean de Azevedo of Brazil. He was 20th on the stage yesterday on his KTM. And Jürgen Meyer of Germany, 8th overall. Here he is, he's European Enduro champion. Jean Brucy going through, 12th overall, and he's leading the experimental class on his KTM. Well, the road to Oklan is one that seems to go nowhere. There is no piste today, and the Schlesser support truck arrives at the Oklan bivouac, so Jutta can tell her driver there that she's won the special. But he can't quite believe it.
C'est la première fois qu'il y a une nana qui signe sur le Dakar.
Vas-y.
So it's all been worthwhile. Jutta thanks her crew at the Oklan bivouac. But her partner Jean-Louis Schlesser's not there. He's in Agadez because he's now team manager after he rolled out of the event on stage 9, and he is moved to tears.
Ah putain, j'arrive pas à y croire. C'est géant.
He's so pleased. He says that hopefully will put an end to all the doubters about Juta's talents. The TV transmissions about her going out from Agadez all over the world, of course, including here to Eurosport. And once the satellite phone's up and running, Jutta phones Jean-Louis from Auckland.
Much better, much better. How you set the car was perfect. It works much better. The car is much more quiet in the corners. So it's nice to drive. Very good.
So now you have to take it easy, huh?
Yes, I know.
You understand, huh? Now that you know what I mean. Because now we have this, what we want, and the rest we have to make it good.
Yeah, that's very good. You have a good car. It was for you the victory, okay? It was for you the victory, okay?
So a historic day for the Dakar and for Jutta Kleinschmidt, and Hubert Auriol proudly announcing her win at the briefing early this morning. After the break, we'll be back to take a look at what happened today on Special Stage 10.
Back to the Dakar Rally with Mitsubishi Motors Corporation.
We're back on Eurosport, back on the Dakar with myself, Mark Cole, looking at day 11, Tuesday, January the 14th, Auckland, Niger to Kidal in Mali. Special stage 10, 537 kilometres. So a lot of navigation, 400 kilometres totally off-piste, no mechanics, and it's a massed start for all of the 73 bikers remaining out of the 127 who originally started. The only mass start so far in the rally, perhaps another one coming up as they get back to Dakar. But this is Terry Magnaldi on his KTM, 17th when they left this morning, and twice a stage winner. He won Special Stage 5, Timbuktu to Gao, and Special Stage 9, Agadez to Auckland, but had engine problems on day 6. But this man, Stefan Peter Hansel, on the number 1 bike, and number 2, Jordi Akerons, no problems for them, first and second. Peter Hansel's led from the start, 4 times a Dakar winner. This is Carlos Sotelo on the Cagiva. He's 16th this morning, and our helicopter timed him at 112 miles an hour at this point. That is mighty impressive. David Castero on the Yamaha starting 5th this morning. Peter Hansel's back up. Still looking at Akerons and Sotelo. Again, Sotelo on the 19 Cagiva, 3rd on the special, and he moves up to 14th overall. Well, Terry Magnaldi already delayed on the rally by an engine problem, trying to make up ground now desperately.
De plus en plus, je pense qu'il y a un peu inquiet.
Well, this is Terry Magnaldi we've just picked up. You can hear him talking about the desert conditions there. Jordi Akerons, he gets into the refueling point, leading the stage at this moment, and he's got a new engine in the bike, which explains why he's going so quickly. And Jordi said, well, the stage today is a little like a motocross race, like it used to when I was a child, riding on long straights, and it's very, very fast. Stefan Peter Hansel being refueled, as he tells us it was the navigator stage today. We used the GPS satellite navigation system all the way. I was able to follow some of the car tracks. I don't think I've gone.
Je pense pas qu'on arrivera à faire de gros.
Going to finish that much ahead, but it's been a very, very fast race today. Matteo Magnaldi, big problems. The KTM rider, twice a stage winner, has stopped with a second broken engine, and there's no more allowed. This is at the 455-kilometre point, he's telling us. He said we went in an area of stones, the bike stopped, and I couldn't get it started again. I tried to get some of the gas, oil and water and started up again, but it broke again later. So now I'm afraid that's it. I'm going to have to give up. It's all over. A quick shot of Magnaldi before he broke the bike. Hubertorial arriving at the point where he stopped. Magnaldi said, well, I'm not going to wait for assistance truck because there's no point. I can't change the engine again. We're only allowed 2 engines, and I've given up. Well, let's go on board with Jürgen Meyer. Several times European Enduro champion, really enjoying his Dakar. Riding one of these KTM singles, 42% of the entry started on these KTMs, and quite a lot are out already. Norbert Schilcher on the KTM here, 13th on the special, and 10th overall. That's the number 27 bike, and Oscar Gallardo right behind him. He's 4th on the special, and 3rd overall today, going through the picture now. Yamaha's David Castera, 5th on the special, and he stays in 5th place overall. Great ride by the young Frenchman, only 21 years old. And today's 10th stage winner, Jordi Arcarons, is the first man to win a stage, other than Peter Hansel's 6 wins, Magnaldi's 2, and 1 for Sotelo. Arcarons saying, I'm happy to win the stage, but it's only a partial victory. At the end, there was a lot of desert, much wind, and a lot of navigation. And, well, that's it. Stefan Peter Hansel said it was... seemed strange being straight all day today. There was a lot of navigation. I kept having to look down at the GPS system, and then you have to look up at the road pretty quick. So I wasn't absolutely sure if I was going in the right direction. There was a lot of suspense today, but as you can see, we made it, and we're here. And Pet Hansel 2nd on the special, building up that lead to 1 hour 27 minutes over Arcarons. Well, Japanese Ando Hideaki on the KTM out of time. He's arguing with the time control, but the stewards will have to decide tonight. Man who rides with an Ayrton Senna replica helmet. Well, news of the Britons, John Deacon, KTM, 21st on the special today and 23rd overall tonight. He's moved up a place because of the retirement of Magnaldi. And KTM's Ian Graham, the Carrickfergus fish and chip shop owner, 46th on the special and 39th overall today. So those two doing well. And the Irish, bad news, Vinnie Fitzsimmons out on the CCM. He was 61st this morning, but he is out today. And Adrian Lappin on the CCM, Nick Fair on the Honda. They are respectively 51st and 57th on the specials and 46th and 60th overall tonight. So it's still 4 of the 6 British and Irish bike riders in the rally. Arcarons winning that stage today from Peter Hansel, Sotelo Gallardo and David Castera. Let's have a look at the overall standings then. Well, there's no change. He's led the rally right from the start. Yamaha France's #1 rider, Stefan Peter Hansel, the professor, the Schumacher of the desert. We'll take a short break. We'll come back and have a look, see how the cars got on the Dakar today. Sport, you're back on the Dakar of the rally. Stage running from Auckland to Kidal, as we saw from the bikes, long, fast, straight sections. And here, getting ready for the off, Hubert Oriol, the Terry Sabine organisation chief, waving off the cars. Now the cars starting in groups of 10 at 5-minute intervals for safety reasons, whereas the bikes all started off en masse. And just look how that buggy of Jutta Kleinschmidt powers past the Mitsubishis. Bruno Sabi leading the pack in 3rd overall at the moment, but Jutta Kleinschmidt on board with Jean Pouter.
200 kilometers fast like that.
Yes, we were told this would be.
Yes, we are leading the race at the moment. So the Mitsubishis are behind us.
Jutta, go right, go right, go right, go right. Please shoot it, please.
More right.
So Jutta and Jean Boutin, who first paired up in the 96 Dubai Desert Challenge and finished 4th. It's Bruno Sabi, 3rd overall. Jean-Pierre Fontenay, the rally leader for Mitsubishi, and Kenjiro Shinizuka, 6th on the special after having a puncher, 150 kilometers from the end of the stage, but he keeps his 2nd overall. Jutta Kleinschmidt in great form with this Seat V6 powered engine. As we saw earlier, Jean-Louis Schlesser putting full force of all his assistants behind them, and it has paid off handsomely today. Bruno Sabi again in this fantastic landscapes as the rally crosses the border from Niger after 3 days, going back into Mali. He's followed by Fontenay and Kleinschmidt running with them all the time. She's passing the Mitsubishis later in the stage. Incidentally, all 3 Mitsubishis having had back axle problems, overheating. They're using the T3 axles from the 1996 cars. But Jutta's 4th on the special today, 6th overall. And now only 2 minutes, 30 seconds behind 5th place, Salvador Serbia. But Gerard Sarrazin rolls his Toyota and it burns out. This is the man who won T1 yesterday and was 16th overall when this happened. Sarrazin saying, well, I was fighting with other cars because I was a bit late. It was my own fault. I went off the piste a bit too fast. Went over 2 hills flying, but on the 3rd hill the car rolled, and 10 minutes after we got out it just burst into flames. Well, luckily they're not hurt, but that car is not going anywhere. Well, this is one of the Niger-Mali villages on the border crossing. Villagers turning out in this northern part of the Sahara, close to the Aya Massif, the Aya Mountains, where the Tuareg troubles have kept tourists away for the last few years. Carlos Sousa, Mitsubishi T1 leader, winning T1 again today. 12th overall on the special and 12th overall in the rally. Duarte Guedes from Nissan, the Lisbon businessman. He's heading for Nissan's first ever Dakar special stage win in the Desud Nissan Patrol GR. 11th overall in the rally, driving with Daki Dubois. And what a great performance. 46 years old, they were 6th on the 95 Dakar, and now their first stage win. Maurizio Trallio, Nissan, also 33rd in the special and 9th overall. And again we pick up with Guedes, who amazingly has headed everybody, while Jutta and the Mitsubishis have been fighting out their battle. He took a different route and got ahead of the whole lot of them. Bruno Sabi, 2nd on the special, 55 seconds behind Guedes, and Fontenay, 3rd, leading overall by 6 minutes and 5 seconds. Well, there's a big day for Duarte Guedes, the Portuguese, and his friend, Spaniard Salvador Serbia. Serbia in 5th place, but absolutely delighted to hear about Guedes' success today. So 2 days running, first time stage winners on the Dakar. And here comes Duarte Guedes to meet up with Serbia.
Impeccable. Je savais que tu te demandes. Et sur les pistes, là, je vois des parallèles. On est mis sous l'homme doublé sur les parallèles. C'est dommage.
Serbia telling him they are quick pistes. Well done.
I feel wonderful. It's fantastic, fantastic.
What's happened to your windscreen behind? You can see it's pockmarked.
Oh, that's what happened when you fight against Fontenay. we had a little fight about kilometer 300, and passing and overpassing and so, and a lot of rocks, and that's what happens. That's the result of a fight.
So a big day for Nissan today, their first ever stage win in 19 years of the Dakar. Well, some of the other runners, Joanne Lemos and Karine Duret, the ladies team in their Nissan, going through their 39th in the special, and Claude Arnoux there in his buggy, 38th on the special and 27th overall. Some of the pitfalls today for the unwary. Dominic Hussio for Nissan, 25th overall. As we look at the results of the special stage today, so Duarte Guedes winning that stage by 55 seconds from Bruno Sarbi, Jean-Pierre Fontenay and Jutta Kleinschmidt. He must be feeling very proud of himself. Hiroshi Matsuoka there in the long wheelbase challenger, 5th on the stage. But it doesn't affect the overall positions because Fontenay still leading by 6 minutes from Shinizuka, Sarbi 7 minutes and catching up fast. Matsuoka 4th and Salvador Servia for Nissan in 5th place. Well, the truck race continuing apace, and bad news today for Carol Lopez, a 3 times truck winner on the Dakar. He's got problems. His Tatra Marathon has a broken intercooler pipe. It needs welding. But the problem is both his teammates and his service crew, all running trucks with spares, have retired. We talked to Astamil Kuchera.
We try to repair it, but it will be very, very difficult. And we do our best to repair it, but we cannot go so fast, and therefore perhaps we will finish our race today. We will see in the afternoon. It's end.
So a very upset Kuchera, co-driver to Lepres, not as the caption said. Well, Michel Sommet on the Scania support truck stops to see if he can help. They show him the problem. He can do nothing. He's got no welding equipment, so Michel Sommet continues. All very good-natured, though. As the third member of the 3-man crew here with Carol Lepre said, well, nothing we can do. Let's have a quick look at where the Tatras come from. This is the factory near Prague where they make the trucks and the tractors. And, of course, they used to build those wonderful Tatra cars. A friend of mine in Plymouth, John Nichols, has one of those beautiful 1950s limousines. Well, here's Carol Lepre getting on board at the factory test track. Giving it a shakedown prior to the Dakar, but it's sadly tonight that the Tatra effort has finally fallen to bits. If he is out indeed, then all 4 trucks out of the 19th Dakar. Well, amongst the mass starts was the truck of Johan Peter Reif in the Hino. Just look at the acceleration from that 4x4. He runs in the under 10 litre class, whereas the Tatra's 19 litres. So the truck race really coming to bits now. The Hino looking like they're going to take a 1-2, because behind Johan Peter Reif will be Joseph Petit in the second Hino, one we've seen quite a lot of. This is Edmund Pellichet, one of the Mitsubishi support trucks. Racing themselves, but still having to carry spares for the cars. And again, Reif in that Hino. In good form in the desert. Makes the stage finish. And puts the Japanese Hino constructor further and further ahead in the truck event. Well, a quick look at how the Terry Sabine organisation, which runs the Dakar Rally, gets together. This is their C6 organisation car. They have to be about 2 days ahead of the rally all the time, setting up checkpoints and bivouacs in advance of the cars. Also check landing strips where they can land the television and press planes, and of course the Fokkers, which have the hospital facilities on board. It's a well-oiled routine, it goes up quickly. Well, they also have to check the routes 2 days ahead. Changes are made to several stages over the weekend. It's now rumoured that one of these course cars was actually stolen by bandits in the north of Niger. And that's why they changed the routes. Well, this is mission control inside the Fokker F27, run by race director Patrick Zaniroli. He himself, 1985 Dakar winner for Mitsubishi. Now, he's become a gamekeeper.
Tous les moyens
Patrick Zanarelli telling us about how it works. That well, we coordinate the rally from the PC course, which is what we call mission control. We check the medical facilities are in place, the helicopters are in the right place, and we have to make sure that all our checkpoints, all our controls, marshals, everything is in the right place at the right time. Of course, we do it all by radio, satellite telephones, and well, it's all done with safety and sporting regulations in mind. Jordi Arcaron's one of those coming through the checkpoint, gets a stamp, little stamp goes on the sleeve to prove they've been there. Angelo Fumigali from Italy on a Suzuki, one of the few Suzukis in the event. He passes through. As we see the control cars talking to each other, saying, right, who's come through? They report back to base, say who's come through, and Zanarelli and his crew note it down. Incidentally, this is a local entry. He won't wash for weeks. Well, the Dakar continues apace. It's far from over yet. Agadez Dakar Rally of 1997. The big stories today. Jean-Pierre Strugo wins his first special for Mitsubishi. Philippe Alliot still running, 13th overall and 3rd in T1, while Kenjiro Shinazuka retakes the lead of the rally for Mitsubishi. Another first today, American Jimmy Lewis wins his first bike special for KTM. Oscar Gallardo on the Cagiva is second on the special and stays in 3rd overall. Behind Petter Hansel and Arcarons. Here is Petter Hansel, Stefan Petter Hansel, still leading despite only 4th on the special. Well, here's scenes from Timbuktu. The rally's come back again, and we're now 2/3 of the way through the 8,500 kilometre marathon. Well, let's have a look back at yesterday's events. This was Tuesday, January the 14th, the stage Oklan in Niger to Kidal in Mali, a special stage of 537 kilometers, a lot of navigation, 400 kilometers of it totally off-piste, and a massed start for cars, 10 at a time. And this man, Portugal's Duarte Guedes, won the special. The first for him, the first for Portugal, and the first for Nissan. Bruno Sabi second on the special, but he stays in 3rd overall, and he's being raced with by Jutta Kleinschmidt in her Schlesser, 4th on the special, 6th overall. 2 minutes behind, 30 seconds now behind Serbia after her victory on special stage 9 the day before. Jean-Pierre Fontenay also mixing there, but this man in big trouble. Gerard Sarrazin in the factory Toyota Land Cruiser burned out after rolling. Terry Magnaldi out also after breaking his engine on the rocks. His 4th retirement in the last 4 Dakars. But Jordi Arcarons wins his first special this year for KTM, keeping 2nd overall. And this man, the professor, the Schumacher of the desert, Stefan Peter Hansel, keeps his lead for Yamaha. But Carol Leprez, the 2nd man in the trucks for Tatra, is confirmed out now with a broken intercooler pipe. He was 2nd, and now Hino leads 1, 2, 3 with this man, Johan Peter Reif, out in front. Well, a lot of bad dunes yesterday, as you can see from our pictures from the desert last night. Well, another man in big trouble yesterday, Henri Pescarolo, the record number of participations at Le Mans behind him. His Mitsubishi lost 4 hours after holding its radiator. He had to wait for 2 hours for someone to come along water and dropped to 34th. But it's so Noshiro and her Mitsubishi. She has rolled it. The Japanese lady and her co-driver, Cyril Guillemot K. And would you believe they later continue? Everyone happy to see the little Japanese lady is alive and kicking. Well, sadly, one of the bikers excluded from the event is Ando Hideaki. The doctors have told him he's got to quit because he is totally exhausted, and he is out of the event.
No tired. Why? No tired.
No, I'm not tired, he says. But just look at the state of him. Typical of the Dakars. Puts his Ayrton Senna helmet on and heads back to Japan. So the rally leaving Niger after 3 days, heading back into the mountains of northern Mali, where the Mares tribe, on the branches of the Tuaregs, greets the rally with local song and dance. Well, yesterday's big story, of course, was the first ever stage win by Portugal's Duarte Guedes for Nissan. When he got to the bivouac in Kidal last night, the first man he met was his compatriot Carlos Souza, the Mitsubishi T1 leader. Also meets Jutta Kleinschmidt, she herself stage winner on Monday. He on Tuesday, a first for both of them. Well, Guedes is 46 years old, from Lisbon. He told us how it went.
Well, I'm Portuguese. I was born in Lisbon. I live in Cascais, which is near Lisbon, 20 kilometers. And I started with racing cars 10 years ago.
Well, he was sixth last year on the Dakar with Jackie Dubois. His first Dakar was in 1994. They raced the Desud Patrol.
Knows that desert is very important for me. It was very important since the first day I came. And as far as the races are here in the desert, they know it is very, very good to me. So they are happy about it.
So a very happy Portuguese gentleman there, Guedes and Dubois, 11th overall on the Dakar.
Desert for me is a school for life, because you feel very small very often, and that can be it's a very good attitude to life, and I feel it that way. It's a family, the Dakar, for me. I feel really at home.
So salute to Duarte Guedes, winner of yesterday's stage. We're going to take a short break, come back, we'll see what happened today. On Eurosport, you join me, Mark Cole, to look at today's stage. Stage 11, Wednesday, January the 15th, from Kidal to Timbuktu, all in Mali, 577 kilometers. Well, the stage is called Follow the Gazelles. It goes through small mountains and valleys. There's dense vegetation, and particularly there is camel grass before they get to a sandy finish. Well, this is the off this morning from Kidal, very small city up in the north of Mali, and a long, long, hard route ahead of them. Well, the man who's been leading the rally since day one, Stefan Peterhansel on the Yamaha France entry. 7 stage wins, but it's not going to be today, because this man, Jimmy Lewis, on the KTM, the Californian who loves riding on garbage, as he told us, starts 4th overall this morning, and by tonight takes the stage win. More on Lewis in a moment. Well, this is Eric Bernard. No, not the Eric Bernard. Another one, KTM, on board. Says it's okay, it's going well. Well, 135 kilometers I'm doing. This second part of the rally is less difficult. But now today you've got to watch out you don't hit your head on branches. Jürgen Mayer on the KTM, European Enduro champion several times, 8th on the special today, and 7th overall on the rally. And this is Manuel Marques. He's Portuguese, he's on his KTM, and we picked up what he's got to tell us. I'm between controls, he said. I'm looking for the second control.
C'est bien passé et comme ça, quand tu vas mieux en navigation, tu peux attaquer un pilotage. C'est ça ce que tu peux faire, c'est attaquer un pilotage.
Well, it's good fun, he said. It's good for riding, soft sand, but it's very straight lines. Well, here's One of the quads we saw the other night. This is the Yamaha quad of Daniel Giroud. He was 59th when he started this morning. And here's Jean Brucy, KTM, on board. Winner of the experimental class today and 11th overall. Well, I've had a big leak, he said today. I'm very worried. Let's hope it holds out. As you can see today, conditions are much better than they were 2 years ago. There's no problem. I fell then because my riding was too tight, perhaps. You have to ride in conditions like this much more relaxed, much more easily.
Là, il n'y a pas de problème. Mais pour la petite histoire,
no problem.
Je tombais car mon amortisseur de direction était beaucoup trop serré pour rouler dans le sable mou tel que c'était à ce moment-là. Alors, à bientôt.
Okay. See you soon, he says. Oscar Gallardo on the Cagiva, 3rd overall. Behind this man. De Azevedo. Well, riding together now. Here is Gallardo coming in just ahead of Jordi Arcarons. That is Arcarons there, the number 2. 2nd overall this morning on the KTM. Spaniard with his friend Carlos Sotelo there. Also from Spain on the Cagiva. Winner of Special Stage 7 earlier in the rally before the weekend. David Castera as well.
Uma prova dura, mas se a gente vem preparado, é bom constatar que podemos fazer alguma
Manuel
coisa.
Marques after winning that stage.
Jean, qu'est-ce qui se passe là? Mais il se passe que mon cadre est cassé, il y a une
Jean
soudure qui est
Brucy,
lâchée. Alors hier ça se sentait
11th on
un
the
peu.
special, 11th overall,
Par
telling
acquis de
us
confiance,
well,
j'ai
the
fait
frame's broken.
reculer,
That's what's happened.
l'assistance
Mitsubishi's given me some assistance and
Mais ce matin j'ai pu
solved up the leak.
constater
One
que ça
of
avait
my
empiré
fluid
le
pipes goes through the
problème.
tubes, but in fact it seems to have made it worse. Guido Moletti, Italian Kawasaki rider, 7th overall this morning, but outside the top 20 tonight after problems. Said it was okay, said it's worked well, but I've arrived here for refueling and now it won't start again. Well, more on that problem in a moment. Because he's not the only one afflicted. Britain's John Deacon too, as you'll hear. Well, Marks rides away. Moletti's still trying to get that bike started. There's Carlos Sotelo now. He's been delayed by a broken shock absorber, but manages to move up to 13th after Moletti drops back. David Castera been following him and reported the smell of shock absorber oil, then discovered it was from Sotelo just ahead of him, and who's crashing the back of the bike into the sand. Jimmy Lewis, 28 years old, he's editor of Cycle World in California, from Costa Mesa in California. He's 5 times American National Enduro champion, 6-day trialer for the US team, and this is his 2nd Dakar. Here he is. Last year he withdrew with dehydration, but Lewis now winning the special by 9 minutes 10 seconds, keeping 4th place, and he's within 16 minutes of 3rd place Oscar Gallardo with 4 days still to go. That was Peter Hansel. And this is Arcarons, 5th on the special and 2nd overall, but Peter Hansel's built that lead to 1 hour 29 minutes. David Castera, 3rd on the special and 5th overall. And Oscar Gallardo, 2nd on the special and 3rd overall. Well, the big news tonight about Plymouth's John Deacon, the KTM rider, 15th on the special and 20th overall, but he and Moletti and several others had an almost near disaster today. When they stopped to refuel, they were given kerosene meant for the helicopters in their bikes. They all had to empty their tanks and refuel again before setting off for the remainder of the stage. Well, John told us in all we were there for about an hour, but I was lucky that Yoshio Ikumachi spotted it because I'd already put the filler cap back on, was ready to go. Well, the organisers have arranged for these competitors to receive a time dispensation to allow for time loss. So John, 15th on the special and 20th overall, as we said, moving up. Ian Graham, KTM from Carrickfergus, he started 39th this morning. Haven't heard yet where he's arrived by the time we went on air. Well, there's the rankings. Lewis winning that stage from Gallardo and Costera. Peter Hansel just taking it a little bit easy, 11 minutes, 41 seconds behind, but you can see his lead now absolutely massive. 1 hour, 29 minutes, and Oscar Gallardo, 2 hours and 19 minutes back. Peter Hansel heading, obviously, for his 5th win, unless something goes seriously wrong. We've talked to John Deacon, Ian Graham. Let's have a look now at the 4 Irish riders who all started together. Dick Fair for Honda, Vinny Fitzsimon for CCM, Adrian Lappin for CCM, and Nick Craigie for CCM. 4 friends who decided they'd do their first ever Dakar together, having watched it on television for years. Well, 59 there, Vinny Fitzsimon on the CCM. Unhappily, he is out of the rally now. So too is Nick Craigie on the 61 bike. But Dick Fair on his Honda was 61st today. And Adrian Lappin was 46th when he started this morning. We talked to Adrian Lappin.
Ever since I've been riding schoolboy motocross, I've been really small. I've always watched the Dakar Rally on television, and it's been my dream to ride in the Dakar Rally and hopefully finish it someday. So this year, just along with 4 other Irish riders, we've decided that this would be the ideal opportunity to have a go.
They're on CCM bikes, which are built in Blackburn, of course, and Adrian tells us how this all came about and what the differences are from the enduro bikes that CCM are famous for.
This is a 600cc CCM rally bike. It's especially built for the Dakar Rally. It uses the latest 50mm Marzocchi Magnum front forks. And also one other major difference between this machine and other machines on the market today is CCM's own special design of rear suspension. It uses a white power rear shock absorber, but unlike most conventional bikes, there is no linkage in the shock absorber. The shock mounts directly onto the top of the swinging arm. This has proved very a maintenance-free and also a very functional design. I'd just like to get the next week to come in with as little trouble as possible and hopefully make it back to Dakar with no problems and make it back in one piece. And hopefully we'll celebrate in Dakar once we both make it back.
So Craig and Fitzsimon out, but helping their teammates. So we do wish Dick and Adrian all the best. May they make Dakar. Also, John Deacon and Ian Graham. Only 4 days to go.
Back to the Dakar Rally with Mitsubishi Motors Corporation.
We're back on the Dakar. We're still on stage 11, Kidal to Timbuktu, and this is the car story. Well, this is the scenes on the windscreens. Duarte Greddy's Nissan, after being running behind Jean-Pierre Fontenay yesterday on the stage. He got showered. Well, Guedes tells us more about yesterday's win.
For
me, he said, even if I won the stage, it was just another stage on this long, long Dakar. So this morning's start, soon going amongst the rocks and that camel grass catching out the bikers more than the cars as we pick up Carlos Souza behind Jutta Kleinschmidt, Kenjiro Shinazuka in the Mitsubishi. He started second this morning. And Bruno Sabi. Here is Shino. He was 6 minutes, 5 seconds down on rally leader Fontenay when they left this morning. Could he improve on it today? Well, Hiroshi Masuoka in the Mitsubishi Challenger starting fourth. As we join Eduardo and Riccardo Argazzi on board their 2-2 Nissan. Well, this car is like a woman, he said. We have to be very careful with it. The car is a real T2 category car. So it's fairly hard. We have to take it easy because if we hit bumps, we could break it. We need to negotiate the corners very, very carefully.
Très calmement. Alors, vitesse de pointe ici, je regarde chez mon frère
I have to look after my brother too here beside me. 145 kilometers they're reporting.
I think it's the spirit of TSO.
Jean-Pierre Strugo wins the special by 3 minutes 18 seconds and tells us, well,
Monday Utah, yesterday Duarte Guedes, today us. I think it's very good for the rally, and for the other it's an example. Now not everybody, but many concurrents may win a stage. That's a big fun.
So if you can grasp all that, saying it's brilliant that the last 3 days Jutta, Duarte and himself have beaten the heroes in winning stages. This is Porn Swan Sidi Watakanun from Thailand in his Mitsubishi, second on the special, amazingly behind Strugo and 8th overall. Well, Jutta Kleinschmidt having GPS problems, changing direction. In fact, she does a 180-degree turn and goes back the way she came. 5th on the special at the moment, and that's where she will finish tonight. But she finds the right way and goes through, but problems for Bruno Sabi. He's stopped to help a crashed biker. The problem not for him so much as the bikers, and he will lose 11 minutes and 17 seconds because of his goodwill action. Well, Kanjuro Shinazuka retakes the lead with 3rd on the special. Remember, Strugo won it by 45 seconds over Jean-Pierre Fontenay, who was 6th on the special after slowing and waiting for Shino. Here is Shino, so that would suggest to us that team orders are now in existence and that Ulrich Bremer, the team manager, would like to see a Japanese win for the Japanese manufacturer. I'm saying nothing at the moment, but that's just guesswork. Here's Kleinschmidt moving up to 5th overall after passing Salvador Servia. We talked to her at the end of the stage.
Today when I passed kilometer 60, the two Mitsubishi was stopped on the left side and was waiting for Shino. So for me, I think they decided that Shino win. I'm not sure, but it looks like.
You say waiting. I mean, what were they doing?
Nothing. Staying on the piste and waiting. The car was stopped. Both was 90 degrees to the piste, and I was making this when I passed. So.
Who's going to win?
I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, all together moved.
Team strategy intriguing everybody. We asked Jean-Pierre what is the strategy for the next day. But don't ask me, he says, I'm not the team manager, I'm a driver. We just have to keep the car in good shape. We'll see. Bruno Sabi, we said, I think on the stage like this, it's better we're careful with the car and play the game with the team.
We just defined, and I think it's normal at the end of a race where 3 cars are leading, a very precise strategy for our stage. And we will do certainly the same tomorrow. I hope that we can also publish a team order tomorrow.
But from what we've seen today, I suggest that those team orders are already very public. Well, Bruno Letellier, Mitsubishi, 11th on the special and 12th overall, one of the enthusiastic amateurs. And this is Carlos Souza, a brilliant 13th on the special, 11th overall, still leading the T1 marathon category, standard cars. Miguel Prieto, Mitsubishi from Spain, and Johan von Karvenberger, Belgium for Toyota, 17th and 15th respectively. Philip Vonberg's Toyota, though, stopped. He's got problems. We find out what. Since the start of the rally, he told us we've had overheating problems. It's 10 times worse. The water's boiling up all the time. It's coming out of the radiator. Modifications haven't worked, so we're having to drive slowly. My co-driver's working on the car now for the second time in 150 kilometers. We just don't know what's wrong. Also problems. Maurizio Traglio, he's rolled. He was 9th this morning. The Nissan in big trouble.
Sì, abbiamo stallonato una ruota in
I wasn't paying attention, the Italian said.
Che non ho visto, evidentemente
broke a wheel,
solo a pensiero.
So we've got to change it.
Io, per cui sono entrato
I was going too fast. The only thing now is I've got a bad back. I've really pulled my back.
Sul fianco, niente di particolarmente grave, comunque il problema è che io ho mal di schiena.
So Joan Lemos and Karin Dure, the Mitsubishi ladies team, 44th this morning. They're going like a train still. Very good performance indeed. and Johan Peter Reif Hino still leading the Hino trucks 1, 2, 3. Quick look down the car lists. We find the overall rankings that Dick Partridge and Graham Parker from Ipswich in the Isuzu, 85th overall on the rally and still going well out of the 94 still running. Well, let's have a quick look now at the car rankings as we see the Hino going through the picture. Tatra completely out of the rally. Strugo taking that stage win. Great performance by him. Means there's now been 7 different winners of the car stages. Fontenay 3, Shinazuka 3, and Schlesser, Sabi, Kleinschmidt, Guedes and Strugo all taking 1 apiece. And at the top, of course, is a wonderful fight between Shinazuka, Fontenay and Sabi, all for Mitsubishi, and there's not that much in it, but look at that, Fontenay 45 seconds behind, but will Ulrich Bremer insist that Shinazuka wins? Masuoka and Kleinschmidt bringing up 4th and 5th. Well, tomorrow, special stage 12, Timbuktu, Mali, to Neymar in Mauritania. Sandy tracks, great for bikes, harder for cars, and
in the event so far, a lot of talk about team orders as we get back towards Dakar at the end of the rally. We speak to Ulrich Bremer, the boss of the Mitsubishi team, about those team orders later in the programme. For the moment, though, let's just cast our minds back to what happened yesterday. A difficult stage once again, a long stage, and a fastest time for the first time on the Dakar for Jean-Pierre Strugo. Strugo driving a T3 Mitsubishi, just beating the Thai rally champion Cyril Watanakan, who finished 2nd on the stage, and the Mitsubishis were taking things a little bit more steady. They were running together to look after one another. Jutta Kleinschmidt in the buggy was also travelling fairly close company to the Mitsubishis. Kleinschmidt had a good day yesterday, the German lady racer who competed on motorbikes in the Dakar some years ago and moved up to cars, now taking 5th place away from Salvador Servia. The fastest bike rider was Jimmy Lewis from California. Oscar Gallardo, number 17, the Spaniard, on the Cagiva in 3rd place overall. But it was Stefan Peter-Hansel who was just enjoying his 1.5-hour lead at this point.
Bon ben, nous revoilà.
This is Karine Dure, one of the girls aboard the Nissan Patrol, who are competing together on the event this year. Now, Karine Dure has a lot of experience in events of a tough nature such as this, and in fact, just a couple of years ago, she competed on the Tundra Raid, something we covered here on Eurosport that I even took part in myself, on snowmobiles going across the frozen wastelands of Norway and the north of Sweden. So Karine Dure here co-driving with Joanna Lemos, enjoying their experience on the Dakar this year. Let's join them for some of that experience on stage. Not the only girls on the event, but these two have been going well, running in 44th place overall in the car classification at the end of yesterday. We haven't seen the full list of results in yet, but these two girls certainly showing some of the guys how to do it.
Back to the Dakar Rally with Mitsubishi Motors Corporation.
On with today's stage then, and from Mali into Mauritania for the first time on the event this year. They ran south of Mauritania on the way to Agadez, but on the way back to Dakar, we're into a new country. And so to the start of another stage this morning. 13 days into the event, and still the early starts for all of the competitors. By this time, perhaps even the most enthusiastic of riders and competitors are beginning to find it hard work. The ever-cheerful Hubert Auriol, the organiser, though, keeping a watchful eye on things as Yuri Arcaron set off this morning. Jordi Akerons has been running second on the most part of this rally after we lost the likes of Heinz Gardner early on in the event, but it was not going to be a good day for the Spaniard today. Good day for David Castera, the second of the Yamahas, and backing up Stefan Peter-Hansel, very much playing the support role to this man who's had the lead of the event right from the opening stage. But that disaster for Akerons. In the foreground you can see the dog that the Spaniard so unfortunately hit. This happened about 10 kilometers after the first checkpoint on today's stage, and Akerons was actually knocked unconscious for around 5 minutes after the accident happened, but sadly it means the end of the rally for him. Hubert Auriol there on hand as ever to try and look after the medical side of things. The 34-year-old, based near Barcelona, comes from a farming background, but what success we've seen from him in recent years. Another Spaniard, in fact, slowing down to see what help he could lend. Carlos Sotelo, who's running in 13th place overall, and a close companion of Jordi Akerons, obviously concerned to see his mate lying by the wayside. And Akerons has had such a strong run of good results in the Dakar in recent years. He's in fact been on the podium every year since 1991. But of course this year that is not going to happen. He says, I don't remember anything. So the helicopter on hand to take him away to the nearest hospital. And Akerons talking a little bit more about it. He says, there was a dog that came out in front of me and I just couldn't avoid it. I fell off, but now I feel all right. I've not broken anything. And I hope I can recover straight away. And Hubert Auriol saying, it's the race, unfortunately, that's just racing, we can't do anything. I think he had a great event up until now. Sadly, he has an opponent, a man from another world called Stefan Peter-Hansel. He's a really good rider, and I'm just upset that it's finished like this for Akerons. So the sad sight of Jordi Akerons' KTM being winched away to finish his challenge on this year's Dakar. He's been runner-up the last 3 years. Is he ever going to win the event? Well, sadly, it's not going to be in 1997. Back with some of the other riders, though, today, and the American Jimmy Lewis, who set the fastest time yesterday. An excellent effort from the Californian. He was 11th fastest today, lost some 40 minutes. He came off a few times.
It happens, but I'm not so happy about it.
You're losing lots of time today?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know how much. Maybe I worked on the bike for 20 minutes at least, and then I had to ride slow because every time I hit a bump, the gas goes in the air filter and it stops.
It was a boring stage for you?
Yeah, well, it had a lot of excitement because of the crashing, but that's not the kind of excitement I want to have.
In fact, Jimmy Lewis had 3 falls today, and the problem he was talking about there was as a result of one of the falls, the petrol tank got damaged, so he had to transfer fuel from one tank to another. They run 3 separate fuel tanks on these big motorcycles to try and get them to cover as much ground as possible between the refueling halts. But Jimmy Lewis not having such a good day today. David Castera, we saw a moment ago, and Oscar Gallardo here, 3rd fastest today, and now moving up into 2nd place overall with Jordi Akerons' retirement.
Esta pista es buena para mi moto.
And Gallardo talking us through a little bit of the stage today. Quite narrow in places and on some of the very, very soft sand, the fesh. The sand very, very fine indeed, more like talcum powder than the sand we might think of on our beaches. And Gallardo having to cope with that along with all the other riders and drivers today.
Un cruce en el kilómetro 449 que tengo que ir a la derecha. Debo estar atento porque un despiste de esos te hace perder mucho tiempo.
So Gallardo keeping up the Spanish hopes as he arrived at one of the refueling halts a little bit later on. And making sure it was petrol going in there rather than kerosene, which is what happened to some of them yesterday. Gallardo saying, yes, Jordi's come off. I don't know if he's been hurt or if he can continue. I only heard about it a moment ago. And Peter-Hansel talking about it as well, saying it's very sad because Jordi had a good race. He's been intelligent. He's not taken unnecessary risks, and now it looks as though it's all over because of a stray dog. Very sad. So Peter-Hansel, sympathy for Jordi Akerons. But the rally continues for him, as it does for everybody else. Just referring back to that problem with refueling yesterday, Britain's John Deacon was one of those affected. They actually filled his tanks up with aircraft kerosene until some of the other competitors realised, and they managed to drain it out, thankfully, and get some proper fuel aboard, and he didn't lose too much time because of it. On board here with Jean Brucy, who's running very well in the experimental class on the motorbikes. And he says you've got to watch out for these little holes everywhere. As you can see, all too easy to be caught out. He says the front forks are really taking a bashing on this terrain. Well, the Dakar is something else. Jean Brucy continuing 11th place overall for the Frenchman at the moment. So through towards the end of the stage, and Stefan Peter-Hansel maintaining that very comfortable lead today. In the first kilometres, I tried to take into account that the stage would be very hard going and very technical. It has not been an easy day for anybody today. Indeed, some of the riders and drivers saying it's the hardest stage of the rally so far, and that's certainly saying something, considering what we've seen already. A little bit of surprise as Peter-Hansel chats to Castera, where they'd seen Jimmy Lewis off in the previous village. But both of these two surviving a 1-2 result for Yamaha today on this stage. Just confirmation of that, 3 minutes 50 seconds only separating the two of them. David Castera doing a good job today. He's actually the son of one of Hubert Auriol's former mechanics. Remember, Auriol was a bike racer himself, won the Dakar twice. One of his mechanics' boys, that's David Castera, and what a great job he's doing to back up Stefan Peter-Hansel there today. In the overall positions, a 2.5-hour lead for Stefan Peter-Hansel. By the way, John Deacon, the Plymouth bike dealer, is now 17th. He's going really well. Adrian Lappin from Ireland is in 44th, and Richard Fair is 57th. The other two Irishmen, unfortunately, out of the rally. Back to the Dakar as we make our way back towards Senegal. The terrain changes once again. Some more beautiful images from this part of northwestern Africa. Wonderful variety in this part of Africa, and once again we're seeing greenery accompanied by sand and desert. And back to the car battle itself, and it's all about Mitsubishi, of course, as it has been really for all of the 2 weeks. Once we lost Jean-Louis Schlesser out of the event when he rolled dramatically on the 5th day and put himself out, well, since then we've really just seen Mitsubishi dominating proceedings, and it was much the same situation once again today. The three Mitsubishis being careful, not doing anything silly. They want to get all three cars back to Dakar safely. Jean-Pierre Strugo here was fastest yesterday with the number 216 machine, and again going fairly well today. We can hear from on board with Strugo, and he's saying it's going okay, it's working well. The only problem is that we're carrying quite a lot of petrol. This is a long stage. Car running quite heavy. We have some 300 litres on board. So the car tends to stick in the ruts and the dips. We're doing 110 kilometers per hour in third gear, now up into fourth. Strugo going well then at that fastest time yesterday, giving him a little boost. His first fastest time on the event, in fact, in some 10 times that he's been doing the Dakar. Sousa still leading in the T1 class for Mitsubishi as well. But Salvador Servia, he lost 5th place yesterday with some overheating troubles with his Nissan, That place going to Jutta Kleinschmidt instead. The Nissan team still going strong, entered by Andre de Soud, who brought some 15 Nissans to the Dakar event this year, but with 3 or 4 of them being the full works efforts. And just look at the sand here being thrown up by Jutta Kleinschmidt's buggy. And that gives you some idea of the soft sand, this talcum powder-like sand, the fesh that they were in here today. And of course, if you get stuck behind somebody in that, then you really are struggling to see where you're going. Kleinschmidt going superbly well at the moment, the only remaining Schlesser buggy in the event for the German girl, of course, and Jean-Louis Schlesser still on the event, following up behind in a support role now to make sure that she makes it through to the end. Problems for Bruno Sarbi, though, today. He got himself a little bit off track and down into that soft sand, and Jean-Pierre Fontenay, his teammate, coming along to see if he could lend a hand and get his fellow Frenchman out of trouble. Shinazuka at this point running slightly separately to these two, and Fontenay saying, well, I can lend you a hand, but I just need to get the car into a suitable position to be able to help pull you out of this trouble. Interestingly, yesterday when they were going through all the camel grass, which is a bit of a problem for the car, sometimes it gets up underneath into the axles and wraps itself around the internals of the cars. Interesting to note that they actually put Shinazuka in between these two running through the camel grass, so that he hopefully would have a path cleared for him by the first one, and somebody behind him to pick up the pieces if anything went wrong. It's very much Shinazuka who's being concentrated on now as the event winner by the Mitsubishi team. But Sarbi out of trouble there, thanks to the assistance from Fontenay. This is Kenjiro Shinazuka, the 47-year-old Japanese driver who looks set now to win the Dakar if all goes according to plan. Fontenay and Sarbi now in their backup roles effectively. It looks as though team orders have been decided, and it's the Japanese driver who's going to be given the chance to take victory. Masuoka there in 4th place. Mitsubishi's in fact running the top 4 places, and it really is going extremely well for them. Fontenay, the little minor stop for him today, but no major problems. No major problems at all for any of those Mitsubishis running up at the front today.
Fontenay
saying, I'm really had a lot of fun today because it was a superb special stage. Everybody said that yesterday would be the really difficult one, but in fact it was today. Difficult but fun. We were okay. We had an electrical problem just before the finish, which made us a little late, but otherwise it was really good. So Shinazuka maintaining the overall lead of the event, but some 22 seconds now. And meanwhile, further behind him, another winner from the other day, Duarte Guedes, in another of the Nissans, just talking about how careful you have to be to drive on this sort of terrain. On these narrow tracks, you have to sense the way it's going, look for those bumps and dips, and try and understand the obstacles and problems that can occur as you drive. So some pretty dramatic pictures from today's special stage. One of the toughest of the event so far, but in the car section, no major dramas. So at the end of some more sunny pictures into your sitting rooms, Jean-Pierre Fontenay Still fastest today over Shinozuka and Sabi, but they're all running very, very close together, which maintained Shinozuka's lead overall on the event. Just to let you know, although we don't have the full results in today, from yesterday, Formula 1 driver Philippe Alliot was still in 14th position, and another former Grand Prix star and Le Mans star, Henri Pescarolo, was in 31st, whilst Britain's Dick Partridge finished yesterday's stage in 87th place. He's still going, he's still looking for his first finish in Dakar on his 5th attempt.
If we fight until last day together, we will not have this friendship anymore and the team will not exist anymore. So we absolutely want to maintain three things. 3 cars on the podium. Now we decided that this Kenjiro, that is in some way also a return of investment, because Mitsubishi since 15 years gave us confidence, a lot of money. We didn't win all the time. Sometimes we won, sometimes we had a triumph like in Cape Town. But we think this year is really the year of Kenjiro Shinozuka. We were really surprised about his performance in this race. Today again, he finished together with Fontenay in a few seconds. So he is for me the man of this rally.
Fontenay, though, has also been very fast. Is it not time that he had a Dakar win?
Yes. I think he has a little bit more time to win a Dakar. He is absolutely capable, as Bruno Sabi, to win a Dakar. But for this time, I think the growing man was Shinozuka, even so he already had 10 Dakars. And we were really surprised about his performance. We decided a Crown Prince, and that's all for the moment, not the ministers yet.
It's sad, but I think in a way we were sure that it would be a Mitsubishi who would win this year. And if it's like that, I suppose the decision comes from Tokyo, from Mitsubishi Corporation. What I think is the other drivers made all a beautiful race, and of course it's sad, especially when you see the gap between, let's say, Shino and Fontenay. As an organizer, I have no preference. But I like that the race goes up to Saint-Louis, to even to the Lac Rose. And if it's only that which is decided today, we'll see later.
So discussions there about the team orders being introduced for the Mitsubishi team, but they've still got to get through to the finish in Dakar. A chance for us to have a quick look at the trucks. There hasn't been much change in the lead. Johan Peter Reif is still the leader of the big trucks. The Hino, the 8-litre engined Hino, still leading. In fact, it's a Hino 1, 2, 3 at the moment. And for the gentleman who came along to me at the Autosports International show at the weekend and said we didn't show enough trucks, well, let's just enjoy some of the pictures of these big wagons going across the desert. No result words, and with Dakar almost in view now, it was a fastest time for a new boy on the event today in the motorbike section. Frenchman Eric Bernard, his first ever Dakar, and he set the pace today, to be followed by others. Carlos Sotelo was second fastest today on the big heavy Cagiva. He had bad luck 5 days into the event though, so he's quite a long way down in the overall standings. No change for the overall leader though. Stefan Peter-Hansel still in command of this rally, still looking for that 5th Dakar victory. In the cars today, another first-time winner. This time it was the Japanese driver Masuoka, with his Mitsubishi Challenger, set the fastest time just 19 seconds ahead of Jutta Kleinschmidt. But overall, it's still Kenjiro Shinozuka who is the overall leader by some 5 minutes. In the trucks is Johan Peter Reif leading the truck class and lying in 28th place overall in the cars and trucks together. Let's just look back to yesterday, because there was dramatic news when we saw the demise of Jordi Arcarons. Unfortunately, Arcarons hit a dog just a little way into the long stage yesterday. Carlos Sotelo stopped off to see how his friend was doing, and in fact Jordi Arcarons was concussed for around 5 minutes, but although fairly heavily bruised, thankfully nothing was broken. He was helicoptered away to the medical centre, but thankfully okay. The dog, well, unfortunately that died, but it died very instantly. Didn't know much about it when Arcarons hit him. But another favourite amongst the bike riders out of the rally. Peter Hansel and David Castera here, the two Yamaha riders, setting the pace of yesterday's stage, a 1-2 for Yamaha. And Kleinschmidt, Jutta Kleinschmidt, had a good day in the buggy. She was 4th on the stage and still lying in 5th place overall. Two of the Mitsubishis were helping each other out as Bruno Sabi got a little stuck in the very, very soft sand, but Jean-Pierre Fontenay was on hand to help him out. And Kenjiro Shinozuka maintained his overall lead as called for by the team manager.
This year is really the year of Kenjiro Shinozuka. We were really surprised about his performance in this race. Today again, he finished together with Fontenay in a few seconds. So he is, for me, the man of this rally.
The Crown Prince, as Ulrich Bremer has called him. Shinozuka here, the man who's likely to win now if everything holds together. But how do the other members of the team feel about it? First, his co-driver, Henri Magne.
Jean-Pierre and us, always fighting. So, Jean-Pierre is still young. He has a chance next year, and I don't know. Anyway, he has a chance. He's a quite good driver. And I'm too old now.
And you're saying it's not an easy decision to take, but since the beginning of the race, for about 4,000 or 5,000 kilometers, we've all been very, very close, split by only a few seconds. Jean-Pierre Fontenay, Bruno Sabi and us. We could go on fighting like that, but it's not really a great thing. Or we can take a decision and decide who's going to take the victory. So a decision's been taken. I'm very happy, obviously, because I've been chosen, but any one of us could have won. When you're part of an official team, a works team, then you know that team orders can be part of that. It's better to accept them. If not, then you can't continue to do a job like this. Perhaps another time I'll have my chance. I prefer to have a decision like that and to be able to continue the event. And Jean-Pierre Fontenay, are you sad? Well, yeah, I suppose I'm a little sad, he said. But it's great that we can all arrive in the top 3 places at Dakar. I'd love to be first, of course, but I can say that because they're my friends. And who knows, on the next Dakar, perhaps I'll take the victory. So Jean-Pierre Fontenay there, the man who perhaps would have been able to struggle his way to take the win if team orders hadn't been brought in, but it will be Kenjiro Shinozuka that he's supporting to the finish in Dakar. The Mitsubishi still running the top 3 places. 108 kilometres of time stage, but a total with long links today of 604 kilometres between Neymar and Kiefer. And so to the start of the last long stage of the rally, which the motorcyclists had to take at some 4 o'clock this morning. Another very, very early start. Not exactly bright and early, rather dark and early. And the wind and the sand to be dealt with. The Guardian of the Dunes looking on as the motorbikes set off across what would be quite a difficult day once again, but the end is within sight. Just 2 more stages after this one. Jimmy Lewis was going well today on the KTM, a stage winner a couple of days ago. Let's listen from him.
Beautiful out here, but it's also a little bit scary. Got a lot of sand kicking up because of a sandstorm, and it makes it a little bit harder to reference things, but went thing is, kids, don't try this at home. I'm a skilled professional, and if you do want to try it, make sure you ask your mom and dad first. Today is the last long stage of the rally, and I'm going really smooth. It's going to be hard for me to make up any time. Whoa, a couple of sharp turns in here. Watch out for the thorns. It goes pretty fast. Speed is not a problem. Actually, it usually goes faster than I care to go. So I don't think you'll be finding me on a twin anytime soon, because even as fast as they go, they're a real handful in the sand and stuff.
A handful in the sand, and that's what some of the others found today, as the dunes got somewhat larger and pretty soft as well. Trouble for one of the Irish riders still in the event. Richard Fair stopped out on the stage today, and that was sad. 56th out of 63 at the end of yesterday's stage, but still hadn't got through to the finish when we got last looked at the results. Adrian Lapin going a bit better though. He was 43rd with the sole remaining CCM at the end of yesterday's stage. And Britain's John Deacon, well, he was 13th fastest today on the stage. Not a bad effort at all, up into 17th place overall, in spite of getting a bit stuck on a couple of occasions himself. Well, we've seen Peter Hansel go through. He had a fall today, in fact, but it didn't cost him too much time, and he still maintains that very, very comfortable lead. Oscar Gallardo still in second place overall. He was only 11th fastest today, and he's only 20 minutes ahead of David Castera now, so he's got to watch out a little bit in case there's a problem in the next day or two. But the fastest man today was this gentleman, Eric Bernard, on his first ever Dakar, although he's done a lot of enduro riding. He's one of France's top enduro riders, in fact. And talking about the stage, just how difficult some of the sand is to deal with. In fact, he's lost his GPS system and ended up following a lot of the other riders along. And he followed Stefan Peter Hansel for quite a part of the rally today, and was very impressed by the way that Peter Hansel dealt with the dunes. Had a bit of a lesson in how to deal with that aspect of African rallying. The 29-year-old from the west of France putting in an excellent performance. In fact, he was only 38th after the first stage of the event, but today he moved himself up into 11th place overall, gradually learning the event and getting faster and faster. Peter Hansel and Castera consulting, taking notes on the next direction to follow. And Eric Bernard referring to Peter Hansel as the professor. Just as Alain Prost was referred to as the professor in Formula One, Peter Hansel is very highly regarded, particularly in his navigational skills across the African deserts. And of course, anyone else taking the advantage to follow him if they get the chance. So Peter Hansel and Castera riding together again to protect that precious lead of the Yamaha. Although, say precious, it's over 2.5 hours now. But the number 10 bike there, setting the fastest time today in the end, Eric Bernard, because Peter Hansel not rushing the last part of the stage. So an excellent effort from him. Carlos Sotelo, second fastest today, only 36 seconds behind Bernard. Not bad in that long distance, the 308 kilometers, the only difference 36 seconds. And John Brucey also going well today, leading in the experimental class. He was third fastest and 10th overall. And Portuguese Paulo Manuel Marques, fourth today, lying in 8th place overall. But of course, an awful lot of the favourites out of the motorbike section, and so we see some slightly different names to perhaps what we would have expected. The names like Arcarons, Magnaldi, Mioni, Danny Laporte, Richard Sankt and Heinz Kinnigadner all out of the event relatively early on, apart from Arcarons, who only went out yesterday. And so to the overall positions, just to let you know that Adrian Lapin did make it through to the finish of today's stage. 38th place, he's moved up a bit. He only finished rebuilding the Rotax engine of his CCM this morning at 1:30 in the morning, and then back on the bike to ride through the stage. But he is still going the sole remaining Irish rider out of the 4 that started. Welcome back to the Dakar, where some of the top drivers take the opportunity to explain to us how you deal with getting over sand dunes. This is Jean-Pierre Fontenay of the all-dominant Mitsubishi team. And he says, here we are, we're going to explain how we go over a dune. The problem is that if we are not careful, we never quite know what's behind a dune. Of course, as you go up one side, then anything could be the other side. Bruno Sabi and Kenjiro Shinozuka are also helping out. The speed of approach is absolutely vital. Too slow and you get stuck at the top.
Ça c'est l'exemple typique du début, c'est-à-dire que là on n'a pas assez d'élan, donc ce qui se passe c'est qu'on reste à cheval. Like this.
And we've seen that on several occasions.
Et si on a trop d'élan,
but if you go too fast, the front wheels take off and then it tips and you can roll over. As we've also seen on some occasions. So we have to get enough run up to get the front of the car over.
Immediately accelerate.
I think, as Kenjiro said, get on the power straight away.
Place tout de suite pour le virage qui est juste derrière. Je mets du pied gauche.
Bit of left foot braking, says Bruno Sabi, to get the back end out of the car. Slide it around a little bit.
De façon à pouvoir tout de suite faire un contre-appel.
And then a bit of
accélérateur et refreiner avec le pied gauche pour bien placer l'auto.
Counter steering, and off we go onto the next straight and flat out.
Then we can go.
Évidemment, ça paraît simple comme ça, mais quand on est dedans, c'est jamais simple.
It might look simple, but it's not always that simple. And this is what happened to Jean-Louis Schlesser, as he shows us.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe, bordel? Mais c'est pas possible, putain. C'est le rocher. Merde!
And that was how Schlesser's rally ended, remember, on day 5 of the event. So that's the expert showing us how it should and shouldn't be done. What about the cars section today? Problems for the Works Toyota of Philippe Vonberg. In fact, the other Works Toyota already out of Jean-Jacques Ratet, and they had more problems for Philippe Vonberg this morning. Didn't even make the start, in fact. Yesterday night, everything was going okay. The night was good, and this morning when I woke up, people were standing around my car with sad faces. They said the engine was blown up. One of the mechanics tried my car this morning. That was his job. That's normal. That's what he has to do. And the engine just gave up. I'd rather it happened when I was driving than when he was driving. Well, that's understandable. Poor old Philippe Vonberg out of the Dakar within just a couple of days of finishing, and it wasn't he behind the wheel when the engine blew up. So a little sad for the Frenchman, who's had some good results on the Dakar in the past. He was second for Citroën last year, and in fact finished third in a buggy in 1994. But he's not going to finish this year, and Toyota, with their Works attempt, all over for this year. Some more stunning and yet different scenery as we went through Mauritania on day 14 of the rally. The Mitsubishi is preparing once again to help one another through the last long stage of the event. 89 cars and trucks took off this morning. This is Anthony Georget in his T1 Nissan. And Georget working his way along this stage. Pretty well, he says not going bad today. We've had a few little problems with the car, a little bit of brakes troubles, but otherwise it's been going really well. Georget lying in 24th place at the end of yesterday's stage. In fact, he was 11th fastest today, so good effort from Anthony Georget, and he's on his 7th Dakar and also has raced in circuit racing in the past as well. Carlos Souza, the Portuguese driver who's leading in the T1 category, needing a little bit of help to get out of the sand, but still leading in the standard category. And Henri Pescarolo still going well, the 53-year-old veteran of Le Mans sports car racing and of Formula One, 4 times winner of the Le Mans 24-hour race. 20th fastest today, lying in 30th place overall. Number 238, Bruno Lotelleri in the T1 Pajero, 8th today, 11th place overall, but problems for one of the top drivers, Sponsor 1, Cyril Watanabe, the Thai driver, 8th yesterday, but in trouble today.
Was doing fine, and all of a sudden we just lost the power, you know. So we think it's a clutch problem, but because of it, everything else working normally.
So that's a great shame, and indeed he wasn't in the first set of results that we had through at the end of today. So Cyril Watanabe losing a great deal of time. Let's just hope that he can make it through to the finish. The lead Mitsubishis, as you can see, were finding the navigation a little bit more difficult than they perhaps expected, but no real problems for them. They've got such a major advantage, but it is a superb effort from the Rally Art team once again, all of them driving together to look after one another. But don't forget that this car, the T2 Mitsubishi Pajero, was only thought about at the end of last year's Dakar when Hubert Auriol announced the new rules. They only had it testing for the first time last August, but since then they've really put in a lot of work, 12,000 kilometers of testing before they came onto the Dakar, and the Mitsubishi's far better prepared for the event than any of the other top teams like Toyota or Nissan. Perhaps we'll see the other Japanese manufacturers really getting involved and pushing hard for next year, now that everybody sees that the playing field is a little bit more even than in the days of the T3 prototypes. Going through the checkpoint virtually together there, Hiroshi Masuoka and Yuta Kleinschmidt, who ran together most of the time today. And it was indeed Masuoka who set the fastest time for the first time on the event. He was second place on one of the stages early on in the event, but Masuoka today fastest by just 19 seconds from Yuta Kleinschmidt. Masuoka's driving the long wheelbase version. There it is once again of the Mitsubishi Pajero, again a works car this one. It's about half a meter longer than the other 3 that we've been watching all the way through the event, still powered by a V6 engine, but a little bit less powerful, puts out about 250 brake horsepower. This machine was also tested in the Dubai Rally, just as was the other Pajeros, and this machine finished in 4th place. Masuoka and his co-driver, Andreas Schulz from Germany.
We are very lucky today because 3 Pajero is lose way, so we arrive all together.
So Masuoka delighted with the performance today. This is Bernard Ancio with the Nissan, and Ancio with his co-driver, Thierry Jérôme. And Thierry Jérôme is disabled, paralyzed in his legs as a result of a motocross accident some 10 years ago, but that doesn't stop him competing on the event. In fact, he has driven on the event himself. This year he's co-driving, and these two guys getting themselves a little bit stuck. They were in 20th place at the end of yesterday's stage, so going very well in fact, and hoping that somebody would stop to help pull them out of the rather soft sand. Well, the lead Hino of Johan Peter Reif was in too much of a hurry, but Ramon Villa Altimir from Spain in the T1 Pajero, lying in 15th place overall, decided to stop and lend a hand. So Bernard Ancio and Thierry Jérôme were able to get going, but there were more problems today as well for Philippe Alliot, who hadn't made it through to the end of the stage as we came on air, stuck out in the sand somewhere. And also there was no sign of Dick Partridge, and we haven't had confirmation yet as to whether he's been able to make it through to this part of the rally. Dick Partridge from Ipswich with Keith Parker in their Isuzu Trooper had been going well, quite a long way down the ranking, but they were still going, but they didn't make it through to the end of yesterday's stage according to the ranking that we had. Let's just hope that they missed him out somewhere and that he may still be in it, but we'll try and update you on that if we get any more news. So to the results of today, Masuoka 19 seconds faster than Yuta Kleinschmidt, but for the main front runners, Shinazuka there you can see 5th fastest today, but he gained 5 minutes on Jean-Pierre Fontenay, so that has given Shinazuka a little bit more of an advantage, but they're all playing the team game now. So Shinazuka lining up to be the first Japanese driver to win the Dakar. He's had a great record. He was the first Japanese driver ever to win a World Championship Rally. So this really would be a fine way to perhaps finish off his career. Another look at the trucks today, and of course there are two parts to the truck event. Some of the trucks are going out for the overall win, for example the Japanese Hino trucks that are doing so well at the moment, but many of the trucks are there completely in a support role, carrying the spare parts for a team. Now this one is one of Jean-Louis Schlesser's support trucks, which of course is supporting his effort initially in the rally, and since then the car of Judah Kleinschmidt. The truck is carrying all sorts of spare parts for the Seat powered buggy, but it's got itself a little bit stuck, and Gustav Brolt, the driver, having to enlist a little bit of assistance to get this heavy machine out of the sand. And when you've got an 10-ton machine, that really does take some removing from the sand. Thankfully, some other trucks around to lend a hand. In the truck race itself, the situation still much the same, with Johan Peter Reif in the number 427 truck still maintaining a very comfortable lead. He doesn't carry any spare parts for any of the deserts of northwest Africa to reach once again the Atlantic coast. Hello from Ben Edwards and welcome to Eurosport's penultimate report on a day that saw no major changes in the overall positions, but still one or two heartbreaking retirements. Up front, no change for the Mitsubishi Pajeros, which still hold their 1, 2, 3 positions. On the motorbikes, though, a new name fastest once again. Paulo Manuel Marquez from Portugal set the fastest time today, his first stage win on the Dakar. A good result also from Jean Brucy, who was second fastest today and has moved up into 8th place overall. He's also the top man in the experimental class. But in the motorbikes, Stefan Peterhansel still out to match Cyril Neveu's record-breaking 5 wins on the Dakar. Yesterday was all about sand dunes in Mauritania. Some really difficult sand dunes for the teams to negotiate, and it did see problems for one or two of the competitors, both in the cars and in the motorbike sections. The top motorbike riders tended to stick together yesterday to try and make the navigation a little bit easier, but a good performance from Eric Bernard, who took his fastest time, his first time on the Dakar as well. He's been a little bit afraid of competing on African rallies in the past, in spite of a good background in French enduro riding, and in fact, Eric Bernard, one of Stefan Peterhansel's major rivals in the French Enduro Championships in recent years. The two Yamahas of Peterhansel and David Castera stuck together, of course, throughout the day so that Castera could try and cure any problems that Peterhansel might have had throughout the last remaining days of the rally. In the cars, it was Hiroshi Masuoka who set the fastest time in the Mitsubishi Challenger, slightly different, the long wheelbase version of the Mitsubishi Pajero. He loved the dunes, so he thoroughly enjoyed them and would really quite like to have more stages like this on the Dakar. Shinazuka maintained the overall lead, but once again the three Mitsubishis stuck very much together, even stopping now and then just to let the engines cool down in these high temperatures to make sure the reliability that they've enjoyed so far lasts all the way back to Dakar. Johan Peter Reif still the leader in the truck section. He was fastest truck on this stage by some 13 minutes, so again extending that advantage that he'd gained early on in the rally. Christian Barbier here, one of the Sonorto support trucks, in 50th place overall, but still a very vital part of the rally, carrying some vital spare parts perhaps for the Mitsubishis leading the event. Having said that, they don't seem to have had many reliability problems all the way through the 2 weeks. Now that soft sand yesterday in the dunes, catching one or two of the competitors out. This is Miran Stanovnik from Slovenia, a Slovenian ski instructor, but he did pretty well just to stay on the bike when the front wheel decided to just disappear into the sand. Frustration so close to the end of the rally. Endless, says the T-shirt. Endless seem the problems for some of the competitors, and this the girls team of Joanna Lemos and Karin Dure in their Nissan, lying in 40th place overall, but they were also victims of the sand yesterday and had to spend some time digging themselves out of trouble. One or two of the Japanese drivers, though, decided to take a little bit of sand back home as a memento of their time spent in the deserts here in Africa. Behind the cars, the trucks and the motorbikes that are competing on the event comes the sweeper truck, the camion balai, whose job it is, sadly, to pick up those bikes or cars that don't make it through to the final checkpoint of the day. There's always someone there to pick up the pieces when it does go wrong. And even yesterday, there were still some who couldn't make it through to the end of the stage, and they would end their rally almost within sight of the finish, but having to go home, not finishing the event. This is the number 125 bike of Hiroshi Kobayashi, one of the Japanese riders on the event. He was in 53rd place, but sadly the bike crying enough and out. And another Japanese man in trouble, Akira Asai, on his own, solo driver in the Isuzu Trooper. Well, the problems with an oil leak for the Japanese driver. He's broken his oil filter, and he doesn't want to carry on like this because his engine will break.
I don't want to give up. I want to go Dakar.
But poor Akira Asai, so close to getting to Dakar, really heartbreaking moment. And the drivers of the sweeper truck saying, well, we're going to do whatever we can to help him get to the village. We're not going to leave him alone in the dunes with his car. We'll tow him through. But unfortunately, Asai wasn't able to get the machine fixed. So his solo attempt on the Dakar, and he had been lying in 38th place, not bad at all over. And more problems as well, this time for one of the Irish team riders, Richard Fair.
The box is broken. It's a big disappointment, but it was a great adventure while it was lasting. I wouldn't have missed it for the world. It was wonderful. So maybe another time.
Great to hear Richard Fair still out to come back to the Dakar. The only one of the Irish team who'd had previous experience, but that's all four of them out now, with Adrian Lappin's engine having blown up today, in fact, on the long liaison section. Unbelievably, when he's almost made it to the end, Adrian Lappin also out to join Vinnie Fitzsimmons, Nick Craigie and Richard Fair here. So sad news indeed. But the two British motorbike riders still there, John Deacon in 17th and Ian Graham still there in 31st place. On with today's stage, from Kiffa to St. Louis, from Mauritania back into Senegal. Just 166 kilometers of special stage today. And so the preparations this morning, another bright and early start once again. 58 motorcycles still in the event, trying to make it through these final two stages to the celebrations on the beach of Dakar. Two long, hard weeks in the saddle, almost over now, as the final miles and kilometers to be completed. And fastest today, Paulo Manuel Marquez here. He was 8th overall yesterday, but he put in an excellent effort today. Eric Bernard also going well, the stage winner of yesterday. And we go on board with Jean Brucy, the man leading in the experimental class of the motorbikes, top French enduro rider. And he says, I left in 3rd place this morning. I got in front of Eric Bernard, and now I'm chasing Carlos Sotelo. Well, there indeed is the Spaniard, Carlos Sotelo, on the Cajiva, winner of the 7th stage of the event, lying in 12th place overall yesterday. The 31-year-old businessman from Barcelona still going well on the number 19 at the Cajiva. And again behind them, the man who was setting the pace today, Paulo Manuel Marquez, Portuguese bike dealer himself, on his 4th Dakar this year round. He's had one finish, and that was in 1995 when he was riding on a Yamaha. And this year, Marquez, KTM mounted, going extremely well today. Very fast stage today, and you can tell a little bit breathless on the onboard commentary. There were very few big holes or serious corners to deal with, so it was really flat-out stuff. This is Norbert Schilscher from Germany, second in the marathon class at the moment. A man riding with broken ribs, unbelievably, after an accident earlier on in the rally, but he's still going okay, and he should make it to the end now. So the competitors continued, and the quad's still there. Good news to see Daniel Giroux still going, lying in 53rd place overall, but he's still in the event. And another man who's still in the event as well is the American rider Jimmy Lewis, who we've seen performing well on the last couple of days. He was 10th fastest today and lies in 4th place overall.
The stage was totally fun, super fast. I don't think there was one danger mark on the whole thing.
Back with Carlos Sotelo, who set the 3rd fastest time today, but there was a retirement for another of the Spaniards. Fernando Gil on the KTM was lying in 7th place, but he went out today, so another last-minute retirement, and that really is bad news for him. Stefan Peter-Hansel, 6th fastest today, only 5 minutes slower than the stage winner, and enjoying a 2-hour 38-minute lead. An absolutely massive advantage still there for Stefan Peter-Hansel. I'm happy to be at the end of today because it still has to be done. Tomorrow will be much easier. Oscar Gallardo, 8th fastest today, still lying in 2nd place overall, just trying to protect that 2nd position. Get on the podium in Dakar, that is now his main ambition. After the special stage, it wasn't too bad for me, it was okay. It was fairly short today, not many problems. We had to be very careful with the navigation because it was very easy to get lost, but without any problem today. Dirk von Zitzwitz also going well, the rookie on the Dakar, 4th today, lying in 5th place overall, following the retirement of so many of the top riders. Von Zitzwitz on his first Dakar and in there in the top 5. And back with Marquez fastest today, and delighted also to be heading towards the final checkpoint of this stage because his wife Elisa would be waiting for him. The 34-year-old on his 4th Dakar, 9 times the Portuguese Enduro champion, but Portuguese Enduro is not really preparing you for things like the Dakar. Great performance from him today, though. Saying hey, how much he likes the Dakar, how much he wants to come back. And next time he perhaps will attack even harder now that he knows things. Elisa there to greet him at the end of the stage. Little unexpected perhaps. Wives and girlfriends no doubt expected to be seen in Dakar rather than at the end of the stage here in St. Louis. But they just couldn't keep away. And Marquez absolutely delighted. He says it's been a fantastic day, really surprising that it went so well today for me, but I'm absolutely delighted. Set the fastest time and hopefully make it through to the finish. We've just got a short stage to go now, so I'm looking forward to the end. And coming in then, 3rd fastest today, Carlos Sotelo. Equally delighted with his performance, and now really it's almost over. There's only an 18-kilometer stage to go tomorrow. They've got a little bit further to run on the roads, but in some ways this is the moral finish of the event. Jean Brucy saying, I think I could have set the fastest time today, but my GPS stopped working 5 kilometers from the end, so I hesitated a little bit. I lost around 20 seconds, but it doesn't matter too much. And Jean Brucy's wife also there at the end of the stage, at the end of 2 weeks of desert riding. Good to see each other once again. So the results of today's stage then, and that fastest time for Marquez from Portugal, and his first time at the head of the leaderboard on a day's stage. Otherwise, much the same. Eric Bernard, who was fastest yesterday, 5th fastest today. John Deacon was 21st fastest on the bikes today. He lies in 16th place overall. And Ian Graham, the man who set the record effectively last year by becoming the first British rider to get to the finish in Dakar, it looks as though he's going to do the same again this year. He was 35th on the stage today and 28th overall. So the 2 Brits still going in the motorbike class. And so to the cars now, and good news for British fans of Dick Partridge, who is still in the Dakar. He certainly was when we had the results through last night, finally, when they got to Kiefer. He was missing from the previous set of results, but Dick Partridge 77th into Kiefer. So it does still look good that he's going to make it all the way to Dakar for the first time in 5 attempts. But this was the scene this morning, ready for the start of the stage. The sunshine still burning in Africa, but we're almost to the end of the event. The last few days, the last couple of days now, that we'll be seeing that sunshine beaming into the winter in Europe. But the Mitsubishis, well, sunshine for them because they're still going so well up front with all 3 of their cars, and it's been an amazingly reliable run when you think about it. Thousands and thousands of miles covered through the most incredible conditions, and they still got these 3 cars running, and they don't seem to have missed a beat the whole way along. This is the overall leader, Kenjiro Shinazuka, the Japanese driver who really will become an even greater hero in Japan as a result of winning the Dakar. To become the first Japanese driver to do so when he's really achieved great success in terms of motorsport in the past. He was the first Japanese driver to win a World Championship rally, the first ever Japanese driver to complete the Safari Rally as well. He's turned into a real African specialist, Kenjiro Shinazuka. And when you think the terrain and how different it is to anything that they must encounter in Japan, it's great to see his performance on the event this year. Bruno Sabi there in the number 202, backing up Shinazuka's attempt. But with all 3 of them running so well, the team orders really had to come in at some point, and it was decided just a few days ago that Shinazuka would be given the win as long as the car held together properly. Wasabi still pushing hard, and you can see just how easy it would be to make a mistake at the end of nearly 2 weeks, how easy it would be to just overstep the mark a little bit and crash into a tree. But we haven't seen any of those sort of problems all the way along. Fontenay making it in safely today as fastest. I really enjoyed all the special stages we've had since the beginning. The event's been great all the way through. Since the start, there were all sorts of different types of special stages. This one was good because it was fairly short. Sand was good. It's very slippery, though. I enjoyed it. And I came in just behind Shinazuka. Bruno Sabi saying we had to work out to make sure we all arrive together tomorrow at the Pink Lake, because the start we've given on the start of the previous stage, we have to work out exactly where the cars will be to make sure that they're all together at the end tomorrow. We had to get past a few of the other competitors today, like Jutta Kleinschmidt, to make sure she's not between us. And also to be close to Masuoka. I had to wait for my teammates and make sure that we all work it out together. Well, Hiroshi Masuoka also going well again today. He was 4th fastest, still lying in 4th place overall in the slightly different Pajero. But Jutta Kleinschmidt just moving out of the way there. She was 5th fastest today, and it looks as though the remaining Schlesser buggy is going to make it through to Dakar. Jean-Louis Schlesser still around to make sure that this buggy is running well. He's there at each of the overnight bivouacs to make sure everything's going well. And although he rolled out of the event fairly early on, Jutta Kleinschmidt still going, and that is very promising for future Dakars. They certainly were competitive in the early part of the event as well. So we really are almost at the end of the event now. Just the final bits and pieces to go on Sunday, and then the celebration time for those who make it through to the end. Salvador Servia here, 8th today, 6th overall, the top Nissan in the event. Bruno Lotelleri, 11th today, 11th place overall, 2nd in the standard T1 class. But it's Carlos Souza who still leads in the T1 category overall. And there's a bit of excitement in the girls' team. Joanna Lemos and Karine Dure. These two very, very loud in their enjoyment of almost making it to the end of the last serious stage. I don't think that needs much translating. Absolute delight. So the results of the cars today saw Jean-Pierre Fontenay actually faster of the Mitsubishis. They're all running together, as we saw, with Savi second, Shinazuka then next up, and Jutta Kleinschmidt still going well, just 6 minutes off the pace today. So no change in the overall ranking, with Kenjiro Shinazuka still enjoying that narrow lead over his teammates, and those three with a big advantage then over Masuoka, some 2 hours 25 minutes behind Shinazuka. An opportunity to go with Gilles Picard and Salvador Servia here. Here we go, says Gilles Picard as usual. We're going to let the tyres get up to temperature. And then we're going to follow the sandy track, single track this time, not that much navigation, so not too difficult at the beginning of the stage. This car, remember, running in 6th place overall at the moment with the very experienced Salvador Servia at the wheel there. 52 years old. He's driven for various top teams in the past. In recent year, he's been driving for Citroën. In fact, he finished in 5th place in last year's event. But as you can see, it's still possible to make a mistake. Even that close to the end of the event, they're still pushing very hard. And it doesn't take an awful lot for the car to be thrown off the tracks, perhaps hit a bump or a rut at the side, and indeed for it to be flicked over if you get it a little bit too wrong. They're up on 2 wheels for Servia, but it doesn't seem to bother him too much. Still fast for another 4 kilometers, he says, then it becomes a little bit more twisty. Servia joking a little bit about the possibilities of trying to find a coffee somewhere along the route this time. Gilles Picard, co-driver, a former motorbike enduro rider himself, and a co-driver with Hubert Auriol and Ari Vatanen in past years.
On est entre 120 et 130 km/h.
We're running between 120 and 130 kilometers per hour. It's not that much, but it still can go wrong if it's not careful. Everything okay, it's a good rhythm. Servia saying if you fall asleep, I can arrange a puncture.
En 400 mètres, ça devient plus sinueux dans la végétation.
Notes from Gilles Picard again that in a few hundred meters the track becomes more twisty.
Voilà, c'est plus sinueux à partir d'ici.
But the navigation certainly not proving to be too difficult, just following these tracks in the sand. Ooh, and it's still possible to make a mistake.
Non, tu coupes un peu les virages, mais c'est pas grave, c'est bien.
Voilà tes amis.
Some friendly camels also to be passed. So that's the view from inside one of the cars at this stage in the rally. Trucks once again, and as we've seen over the last couple of weeks as we've been following the rally, some of the trucks in there purely to race against one another, some of them there very much to provide the spare parts and equipment that the teams need. This is inside one of the Mitsubishi support trucks, and he says here is in one of the 6x6 trucks. Everything that we need basically is in here. It's a complete workshop so that we can work during the night on the vehicles. Spare parts and tools and all the equipment. This is the 4-wheel drive fast assistance truck, mind you, which is slightly different. With this runs behind the cars. It's very light, so quite fast, and it can be close to the cars in case they need any assistance. There's really just a minimum of spare parts in here. We've got some gearbox parts, we've got some shock absorbers, some wishbones, all sorts of cables and bits and pieces, but these are the basic things that may be needed actually on the stage itself. So you can see just how well kitted out these lorries are that are following the course of the rally, and such a very important part of the whole organisation. The Sonorto team that runs the Mitsubishis running something like 8 support trucks on the event. And you think about the amount of money involved in making sure that they run reliably as well all the way through the distance. It really is a huge operation, but the Sonauto team running it virtually to perfection this year with their 3 cars, still 1, 2 and 3 in the event. I have to say, a good time for Mitsubishi at the moment. The winners of the World Drivers' Championship in rallying last year with Tommi Mäkinen, and it looks as though they're starting off 1997 in style as well by taking the top 3 places on the Dakar. In the truck section, in the outright race, it's still Johan Peter Reif who leads with his Hino truck, and it looks as though the Japanese are going to win the truck section for the first time as well. So on to today's stage, the very last one, 237 kilometres of liaison, but just a short 18-kilometre blast along the shore of the Pink Lake. The last day, sunrise this morning as the competitors got ready for this very last part. 2 weeks of adventure almost coming to a close, and the Atlantic Ocean within sight once more. Stefan Petter-Hansel and David Castera, the 2 Yamaha riders. Petter-Hansel riding towards a record-equaling 5th victory on the Dakar. An absolutely superb performance this year from the Frenchman. He's led it right from the start of the event, and he's never looked like losing that lead. But there's been some good performances from others as well, including the American Jimmy Lewis.
Yeah, you know, this is a hell of a lot more like home. There's something I'm a little bit familiar with behind me, that's the ocean, and I'm pretty happy to make it here this far. It's been a long, what, 8,000 kilometers, whatever it is.
I feel very tired, but I'm very happy to be here. I'm delighted. I've been looking forward to this moment for 2 weeks now, and I'm very, very happy.
Great to see the Plymouth bike dealer John Deacon there. To the finish, Oscar Gallardo here as well, also delighted. It was a very relaxed day. I was talking with friends at a stage like this, and nothing really ever happens. It's just party time. Well, the party time started on the shore of the Pink Lake this morning as all the bikers set off together. It's a bit of a traditional thing at the end of the Dakar that all the remaining bikes, and there were 58 of them that set off this morning to just take this final blast along. It's more like a motocross stage, this one, with pretty flat-out blast, and the 2 Yamahas riding up at the front as ever. Stefan Petter-Hansel up front, and with a microphone on board once again this time. Well, and coming up to equal the score of Cyril Neveu, and it's soon going to be 5 wins apiece. It's a fabulous day, it's a fabulous Dakar. There's a lot of emotion. So much emotion on this rally. For Petter-Hansel, it's been an absolutely superb achievement. We're trying to not go too quickly, says Castera, in order to save the bikes. We're still worried. There's still 20 kilometers to do. It's not over. And there's someone still attacking. That's Carlos Sotelo, and he's going flat out. Sotelo, indeed, the Spaniard, going very well. He was second fastest on this stage. The 2 Yamahas were looking good for the 1 and 2 on the stage early on, but it was to go wrong for them a little bit later on. Back on board with Petter-Hansel. 100% successful for us, says Petter-Hansel. It's perfect. A real dream race. Well, it wasn't going to be quite a dream finish for Castera. Just watch what happened to the second of the motorbikes and closest to the camera here when he got it a little bit wrong. Ouch. But thankfully, none of the other riders behind him ran him over. Castera was soon back up on his feet, and indeed Stefan Petter-Hansel stopped, turned back to see how his teammate was doing. They both got back onto the bikes, and Castera was able to complete the stage, but a bit of a scare indeed for Yamaha right at the very end of it all. Dirk von Zitzwitz, we saw just there, the German rider, 3rd on the stage today, 5th overall, and one of the best ever rookie results from the man experienced in European and World Enduros. But the 2 Yamahas were back up and running once again. Only 15th on this stage for Petter-Hansel, 14th for David Castera. But Petter-Hansel came through to take the overall win, his 5th win on the Dakar and the 8th win for Yamaha since the start of it all in 1979. It's just been absolutely brilliant for us, an absolutely fantastic event. Gallardo saying, I'm happy to be second, it's a very good result. Stefan is the winner, and, well, what can you say? He's just the best there is, the number one, no discussion about it. It's difficult to beat him, but maybe in the future I can get onto the first step. And David Castero saying, everybody's done a great job, and I'm just happy for myself and for the Yamaha team.
Up there than it is to sit there and watch it, but I had my string of bad luck. Everybody has a little bit of bad luck, and when I just crashed a few times and lost a lot of time, and there's no way to make it back, and it happens. I'm not too bummed. I rode the best I could all the time, and I'm happy with that.
So Peter Hansel celebrating with a champagne as he deserved to at the end of a superbly ridden rally. The Yamaha, the quality of the field, no doubt about that. And great news for the quad rider Daniel Giroux on the Yamaha quad. He became the first ever quad rider to make it to the end of the Dakar. He finished in 50th place overall. So let's confirm the results. The winner of the 1997 Dakar, 5th time he's taken the success for Stefan Peter Hansel. The Yamaha Motor France team with the 850 twin-cylinder Yamaha produced a bike that was just right for this event. 2nd place for the Spaniard Oscar Gallardo on the Cagiva, another twin-cylinder bike, a bit heavier than the Yamaha, but a great ride from the Spaniard. David Castero, the 2nd of the Yamaha riders, very much there as a backup to Peter Hansel, but he got further and further up the leaderboard as the event continued, and he finished in 3rd place overall. Winner of the marathon class, one of the amateur riders on the event, Jürgen Meyer, the German rider on the KTM. Superb performance from him. And the winner of the experimental class, another amateur rider, you have to be amateur to be in the class, the Frenchman Jean Brucy, who went very rapidly in the final 2 days of the event, also on a KTM. Jean de Azevedo was the winner of the production category. Slightly different classes, a little few more modifications allowed to the production class than to the marathon class. He finished in 14th place overall. And our friend Daniel Giroux on the quad. The first quad to get to the end, and obviously the winner of the quad section. And so to the results of today's stage. In fact, it was Jean Brucy who was fastest today from Carlos Sotelo, with John Deacon, look at that, the Briton in 4th place today. Superb achievement. And John, the KTM dealer from Plymouth, who retired last year because of a dislocated shoulder on day 7, finished in 17th place overall. Superb achievement. And Ian Graham, who celebrated his 33rd birthday on the rally, the chip shop owner from Carrickfergus in Northern Ireland, he finished in 29th place overall. And that's the 2nd year in a row that he's completed the Dakar. So well done to the 2 British motorcycle riders. The final stage, of course, for the cars as well, although just time to mention quickly that the husband and wife team, the Yamamuras from Japan, who were on the motorbikes together all the way through the event, they did finish the rally, which is good news. They made it through to Dakar. They were last but one, but they made it through to the finish. The cars section, though, has all been about Mitsubishi, of course. Running up front through the entire rally, their only threat came from Jean-Louis Schlesser in his buggy in the early part of the event, but Schlesser unfortunately rolled out when he had a tyre explode on him, and since then the Mitsubishis have been able to dominate it the way they wanted, and it really has been a remarkable performance. So reliable. The only slight problem there's ever been is an electrical problem with Fontenay's car on one stage. Apart from that, they've run faultlessly. Well, today, Sabi and Fontenay setting off together on this beach stage, and then stopping, slowing down and waiting for the man who it had been ordered would win the rally, Kenjiro Shinazuka. Fontenay saying, you see, I don't know if you are above us with a helicopter, but it's the 14th year now that I've driven onto this beach, and it's still the same emotion. When you come here for the first time, you know if you should laugh or you should cry. It's something magic to be here, and even more for the bike riders for the first time. Come on, here we go. And there joins Kenjiro Shinazuka, the Japanese driver, 48 years old, who has come through to record an historic victory here for Japan on the Dakar. And what an event it has been for the Japanese on the 1997 Dakar. Fontenay having fun on the left-hand side there, and you wonder if it's not a little bit dodgy, but he's obviously in a mood to enjoy himself. As long as he doesn't hit Sabi, it's all right. In fact, Musmara, his co-driver, saying, be careful, don't get too close to him, don't go off track too much. So the Mitsubishi drivers enjoying themselves right through to the end. But as I mentioned, for Japan, a great rally this has been. Yamaha winning the motorbikes, Mitsubishi winning in the car section, and Hino winning the truck section, and of course with a Japanese driver winning the car section, Shinazuka. This is really a big story in Japan this year. These cars are actually built in France. They're run by a French team, the Sonauto team. They're the official importers of Mitsubishi, and they've been running Mitsubishis on the Dakar since 1983, when they won the standard class back then. 1984, Britain's Andrew Cowan finished third overall in the event for Mitsubishi, and since then they've had lots of success, and it's backed up by a 1-2-3 today.
It's super feeling, because I wait 12 years. I participate since 86, so now this time is 12 times. So I wait a long time to the win, so now super feeling.
And Bruno Savi saying Mitsubishi hadn't won since 1993. That was a victory I took with Dominique Serres. So there was always a bit strange coming into this rally without Citroën here. We had to assume that it would be good for us, but we can be very satisfied, because to take all three top places, remarkable performance, exceptional, and it's a dream for a constructor. Jutta Kleinschmidt coming through fastest today on this beach stage. It's a second stage win on the event, and she finished in 5th place overall, and that's the best ever result for a woman either on the motorbike or in a car on the Dakar. So a superb achievement from the German lady.
The last word, this was a very nice Dakar for me, because I finished 5th, sure, and I won the T3 and the two-wheel drive category, so cannot be better, huh?
Indeed, a superb performance from Jutta, and just a shame that Schlesser wasn't able to make it through to the end as well. Meanwhile, Jean-Pierre Strugo, good result for Mitsubishi himself as well, winning one of the other classes, the various different classes that go through, and other fine performances. The likes of Bruno Lotelleri finished at 11th place overall in the number 238. Carlos Souza winning in the T1 class. And the two Nissans of Salvador Servia and Duarte Guedes finishing 6th and 8th overall. Nissan, well, Nissan, Toyota and SsangYong for that matter, the other works teams that were involved this year, not really in the same race as Mitsubishi, but you have to say that Mitsubishi had planned for this right from last year's Dakar, and perhaps we'll see some of the other major manufacturers really coming into the event in fine style next year. Perhaps they'll really put in a big effort to challenge the likes of Mitsubishi. But for this year, Shinazuka and Mitsubishi taking the accolades. So let's just confirm the results then. Kenjiro Shinazuka and Henri Magne, the winners of the Dakar event overall. Another historic win for Shinazuka, the first Japanese driver to win the Dakar. Jean-Pierre Fontenay and Bruno Musmara finishing in 2nd place in another of the Mitsubishi Pajeros that were developed throughout the 1996 season. And Bruno Sabi and Dominique Serres made it a 1-2-3 for the Japanese manufacturer. Their 4th win on the Dakar, but they still got some way to beat the Peugeot Citroën Combine, which has taken 8 wins on the Dakar in its 19-year history. Jutta Kleinschmidt and Jean Bouter finishing in 5th place overall, top two-wheel drive car, winners of the T3 2 category and top woman as well. Jean-Pierre Strugo with Bruno Cattarelli winning in the T3 1 class in the four-wheel drive part of the T3 class, the prototype, or the very modified versions, and they finished in 7th place overall. Carlos Sousa from Portugal with Philippe Ray winning in the T1 category, the very bog-standard machines where they can change virtually nothing throughout the course of the rally. It has to get through reliably, and that's exactly what they did. Miguel Prieto and Carlos Mas, a former bike rider on the Dakar himself, co-driving this year, they won the marathon class and finished in 12th place overall. Toshinori Asaga and Kenji Ito in a Toyota finished 2nd in the marathon class and in 19th place overall. And Jean-Pierre Cottret and Jean-Pierre Garcin, another Toyota, won the diesel class of the T2 category. They finished 33rd. Henri Pescarolo with Jérôme Boussier, the former Grand Prix driver, won the diesel category of the T3 class and finished 26th overall. And the top all-girls team, Joanna Lemos and Karine Duret, they finished in 40th place overall. Johan Peter Reif and Johan Deinhofer won in the trucks, in the Japanese Hino truck. And they finished in 23rd place amongst all the cars and trucks. The last truck, well, that was some 108 hours behind the winner of the event. That's something like 4 days behind. So to the results of today's stage, Jutta Kleinschmidt the fastest, but it was all about Mitsubishi really today. Let me just tell you that Philippe Alliot finished 21st overall, a good performance from another ex-Formula 1 driver. And what about our British pairing? Well, they made it, I'm glad to tell you. Dick Partridge and Keith Parker from Ipswich, they spent £20,000 buying and preparing their Isuzu Trooper, and they've made it to Dakar. It's the first time they've achieved their objective in 5 attempts, so brilliant. Well done, chaps, and let's hope there'll be more Britons on the event in 1998. It can be done. They've proved it. And a quick look at the trucks, of course, the big machines of the deserts that always impress people with their ability to go anywhere and as quickly as they do as well. And Hino becoming the 3rd of the Japanese manufacturers to take success on the event this year. It's their 7th Dakar. They've been working hard for success, but it's their first win on the event. Twice second in 1994 and in 1995. This time, they've taken the outright win in the truck section.